Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Call of Duty World Championship 2017 presented by PS4. My name is Bryce, and joining me on the Bravo stream to bring you the action from this first game is, of course, Chance. How are you?
Dude, I am just in like a weird state right now. It's COD Champs. This is literally COD Champs.
Yeah.
This is the biggest event of the year for IW. It feels like just yesterday we were doing this for Black Ops 3. I remember it very freshly in my mind, but here we are. Best 32 teams in the world going to compete for, what is it, $600,000 is that top prize. A lot of stuff on the line, and we're going to be learning a lot today as well.
We most certainly are. It has been a long journey to get all the way to here. But let's have a little look at our groups now to find out exactly where our teams start to lie. So, Chance, what exactly stands out for you here in our A groups?
Well, okay, so when you throw all 32 teams on there, they're organized very succinctly, right? You always have that one seed is going to be sitting at the top, and then they're kind of through and through. So generally speaking, at this stage, it's pretty clear cut on what's going to happen. You expect those top teams to come out with the top seed, so on and so forth. So the things I look at is that upset potential. Who are the teams that are in that 3 and 4 slot that actually are capable of taking maps or even a series off the uphand? Of course, looking at Group A, Echo Fox. A lot of people are kind of looking very intently at them, saying they're going to be a pretty good team. They might be able to take down Epsilon. That's going to be our first match. And again, we're going to learn very quickly. Project Evil. Again, I think that's a team that has a lot of potential to take down Elevate in Group B. Elevate, I mean, their struggles. They went, what, 0-18 in that.
Don't get me wrong. Elevate are awful. Awful. I mean, straight trash recently compared to their form at the start of the year. But speaking to the guys earlier on, they are now fairly confident. They can't be completely confident because of recent results, but speaking to them, they said, look, we know our problem. He says, we are a game time team. We don't put the game time in, we are not good, as is very much evident. They admitted it themselves. Yes, however, we're now grinding. We've now been putting it down. This should be our best performance of the year. Is it good enough? We'll find out.
I mean, we're going to see, and again, Project Evil, they are definitely going to be a threat. And again, just something to look out for. Group C, even to me, is kind of a bit wide out in the open because, yes, Mind Freak, they have that 2 slot, but they have been very iffy, to say the least, very inconsistent. They made the roster changes, but they have not looked great. So, honestly, a lot of potential for Infused or Lethal Gaming there. Group D, I expect that just to be that's top heavy. Luminosity and Rise are going to come through. Allegiance, potential upset over Red Reserve. Red Reserve, of course, is one of those best teams in Europe, but you never know.
And here's the funny thing is that a lot of people have been saying how great Red Reserve are at the moment. Splice and Epsilon, they've been taking maps of both of them as well, so it's interesting to see how we kind of benchmark them going forward. But yeah, Group F as well, that's another kind of really crazy group because straight ripping, massive amounts of hype behind this team right now. If you're Tainted Minds in this group, you pretty much just got yourself a free journey to champs because nobody expects you to come out of that group.
I mean, essentially, yeah, and of course, that probably is the best storyline we have coming out. Group F, straight ripping, of course, Study. He gets dropped from the team. EG, they pick up Parasite instead, but now he's got a chance with some very young and fresh and an insanely impressive talent in both Dashi and Temp to pull off that upset, and what a definitive statement that would be. Again, though, you expect it to be top-heavy, but there's always room for things to be interesting.
All right, well, let's talk about our very first game of the day. We're kicking it off with Retaliation Hardpoint. This is going to be Epsilon versus Echo Fox. Now, interesting point for me here, Chance, is that this is the first time we're going to see Epsilon after coming 13th to 16th in the CWL. A lot of people wondering whether or not they are still good enough. Was that third place a one-hit wonder? Was the wins in Europe just their peak? Or is this team going to be back on form?
Well, I mean, that's an interesting question, right? How can a team that places third at an open event, all the other placings are either top 16 or top 12, so how can that even happen? And if you go and look at the maps for them, actually, they're average, you'd say, at every single game mode. Like, definitely solid, but hanging around that, like, 50% win rate. But the thing is, they have specific maps that Epsilon is just fantastic at. Their best hardpoint map by far is actually going to be Breakout, which, good news for them, that's going to be map number 4, where they have, like, an 8-2 record. Well, their second best hardpoint map, Epsilon, well, it's this one right here, and you can already see it. They're jumping out to a 26-0 lead.
Oh, and we were talking about the map set earlier on. It said this heavily favors Epsilon. If they don't win it in 3 because of this first map, they should win it in 4. But whether or not they can actually do this, as we do go into the hard point first of all, they have got the majority of points on this first hill, but we all know it's about the rotation.
Yeah, and of course those rotations coming in, Echo Fox with that scrap time, it does mean that they should be a bit behind the block, and you see number 2 on your minimap replays. Now this is a man with a lot of history. He's the first guy in the hill. He's rocking the NV4 as well. But this is a former world champ we have at our hands. He did not even compete during the tail end of Black Ops 3. He actually was casting at the last champs, but now he's back. And again, this is a pretty fantastic team, honestly, to put together to try and cause some upsets.
It most certainly is, and you can see them already starting to try and push through, stacking into bedroom as well. Hawkeye looking for this player about to come down Marketplace stairs. As he holds lower street, that player is just dancing behind that ticket booth. Nothing able to come through. Replays is eventually going to come through. Does manage to take that one, but he will be traded back out here again as Epsilon grab it. And they are going to be looking to push through now. They want to get Marketplace control. They want to start spawning out Echo Fox towards that street, towards that bridge. But they've not got it yet, and they're going to have to hit this as a 4. This is a very important turn of kills. You don't make this, you spawn out, it becomes very difficult to get any meaningful time in Graveyard.
Yeah, and you talk about how just important this hill is. Number 6 and 3 on your minimap, that's actually going to be M. Ruiz that picks up the kill. They just sat next to each other in the hallway for a solid 20 seconds without knowing it. And again, Epsilon, they're just trying to get that perfect moment for the break. Josh finally going to be able to clean up that kill, and the moment is now for Epsilon. They've got 3 strong rushing towards the hill, trying to get the cutoffs as well, and you see Hockey inside, wins the first gunfight. Josh picks up the second, and that's an incredibly quick break on this Graveyard hill for Epsi.
That is exactly how you need to break this hill. You need to get that Marketplace, spawn them out, and just keep making it. Josh, unfortunately, getting a team kill there as M. Ruiz, I think, picks up that Scarab. But it's so difficult to break from this direction, but they are managing to do it now. M. Ruiz pre-aiming, looking for that player, but he's going to be picked up. Hawkeye gets 3, taking him completely down, shutting Echo Fox out of that hard point. Give me that last 20 seconds.
And this right here is massive for multiple reasons. One, for Epsilon, normally Dave is that guy in Hockey. If he's not performing, this team does not have success in the respawn. So the fact that your kind of number 2 guy is getting off to a ridiculously hot start is huge just for the team, for the morale, for their confidence, you know, first game of champs. But more importantly, he's close to streaks as well. He's 125 off. If he can get those on this map, that's almost just a certified win. Still, though, it is going to be Echo Fox holding strong, trying to claw their way back into this game.
It certainly is. Hawkeye, though, 14-5 on a 6 streak at the moment as well. Cutting it down, and this team is now heading this hill once again. They seem to be able to break it. They had Vortex here early. He wasn't able to hold. Echo Fox, they get 20 seconds. They get no more. 4 streaks for Hawkeye, 7 streak for Hawkeye. We've been asking, where is the benchmark for this team? This is their second place hardpoint, but it could well be looking like their first.
Yeah, and just those streaks right there, they're absolutely damning. It's already an 80-point lead. That's more than an entire hill. Well, the only money hills you can really get, I mean, you think to that Graveyard. It's wide out in the open. You got Trinity Rockets and the bombardment as well. So Echo Fox, they're going to have to put multiple big hills together just to get him to burn the streaks, and then they're going to have to come back from that even further. So obviously, Epsilon in a fantastic spot. Hawkeye, by the way, still hasn't died. He's continuing going, even getting the hit fire with the NV4 on a 9 streak. Well, this is easily so far the best performance I've seen at
Just
Chance.
gas me up, Chance. He's opening his Call of Duty World Championship run with a 9 streak in his very first hardpoint. We are barely 5 minutes in to the start of this tournament, and we've got a 9 streak. Epsilon are here to make a statement right now. A 100-point lead. Can they hold on, though? Echo Fox trying to claw back into it. As a 2-piece from Josh shuts them out of the hill again.
And this is just painful at this point, right? Because that's another almost clean 4-man wipe. Replays is by himself, but he can't even challenge the hill. And actually, as soon as he does, he picks up the kill. But he was in an essential.
Out of your mouth, Chance.
Yeah, I mean, he was an essential 1v4, but making big plays, and it was smart as well. You saw him kind of hanging off to the side. His teammates died. He waited for the first guy to challenge before making his move on the second. He didn't fly towards the hill, and that's definitely something Replays brings to the table. He's a very intelligent person, definitely knows Call of Duty, and Echo Fox doing okay, getting quite a few kills up in the kill feed, potentially Methods heating up a little bit after a slow start.
I was keeping an eye on Replays there. I was wanting to see if he was going to get any more streaks than just the Scarab that he had. Wasn't quite able to, actually, going forward, but Josh setting up again onto this hill. You can actually see there's going to be Methods waiting down by that wall run, ready to peek onto Josh. A lot of time waiting here. He's waiting for that pinch, but he does eventually take it down. Josh is going down as well. Methods has that wall run locked, but there's no support for him. His teams are still spawning out. They're trying to get a pinch. Epsilon are making all of the kills. it's just not really clicking for Echo Fox at the moment.
Yeah, and already, again, this is just incredibly problematic because this is a very open hill as well. If you're Echo Fox, you want to get complete control and you want to get 4 down. And again, you want to force Hockey to use those streaks as early as possible because, again, if you go into that graveyard hill and you're down by 100 points, your best case is you're going to lose the hill anyway just because of the streak. So it's going to be very difficult. They get those final 3 seconds of scrap time, but now the rotations come in. Echo Fox did okay on lower street last time, but they got broken rather quickly, and Epsilon is in pretty good position. They have full plat control. You have Josh there picking up kills. Vortex is there for support, but looks like Echo Fox just a little bit of life.
Yeah, that's good control actually from them if they get these kills as well. Taking plat means you can push the lower streak without too much problems. And Methods now starting to warm up a little bit. Does take that player down as well. Could this be the start of a comeback for Echo Fox? Vortex gets into the hill, gets into the hallway. And he does have FDO available. Not going to use it right yet though. And right now, Echo Fox, you've got to be a little bit more confident about them. Okay, you could be, and then they all died.
Well, and again, it's a multifaceted problem they're having as well. Of course, we keep up bringing Hockey with the streaks, but more importantly, because of the success they had early on, they're picking up more kills as a team. As Epsilon, they already have their payloads. You see the FDLs coming to play. Hockey's got his. Josh is a little bit far away, but I think Dave, even with the camo, not too far off. Mosh has his, but everyone else, they're just to like that halfway margin, and this game is 30 seconds away from being over.
It is, and we've spoken about this before, but the most damaging thing at this point of the game when you are this far behind, it means you have to make kind of sometimes reckless plays, sometimes inefficient plays. You have to play for scrap time. You have to try and rotate at the same time, but if you lose the scrap time, you go even further into the danger zone. You see, incoming now streaks. That's going to be Hawkeye taking down Vortex, though. He's also going to get Mosh. Josh running down that mid-street. Sees that player curve, trying to take him down as well. Does so. And he's just waiting. He's all alone. He's actually going to get back into the hill. They need to get him out of here. Bombardment coming in to cover Josh from his own team now as he is alone. Epsilon know that they can continue to put pressure on whatever hill they like. Some teams would have considered cutting their losses there, maybe, playing a little bit more conservative. They don't have to. They take this, they win the game.
And I was about to say, in that game right there as well, the bombardment getting used as that zoning tool is as good as you need it to be. And that's an incredible statement, honestly. If we talked about Echo Fox, a lot of people were excited to see them play, but that is an incredibly difficult map, one to have to swallow, because again, the top 2 make it out of pools, the bottom 2 do not. If they can't make it past Epsilon, do you really think they can make it past Optic Gaming?
No, I really don't, and I think that's the biggest problem from here. We were speaking before this event, all the casters, all the analysts, we were talking about, is Europe had its heyday? Is it already? I mean, a lot of people are doubting the European teams coming into this event. Now, don't get me wrong, being European myself, I wasn't in the best of places with how I predicted them coming to, although I did put out a joke tweet. I was saying, it hasn't been great in the last couple of months. We had our peak, we had a win, we had a second and third, and then, CWL Season 2 didn't look particularly impressive from Europe. So this first game for Epsilon was very important for me, and I'm sure the rest of the people. Where are Epsilon sitting? How good are they? Are Echo Fox really a challenge? Well, 106 to 250, I'll be saying no.
Yeah, and then just even going further and further into the series, if you want to talk about a potential comeback from Echo Fox bouncing back, well, again, Epsilon, they're about average in all the game modes, but they have maps they're incredibly good at. Search and Destroy Throwback is one of those maps, and I'm pretty sure that's map 2. And then their best hardpoint map is going to be game 4. So Epsilon, this is about the best case scenario they could possibly have just in terms of map set. They're going to be cruising right along. And again, if Hockey is your guy that's performing well and Dave doesn't even have to carry the weight of the team, they're going to be playing phenomenal.
Yeah, when you drove a 2.0 in your first game at Champs, I'm fairly certain you're in a very good mood. But no, I mean, you can even see, like, Bridge, we're always going to see a split of time, right? 52 to 34. It's never going to be super one-sided, or at least it shouldn't if you're playing it properly, just simply because of the amount of times you can fly into that hill. But the rest of it tells a story as well. Very little time able to pick up anywhere apart from hallway for Echo Fox. Maybe seeing that close range benefiting them a little bit, maybe?
Yeah, and then, of course, you talk about even in from the distance, that Grave Hill. Just the first time around, the situation was Echo Fox, they had the complete full 4-man setup. You broke it down. They had market control. They had all the factors they needed. But Epsilon, not only were they getting the scrap time on lower street, which they won by 40 points, but they broke their full setup in a matter of 15 or 20 seconds, and it only took them one try. And it's a situation where you can just run through a team on a money hill like that. If they can't even get the hold, they're not going to be able to break back through. And that's obviously the biggest score differential we have.
Yeah, I think so as well. Like, we were talking about it, right? We said you can't only get 15 seconds when you've been in a great position on Grave twice. Like, they had the control, and they lost it, and they only got 15 seconds. The second time was actually the second rotation where they lost the game, that they could have done something, right? They had the opportunity. Josh was the only one left alive. It was a 1 versus 2. Fortunately, he managed to make 1 kill, dip in the hill, bombardment come in, screen him out, teammates reinforced. Echo Fox, if they managed to make that trade with Josh, then Epsilon, you know, that as much as they could put the bombardment into the hill, they wouldn't have had anybody actually in it to do anything with it. So it's one of those ones where you got to say, dominant performance from Epsilon, massive outslaying, didn't really make that many mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, that's the Epsilon you'd expect. If you can pull off 3rd place at an open event, a team that's making it through in the last chance qualifier, you should be able to win that in a 3-0 without too much issue. Again, that's not to discredit any of the talent that came from the last chance qualifier, because there's a lot of incredible teams, a lot of incredible players, but that is at least the expectation that Epsilon should be setting for themselves going into the match. Now, of course, though, throwback S&D, again, I mentioned it before, this is Epsilon's best map. They're, of course, beatable on it in Echo Fox. They might be able to game prep for this for all I know. They can research their opponents. They have all of the VODs in the world because of how long Epsilon's been playing. Yeah. But they got to pull something out of the bag, and Josh right now is the man to watch. He is behind 3 players, and you see Methods went to check the flank. He was way too slow. Josh gets behind. Easy first blood cleanup kill.
However, has been traded. David, another kill. Josh is going to lose that one down to a 2 versus 2. Ruiz trying to look and try and take somebody down, but you can actually see those players. It's Hawkeye and Dave hitting straight through Lemon. Is he going to spot one here? He's definitely going to see one. Trying to get that kill. It's a great snap from him, but Dave is equal to it. He's now 2-0. He's going to be a 1 versus 1 Methods versus Dave.
And this is smart right here as well. He's actually nearly going to get taken down in Methods. Well, he had him one shot. He's over the bomb site. But you see, the thought process from Dave was don't plant on either side of the bomb. Plant it to the side, and that makes forces Methods to do a lot of guesswork. Obviously, if you plant for Bus, you know exactly where that player is going to be hiding. He's going to be behind the bus. You plant it for Lemon, he's going to be in that area. Maybe he wraps through underpass, but you know what side of the map he's on. He was attempting to make it as confusing as possible, but Methods clutched up, and that's important too because he was supposed to be the guy watching the flank, and he was the guy that let Josh through.
He certainly did, and I got to say that last play by Dave, you got to be asking yourself if he let his health regen just a little bit. It wasn't a bad position being onto the bomb, but he popped up a little bit early, clearly worried about Methods being aggressive onto him. And you know what, half a second more, that health regen comes back in, he might have had a small chance. However, bomb does go down for Echo Fox. Advantage to them at this point. Vortex flying high, looking for that player. He knows one's by Lemon, but it doesn't have the support. There's nobody here for him. Because of the full flank that's coming from Epsilon, they're just burning time.
Well, yeah, Vortex certainly knows the players are in this area, and you can see he kind of sniffed that play around. Now he's going to spot another 2, and he's able to pick up 2. Kills get traded out. Epsilon, they have the man advantage. Methods, he's going to have his position revealed, but he picks up a kill. Dave's going to be on the hunt. K-Bar versus NV4, and the K-Bar does reign supreme, so that's 2 rounds in a row. It came down to a 1v1 between Dave and Methods. Both times the defending team win.
Well, Dave managed to redeem himself, taking this to 1-1 for a half a second there. I was wondering whether he was going to have the time, but makes it with a second to spare, using all the movement to get forwards. Fortunately, once you get onto that ramp, you can actually slide down it at a fairly quick pace, but 1-1 between them here. Let's see which team comes out now. Is this going to be about the defensive rounds, do you think?
It very well might turn into it. It's worth pointing out, right now, Echo Fox on the defensive side, they might have a lot of doubt in the back of their minds because, again, Methods was supposed to be watching the flank, but Josh, he went through with 0 issues. So players, now it's going to be in the back of their mind. We know Josh does this, and you see Methods. He's already taken a much more aggressive approach to watching the flank, actually as a player over top. And Josh, honestly, isn't even in a bad position. The nades come in, Methods trying to take the gunfight, and looks like he is going to take Josh down. So Josh, I guess, over-aggressive, and that's a good adjustment as well. I was going to say in the back of their minds that might cause problems. Instead, they do the exact perfect response for the situation, and that is a very easy round win for Echo Fox.
Yeah, I think once Josh stalled, Epsilon didn't have an awful lot left to kind of play within that round. They didn't have any map control. They hadn't really made a move towards bomb. You know, Echo Fox were very aggressive B-side as well, so they had a lot of control. There was no one really for Epsilon to go, and you've got to be wondering, is this a weakness in their S&D chance? If they continue and they don't adapt their current offense rounds, are they going to come against the same problem? How many more tactics do they have in the bank? How are they going to adjust?
And again, as mentioned before, Echo Fox might have just prep work for this. They might know all of kind of the kinks that Epsilon is going to bring to the table. And you see this time, they actually quadruple stack that B site. Dave, he goes flying through. If you think back to the previous round, Epsilon, they had 3 players that pushed through the flank. And that's why Echo Fox planted for Lemon side previously. Now, though, they get the first blood. They get that bomb down. Vortex doesn't finish the first kill. And that is very quickly a 3 3v1. Hockey, though, he picks up the first kill, but now you got to think about the situation. That bomb is planted wide out in the open. He's got 2 players to deal with, both of them on filthy head glitches. You just can't do anything.
No.
And again, that is Echo Fox making in-game adjustments incredibly quickly and you know, executing to success.
You're going to be asking yourself that Josh is going to be kicking himself. We saw that one bullet and he would have got that bomb planter. If he'd got it, maybe a little bit different. His team come in, the bomb's not down, they can't take that advantageous position. You got to say, you know, right now, Josh, that's twice. He was first blood in the last round, wasn't able to make that kill. I mean, admittedly, he was in a great position, but we're going to see whether or not he can do anything else here. Currently 1-4, and if there's anything, you always got to have faith in B-Sport.
Well, you see
he's doing it again.
Yeah, he's watching the flank, and you see Echo Fox for a minute. It looked like they might push all the way around, but they double up and cut back through mid-map. And so Echo Fox right there, they completely give up that A plant, but now they've already returned, and they have complete mid-map control. So all the information they have, they know Epsilon's turtle up in their spawn, and M. Ruiz is going to be able to get that first blood on the Hockey.
You're going to be asking yourself, Epsilon are going to be squeezed here. There's a wave of pressure about to come into him, but it is a 2 versus 2 now, a 2 versus 1. Josh, the last player alive, he does actually pick up 2 players this round already. 1 versus 1. Josh trying to look for the snap, and he does get it. 3 kills there for Josh. Completely picks him out of the sky.
I mean, you talk about that 1-4 slow start, getting caught on flank, looking a little bit rough. You get 3 kills in the most important round potentially of the game. You are looking fantastic.
Believe in B-Sport. That's what I said. Can't doubt the man. He's proven me wrong too many times, to be perfectly honest with you. He is the one player I have been wrong on predictions with more than any other player I've ever cast. So I've always got to take, you know, any performance by him with a pinch of salt, because I'm like, he's probably going to upset me.
Well, we're going to find out just how well he can upset everyone here and turn that S&D game around. Echo Fox, this time they're going for more of the generic A push. This is similar to what Epsilon did last time. You see looking for the pick as well. M. Ruiz jumping over top those trains. But you see all those arrows. They're just stacked up on that bridge. This is kind of like a hard point, you know. Everybody just kind of sitting where that hill would be contested, just waiting for someone to make that first mistake. And these are some incredibly tense moments as well of who's going to push out and who's going to get picked.
It's a very interesting play, actually, looking at these two teams and how they're tending to play S&D. Like, you got to talk Echo Fox like a maelstrom, right? They're really tight, they're really concentrated everywhere they go. Epsilon are scattered to the winds. They're always playing loose and fast. They don't get a lot of map control. They're kind of relying on these angles and making their own gunfights because the trades just aren't as efficient for them because of how spread out they are. However, if you are going to get first blood, it's all good.
And there you see they're going to get second blood as well. Replays got caught trying to go on the flank. And you see the positioning right now. Josh and Dave both sat on the bridge for the longest of times. Methods now is going to be behind him, but his position's known. He's in a 3v1. He takes the gunfight, earns the camo, but too many players to deal with. And that was just incredibly steadfast gameplay coming out from Epsilon. Those 2 players sat on the contest spots on the other side of the bridge for a solid 45 seconds to a straight minute. They did not budge. And again, it was M. Ruiz who made that first mistake. He gets caught out. I believe it was by Josh. Again, those K-bars can be so deadly from up close.
Yeah.
And they just won the round. It's just an easy win for them. They let Echo Fox make that first mistake.
Yeah, I think so. And that's what I was talking about, right? Echo Fox are very determined in where they're going each time. Epsilon, a lot more flexible. They're holding the angles. They kind of want the other team to make that first move. Now, if Echo Fox are a little bit hesitant or don't really nail the positions they want to nail, not going to happen. However, Epsilon going for a quick plant this time. And it looks like they're in a good position. However, Fox are wise to it. They're now going to come screaming across. They're not able to get that first kill. He's going to get away clean. And now, this is a standoff here because if you're Echo Fox, you have to push. Camo play. Oh no! He's not going to be able to make it! Oh, does manage to get one as well. Trying to get it worth, but he is going to end up going down here. Hawkey and Dave left alive. There is going to be a trade coming in. It's Hawkey in a 1 versus 2. Not able to get that trade down either. It's now Dave left alive in a 1 versus 2. He's going to see a player. Slides out. M. Ruiz cuts them to shreds.
And that is just a huge sigh of relief if you're Echo Fox. You almost invest that camo to no avail, and that could be tragic. That could be, you know, the knife in the heart if you're not successful with it. And I'm pretty sure off of that bomb plant, I'm not sure if that player earned streaks or was just 25 points away. So someone on Epsilon might be very, very close. But either way, if you burn the payload,
I think it was Josh who planted.
I believe so, but you better be sure that you get,
I didn't get it.
Excuse me, that bomb down.
Josh, however, is close to kinetic, and here's another point about that camo play: is why was he not traded sooner? He come out of camo, he shot, and somehow he was still able to pick up that other kill. Didn't make an awful lot of sense to me. However, first blood going in favor of Echo Fox. Can they make this 5-3 and put it to map point?
Well, I mean, they've got the first blood on board, so this should be a pretty nice looking round for them. And you see they're playing for the kills as well. They're waiting for Epsilon to check out for that bomb plant. You see Vortex is going to be that first guy. Gives away his positions. He's got 2 players just next to him around this silo. And you see Josh is going to fall as well. So Vortex, he's jumping out. Off, he's pushing. They're going to be able to pick up a couple kills, but in the end, of course, Vortex, he's going to find himself in that 1 versus 2. Now, he does have that FTL in hand. There is potential to pull off this clutch, but that bomb's going down. It's going to be a rough spot.
Managed to get one, though. Goes up high with it. FTL tries to make a big play. Trying to get it. Kinetic has been popped. Replay says no. You are not having this 1 versus 2. Kinetic being locked on. Gotta wonder, would he have made it without the Kinetic? I mean, he only hit 1 or 2 bullets.
That honestly to me is still a very small win for Epsilon. Obviously you want to get the round on board, but you have a little bit of information. You know Echo Fox, they don't have the camo, they don't have that reactive armor, and those are the 2 best payloads for Search and Destroy. So you got a little bit to work with, all right? You've been able to get the bomb down. You've seen some success. Echo Fox has been making a few mistakes if you let the rounds go on long enough. And of course, Josh has been able to clutch up in a similar situation where they get that bomb down. So this is a bit of a repeat of something Epsilon had success with, and of course they have that camo in the back pocket just for safety's sake.
Well, managed to get that streak as well, but it is going to go down. Camo and Kinetic still in favor though of the guys on Epsilon. But they have to be careful. See, trying to take the play. That's just his foot. Dave's going to be able to take one down. Play it right there in green, but he is going to be taken down by Vortex as well. And oh my goodness, they are going to be able to just clean this one up. Now we didn't see any payloads being burnt there.
Exactly. Again, that's kind of that safety measure. You know Echo Fox, they've kind of blown their load on it. You know everything they do and do not have. You know Mosh is working closer to his, but again, reactive and camo are down. Dave still has his in his back pocket, and that is absolutely massive. So worst case scenario for this round, even if Epsilon, if they get first blooded, if you burn that camo and get the secure, you're still at least forcing around 11. So there's a lot of potential here for Epsilon to not get shut down immediately.
Now, do they make the camo play? Try to get that 5-5. They also need Josh to make 1 more kill. Replay's got his. He's 10 and 7. Most kills in this entire game. Josh, even though we had a flurry of activity from him, still not unlocked that Kinetic.
Gunfight's going to be important. Josh gets his, and now you got 2. So this honestly should be a guaranteed round win for Epsilon. Worst case, they have some payloads. Second gunfoot up type. Doesn't have to burn it. Gets that. Now it's a 4v2. Replays is showing some love. You might be able to pick up 2. But of course, if he gets shut down, and again,
hit him with a 360.
The situation here now is I'm pretty sure Mosh burned his payload as well. So now Epsilon, they have everything. Echo Fox has nothing. You got to imagine this is Epsilon's to win.
I just want to see, did Dave burn his to get in there? I know Josh made the first 2 kills, but I just want to take a little look. I don't think he did.
I don't see why you would, unless he was like guaranteed to die.
Unless he went somewhere.
Very paranoid.
Like, we were watching Josh. He did burn it. He did. I said I thought he was quite far up on the map, and I was wondering how he managed to get that far. So Dave did in fact burn that cannon. We didn't see it happen, but clearly it probably was one of the catalysts for Echo Fox actually breaking down their formation, but already 1 kill comes in. Josh managed to make that first kill. He's popped Kinetic. He's going big. Looking for the player as well. Down they go. Replays in a 1 versus 4 now. Former world champion. Has he got it in him? Does see 1 as well. Just gonna go around, but with that bomb going down, this is an almost impossible situation. A superhuman feat to be able to do this one. He has seen a player though. Picks off 1 versus 2. Not able to get it though. Comes out of it. And that is Epsilon going up 2-0, but it was the hard way around. They came back from 5-3.
I mean, and you just got to talk about a game. Again, those payloads get used by Echo Fox early on, which is great to secure the rounds, but if you don't have them for that round 11, it's going to be difficult. There was hope for them, of course, when Dave does burn that camo. Round 11, you only have to deal with reactive, but you see, they flooded down the field. They are wide out in the open, and they run into reactive armor, and they didn't even win those first initial gunfights anyway. That was the 3rd kill that came in. So, again, in that final round, they ended up just getting outplayed, and you got to imagine that's heartbreaking, right? Because this is the team that Echo Fox, they needed to upset, because if they can't beat Epsilon, they're not going to be able to beat Optic Gaming, and they need to get that top 2. But still, the reverse sweep, you never know.
Well, again, like when I was talking about that camo play, the only thing that kind of gave it away for me, because I don't think he made a kill with it, was the fact that Echo Fox's formation seemed to fall apart. And I was like, you've only lost 1 player. Why is... And I was like, Dave, he's up far. They must have seen him and called him out. So they've scattered, trying to get away from that camo player. and the rest of the team capitalized. We saw Josh just fly through. Clearly Dave called that camo play. So big plays from them. When we said payloads, they completely changed search and destroys.
Yeah, I mean, big plays coming in deep. Getting that round 11 is awesome. Either way, though, guys, round number 3, or game number 3, excuse me, is going to be Frost Uplink, which we'll be getting to after this quick break.
All right, welcome back to the Call of Duty World Championship 2017, presented by PS4. We are deep now into the Bravo stream. It is Epsilon versus Echo Fox. My name is Bryce, though, and bringing you all the action to my side, one of the best casters, I think, in the world, it is, of course, Chance.
Yeah, great job so far, I think, by the two of us holding it down here on Bravo.
I think we're doing okay.
Hey, for the first match of the day, first match of champs, trying to get, warmed back up into it, trying to feel ourselves a little bit. But either way, the match on board right now is 2-0. Epsilon's looking great. And again, just kind of what these guys are fighting for, they need to get in the top 2 of their pool, because if they don't make it, they're going to fall short. If you're in that bottom 16, best case scenario, you're coming away with that $12,000, which, don't get me wrong, is fantastic. But once you hit that top 16, that's where the money starts coming in.
Yeah, and I think for a lot of these players, you've got to start really realizing now, while the money is good at the lower end, they don't even worry about the money until they get into the top 8. They're just sitting there going, just need to win, need to win, I need to win, I need to win. That's all they're caring about. That's all the players have spoken about. The money, for a lot of the time, is secondary in their mind until they get into kind of later in the tournament, where it starts massively jumping. A lot of them are sitting there just going, just want to play well, we just need to make sure we don't make mistakes. And you can see in their eyes, it's this fierce hunger from the competitive players here at this event, that they are so focused. The biggest event of the year. Everything leads to this. You do well here, your legend is written in stone, and we talk about it for years to come.
Yeah, and I mean, you talk about just the legend. How many teams do we have here where the comment is, well, you think you're the best, but have you won COD champs? So, again, this is the big one. This is the most important. This is like the Super Bowl, if you will, of Call of Duty. This is where everything is going to be on the line. And again, Echo Fox, I would already consider their backs to absolutely be against the wall. Again, they're chilling in a pool with Optic Gaming. So if they don't get past Epsilon, it's going to be rough. off. Meanwhile, though, for Epsilon, you're just cruising along. You win that first hard point by 150. You cruise along and get that round 11 win, and then you get 2 points in the first 20 seconds of the uplink. Everything is going right.
Well, this is what we spoke about earlier on, right? This map set heavily favors Epsilon. 2 to 4 are, in fact, their best game modes and maps. 1 was their second best hardpoint, but again, we're moving in now to their best uplink, and they are dominating here. Funny enough, this isn't actually that high of a win rate from it. It's something around the lines of 53 to 60%, but you know what? It's still their best uplink. It really suits this team. They like to play fast, aggressive. Very difficult team to play against. You know, I even heard that Splice refused to play them with the pre-land. They refused to play Epsilon in the pre-land that the Europeans team took part of 6 days prior to this event.
And the pre-land is actually a very interesting point to bring up, because how many teams participated in that? At least like 6, I believe.
6, yes.
And you got to imagine, if you have teams that are scrimming on LAN in that LAN environment against some of the best teams in the world, that's the best practice you're going to get. Obviously, online is like ever so slightly imperfect. It's not quite the same. So to get that kind of quality practice in, well, the results are showing so far. Dave just started off at 8-0. He's calling in streaks because he's got nothing else to do, because Epsilon got out to about the quickest 4-0 lead you're going to see this entire week.
Oh, Josh hit that lower wall run by Sub, not able to do anything with it though. Dave ends up picking up Hawkeye as well, and now an advantage here for Echo Fox. One more wave of kills to make. Ruiz, if he's going to go for a 2, he needs his teammates to kill me. Looks like he's going to go for that 1. Goes up, goes high, goes good. Does end up putting that 1 down. Point back here for Echo Fox. And can they rally from this point?
Well, they very well can. Mosh right now, he's in an incredible spot for his team. You see Methods with that drone going to be pushing up as well. But they're in position. They have Epsilon completely trapped in their base. They know they're going to be turtled up. They just need to make sure they get that first set of kills. You see the Scarab gets burned as well. That player sliding into an Erath gunfight. Erath's going to dominate that. So this should be at least another 1-point play. You see that next player get cuts down. That's going to be a certified 2. Ruiz even going to wait just a few moments just to let replays get back into position, and he picks up the kills mid-map, and that means Echo Fox, they can try and keep it going. Replays finds 2, calls out the next 2 Mosh, takes that information, and Echo Fox. That's about as good of a turnaround as you can expect. When you go down 4-0, when you're already down 2-0 in map count, you need something.
Oh, they're starting to roll here. Mosh picking up more kills, 2 streaks for him as well. Looking for that 3rd, trying to get it down now. If he wasn't able to make it, which means Epsilon able to reinforce. He's going to look for it, but he is going to dip in the blue. Looking for another player, picks up another one before Dave slaps him around the face and takes him down. And this is now starting to be a roll. That's a 2nd beatdown for Dave as well. But Echo Fox, they are starting to rally. They are starting now to start trading blows, like 2 heavyweights in a boxing arena. These 2 teams are not letting anything slip.
Well, now Dave right there, Joe, did a very succinct job of kind of shutting down all of the momentum Echo Fox had, and now it's Epsilon's turn for attack. You see Vortex, he was just behind enemy lines. Yes, he's going to fall. Dave is able to get the shot off, but 3 players there makes the interception. And again, that's what these good quality teams have to do. They have to make the defensive stands. When the points seem guaranteed, you need to come up clutch, and Echo Fox did just that.
They're going to go for another push here as well. Kills for Echo Fox. Trying to push forward, Dave being the man who stops him again. This 3rd beatdown in about a minute. So clearly he's playing fast and close with these games, and he's actually 17-6 as well. You'd think with a player slaying like that, they would be higher up, but Josh and Hawkeye not really able to match him in the slaying at all. He has more kills than these 2 teammates combined, but they managed to get a 1 out of that.
That was a nice little finesse action there. Dave was actually kind of crouched underneath 2 players. The pass goes off anyway, and they turned that into points. Frankly, they might have been able to get 2. Either way, though, just to increase the lead is all they're going to want. Echo Fox, they're trying to return on the attack, but every time they push in this area, it's been Dave shutting him down. He's able to pick up 1. Methods, though, going to trade him out, and again, we talked about the interception just a minute ago. Another one comes in for Epsilon, and they get that drone reset. 0 damage is going to be done.
It's very difficult to get a 1 in this. If you don't make that 2nd set of kills, getting a 1, especially on Frost, is super difficult. It's really easy to intercept. You have a narrow throwing arc. You really have to make those kills. We're not going to see an awful lot of 1s being made unless they're doing it very quickly as the team comes off the respawn.
Yeah, it's going to be situations like we saw earlier where they're just an inch away from getting the dunk and a player off to the side is shooting, and you hit that last toss in. So stuff like that. Methods actually at some point was able to earn streaks. He's 17-12. Got to give him a little bit of love. But so far, the story for that first side, to me, seems Epsilon, they carried the momentum from the first 2 games into this one. They came out hot. And Echo Fox, even when they started to turn things around, it was Dave. He got those 2 kind of back-to-back beatdowns. He killed Mosh when Mosh was just a kill off of getting some streaks. So potentially you would have had an Echo Fox with 2 sets of streaks on board. Instead of that, they still find themselves down 2 points. So not going to be easy.
I think Echo Fox looked brilliant there. They really rallied. After going down 4-0, they rallied. It is 5-3. That's 1 possession. It's 1 dunk. It's basically meaningless in the next 5 minutes unless we get a really stalled game. But let's see how they come off of this rip. They started to heat up. They started to push Epsilon back. Already going for that drone. It's going to be picked up, though, and thrown straight away. Ruiz is there. He's trying to hold it down as well. And they are getting killed as well. They've got to try and get this one out. Vortex last one alive. Pass coming in. Oh, my goodness. Vortex, is he going to be able to stop it by himself? Oh, Methods. Methods just treated his own player. That's unfortunate. That's a tiny timing thing. Tiny.
I think the unfortunate thing in that situation is just the fact that, you know, you're burning the streaks and get nothing out of it. It's not the end of the world. I don't believe points would have come in anyway, but just the fact that you don't have that going into it, it's going to be kind of rough because, again, that's the perfect tool to have at your disposal when you're down by 2 points. It's almost guaranteed kills. And now, of course, Epsilon, they're on the attack. Even when the drone gets reset, their goal at this point can just be to waste time, even if they can't score.
To be honest with you, I hated that play Epsilon just made. Absolutely hated it. No control of blue, no control of portal. Players just running straight across against the blue run. Like, they were going to send 1 blocker forward of their drone carrier. 1 would never have been enough. I just don't believe that it would have been intercepted. I don't see anything coming out of that play. They hadn't made the kills.
Well, I mean, either way, though, they're making the kills, at least on the defensive side of things, and that's all they're really going to need at this point. And, of course, just look at the kills right now. Vortex and Dave both have 22. Josh and Hockey have, what, 22 combined, so definitely a bit top-heavy for the moment. So that's fun. Maybe if you want to look at those bottom 2 guys and turn things around, because Echo Fox, they're doing a decent job. They're keeping up the pressure. They just have not been able to break through with any points.
Well, Hockey actually one of the main slayers for this squad last year. Not been able to put on maybe the same performances this year. It's been more kind of Vortex and Dave that's been talked about, and as you can clearly see why, just by the scoreboard. But they're going forward once again, and they are right. They need to really keep up this aggression. A 1 possession difference really is where you want to be sitting.
And this right here is basically the moment of truth, I would think, for Epsilon, or Echo Fox, excuse me. They just got to clean 4 down. It depends on how they play this. They need to get points. And look at that. You have 1 player sliding, flying out into gunfights. He just flew into the premium of 4 people. The 2nd and 3rd player did the exact same thing. And the guy with the drone, maybe he gets the shot off. He's staring down the barrel of 3 different guns. You're going to have no success with that. So, again, they might have even been too fast for their own good. They didn't get any of that 2nd set of kills that they needed. Epsilon just turtled up, and they didn't get punished for it at all. And again, Echo Fox maybe just struggling. That might be a thing. It's a very fresh team as well. I mean, Epsilon's been playing together all year. Yeah. Echo Fox for what, a month or 2?
It is. And I think, Charles, this is where this game takes a turn. Payloads are now coming into play. This last 2 minutes, we should see somebody score. There is too many payloads in play for it not to happen. Both camos are active. FTLs are active. I think overdrives are about to kick in as well. We need to see who's going to make that big play. Methods can tie this up here with his camo play. However, no, it's actually going to be tied up anyway. It went in. Who managed to go and get that dunk? It was M. Ruiz. M. Ruiz has tied this one up. So now, even though the payloads are in, he did use overdrive. I said the overdrive just clicked in, and that's where it's gone from as well. The payloads can start making a difference into this game. 1 minute 38 left to go, and we are heading into a tied game. Who is going to make the difference?
I mean, Methods, he still has that active camo as well. So this entire side has been Echo Fox constantly pouring on that pressure. And if they can just keep that up, even if you're not doing a good job on the 2nd set of kills, if you're invisible, what can they really do anyway to stop you? So right now, you got to imagine this should be a score. Methods is leading that charge. He needs to make sure that he stays alive. Mosh, he's got to be the lead blocker. Let him fly in. Bait for Methods, keep him alive, get that camo on board, and get some points in. And you see on the flip side of things, Epsilon, they're doing everything they can to reset that drone, and it looks like they're going to be successful, staving off that push for the moment, but still, a minute left, tie game 5-5.
Yeah, we didn't just need to step it up, and he certainly has. He's now neutral in the scoreboard, but you're right, that was massive. A wave of kills in the favor of Echo Fox with almost a guaranteed point or 2. However, Replays gets on the flag and he is going to be able to get two now. This could all be over. Echo Fox will now flood forward. They're looking to put Methods in a position. They're looking to get him the drone. He has that camo. They're already pushing forward so aggressively. Can they get it into a position? He's trying to get it, and he is going to get the drone forward. Does go down. Dave desperately trying to get there as well. It does get thrown out. They are not able to capitalize on it. Epsilon scrabbling to try and put them down, and they aren't going to be able to make it. 20 seconds left to go.
The question is, do you burn the payloads, or do you try to bait for overtime and keep them just for safety's keeping? That's going to be a question, but Echo Fox are going to be on the attack. This is their moment. Replays again, picking up kills. He's going to be shut down. The last guy, though, Methods, he's the guy with the camo. He's able to pick up two, going for the third as well. 3 seconds left. The pass has to come in. He picks up the kill, but does not finish it in time. That player was so close to being dead. The pass came in, but just a little bit too soon to not be able to finish the gunfight. But honestly, at the bright side, they didn't burn the camo.
Honestly, that entire second half felt like Epsilon were holding on to a ledge, and then there's just Echo Fox just stamping on their fingers at the top like, will you let go and give us this win? There was nothing from Epsilon there that gave me any confidence they even got near to the points.
I mean, they were sitting on camo, I think, almost that entire second half. Davis had it. They didn't want to use it any time, so they just got outplayed. They were pressured just that entire second half. Now, though, of course, we go into a situation where you want to score as quickly as possible. Dave with the camo. He snuck by enemy opposition. They just need to pass the drone to him. You see, actually, triple Scarabs are going to get called in, and that would have shut it down, so I guess it's a smart move not to burn the camo in that situation, but you got to imagine something might have been there, but Echo Fox making the plays, just a Scarab army trying to get that drone out. Methods again with the camo. Just needs 1 point toss. He's trying to pick up kills. He's going to be able to get two. Methods has been cruising, but Hockey, you can't even just imagine how big of a gunfight that is for Hockey to be able to win. Just again, staving off that offensive push. They just need to get something. Just a single point needs to go in.
And you've got to ask yourself here, there's no way Epsilon could have ever imagined that was going to happen. They're going to go for it now, though. Overdrive's been popped. He's going straight through, hits the two, takes it down. And there we go, 52 seconds on the clock.
Oh, Dios mío. My heart is racing right now, man. This is getting too intense for me. That is a decent amount of time to work with. You got about 2 pushes Echo Fox can pull off, and frankly, they made an incredibly clutch defensive play. Just that triple Scarab and connector. I thought Dave, as soon as he was through. I've never seen
that. That's brilliant.
Especially when Dave was past him. I think if the pass comes in, that's a much quicker win. But still, again, you got to think. Methods. He still has that camo. Mosh, he still has that FTL. Replays with the kinetic. They're going to invest it. They need to get those kills. It's running quick. That Centurion actually not going to let him call it in. Reactive gets popped. Methods picks up two.
Dave used the camo. He's away. He should be able to do it. He should be able to go for the one. Is he going to go for it? No. What? Dave, that may be a big problem. That may have just shut them down. Doesn't go for the one. Instead, tries to make a kind of a trick play. Doesn't might be able to get it. Imrui's going to go down as well. 17 seconds left to go. And this could be all over. It looks like Epsilon are actually rallying it towards their base. They're turling for this one. 10 seconds left to go. Any second now, he'll throw it out just in case. And that will be game over. The reset comes in. Epsilon end up taking it in overtime on the uplink. And it's all done. 3-0 for Epsilon to start their run at the World Championship.
And I mean, that's obviously great for Epsilon. That's kind of the statement you need to make coming into this tournament. But can we just talk for a moment about overtime and what just happened around connector area on both sides? The first time around, we saw triple Scarabs to make it the defensive play. And then the second time around, that was the most clutch Centurion I think I've seen in a very long time. How many different players did it disrupt that were trying to come on the flank? Replays at the start, players at the end, their positions getting revealed. And you can't even shoot the Centurion because you don't have that kind of time. You only had 52 seconds to work with.
Well, I'm quite glad, actually, because I was about to make a point that, you know, having kinetic over Centurion is massive. Turns out, I'm quite glad I didn't say that, because that Centurion being placed connector ended up disrupting them so badly they couldn't do anything. But we've also got to talk about that camo play from Dave. First of all, it was great, and then it wasn't great. It just went completely wrong for them in the end. Now, Dave clearly didn't want to throw the one just in case it got intercepted. He was a little bit low, so he didn't have vision of the portal. And clearly trying to go make for a trick play. I'll be honest with you, I've never seen that play before. So I don't know whether he was going up and right to try and throw over, or what he was doing. What do you think, Chance?
It looked like the attempt was to try and wall run over on the top side of that cliff or snowy mountain, whatever it is, but you can't, and so he just fell off the map because it looked like he was just trying to go back and forth.
Yeah.
And as soon as he started falling, he realized like, oh crap, I need to throw this drone now, and just kind of went for like that desperate shot at the end, not for points, just to waste time. Of course, it worked out in the end, but my heart when Dave had that drone in the backside and 2 players were pushing over through connector, I was like, he better throw it out properly this time. Like, you can't afford to mess up. And of course, they get it off, no issues in the end. And again, proper camo burn for him as well. He saved it till the very end. He was able to waste an incredibly substantial amount of time. So in the end, everything worked out for Epsilon.
Did Echo Fox use theirs?
They had to have burned it at some point. I know the replays burned his kinetic very quickly. I know Mosh did use his FTL. We didn't catch it on stream exactly when it happened, but the camo, all of those probably fell at about the same time. And I think it was either Vortex or Hockey on that defensive stand, picked up 2 kills mid-map while replays was flanking. So again, Epsilon, great plays all the way around. You got to give props to all 4 players. Fantastic performance. Again, the 3-0 is just, what is expected, honestly, of a team, again, that can place 3rd in the open bracket or from an open event. You got to imagine they're going to be 3-0ing those last chance qualifier teams.
All right, well, let's have a little recap now of everything that has happened so far. Here is the hard point. Now, this kind of set the tone for this, and it actually didn't end up going this way, but after this hard point, both me and Charles were sitting there going, well, this may now be a very dominant performance by Epsilon. It may be Echo Fox just being brushed aside. Didn't end up happening. After this hard point, which was one-sided, 250 to 106, the S&D came in, and it was 5-3 up to Echo Fox.
Yeah.
Didn't end that way, though.
It just comes down to those payloads. Again, you saw how important and how much preference the players were placing on not wasting them at all, saving them for the right moments. Epsilon, they were down 5-3, and they still weren't burning them in terrible situations. They had the confidence to use them properly, to get the round wins, to come up clutch in the end. So you start out, again, that dominant 250-106. Then when the game is actually close, Epsilon, they kind of show their veteranship. Again, they've been a team for a very long time. They come up clutch in the end. And then again, even towards that uplink, Echo Fox, they looked fantastic. They looked like a team that can certainly compete with the best of them, but it just was not enough in the end. So it's going to be a very difficult road for them ahead. But again, how much more can you say? Epsilon, they're looking good. I guess the question now is, how well do they do against Optic Gaming?
That is a good truth. Let's have a look at this. This is how this ended up playing out. And as you can see, we were talking about Echo Fox. They took that early lead. Big plays coming in from Josh. He didn't have a great start, but he ended up finishing so strong. Got to believe in the B-Sport. And Replays again, I think actually Replays was probably one of the better tier players on that Echo Fox squad. Consistently good. Ended up taking kinetic on the uplink. Managed to get it as well. Not always an easy feat to achieve. Replays is, may have taken a year out. Still just as good.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of the plays we saw, even the hard point where they were getting battered, were very smart plays. We saw in that 1v3 or 1v4 situation, Replays found himself in the round 11. He picked up a kill. He was able to flank around, and he was doing stuff that's intelligent and smart. But obviously, in 1v4, 1v3, there's so much you can do. But again, speaking of Josh and that best KD, he starts off, I think it was 1-4. Well, the first time he really got a set of kills, it was a 1v3, was it not? Where he clutches up, gets those final 3 kills in the round. So you talk about B-Sport Josh, whatever that is, you need to believe in him for him to make those plays. And that's exactly what he did. And that could be, honestly, a pretty huge turning point for that search and destroy. So, again, plays off of, one guy that's a talent. It's great to see. And then, of course, going to the uplink. We just saw an intense game, of course, that it was. But similar situation. This time it was Dave that stepped up to the plate instead of Hockey for map number 1. Finished with 39 kills and using the camo for success.
Wow. It's just not good enough, Dave. It's not 40 bomb, is it? Not good enough. Not acceptable.
You can be disappointed at Dave all you want. I was impressed by it. I mean, it's even one of those things that I think it was Dave and Vortex that were tied with 22 kills, just at the very start of the second half. The other 2 players, they had 22 kills combined. So it was a situation
Josh really stepped up.
Yeah, exactly. It's a situation where one of the 2 players that was lagging behind needed to step up because it was a back-to-back situation for the top 2 guys, and someone did just that. And again, clutch plays all the way around. Ultimately, I think the important story to take away from this was Epsilon, they got the map set that they needed. The maps were just huge.
Even if that went map 4, you were still super confident in them. They're very good at breakout as well. But for me, this is the question we were asking beforehand, right? We were talking about, is Epsilon still good enough? How does this group go? Optic Gaming, a lot of people are putting 1 with a bullet. That's up there. You can't really touch that one as well. Echo Fox, a lot of people talking about contention. Losing that game may have just set the tone for their tournament. You don't expect them to take against Optic Gaming. Can they rally? Can they possibly get through?
I'm going to go ahead and say a very calm no to that. There's, of course, potential. Anything can happen. Champs can be a crazy time. Maybe Opti Gaming has a bit of a slow start. I don't think they did. I think they just played 3s up, and I think they did pretty well against them. But either way, we can get official confirmation on that later and fill you guys in next time we come back. But until that time, we are going to go to a commercial break until we get into our second series.
Hello and welcome back. It is Call of Duty Champs time. Miles and Chance. It's been a year, mate. It's good to be back.
It's been too long, honestly. Like, I've genuinely missed this. Not just for, like, the facial hair. Obviously, you're doing great in that regard. We made sure to get, like, the top set of the hair in the shot as well. So he's going to be taken care of for this event. He's going to be looking good the whole time. And, of course, casting as well. It should be an absolute pleasant time. I think the first match we have is LG and Supremacy.
I think it may well be underway as well, Chance. We're getting into this one in just a moment, guys. And again, wonderful start so far. We just saw Echo Fox going up against Epsilon. If you joined in from the Alpha stream as as well. There's all sorts of good games going on there as well. It's COD Champs. What more can you ask for? And also, thanks very much to all those international viewers who are tuning in. God knows what time it is now. Like, I know it's almost 2 a.m. in Australia, so...
Well, yeah, so Supremacy is the French team, right? Or at least the French organization. I think in France, it's not too late. It's actually a good time, probably like 4 or 5 in the afternoon, I'd imagine, correct? So they're going to be ready and willing, probably not listening to us, though, because we are not speaking their language.
No, but those of you who are, we thank you very much for joining us. Again, the French team, and they're actually all French players. We can confirm that much. French organization, French players, they're doing their best. They've been waving the flag. But I mean, we talk a little bit about Supremacy going in this one, of course. But why not, dude? We've already got the map ready to go. Scorch Hardpoint is going to be game number 1, kicking this one off. Supremacy, though, there's a little bit of a story here, Chance. You've got your side of it. I got some really good intel from Brycey on what he thinks of these guys, but where do you place LG and Supremacy?
Well, okay, so there's a moment in a caster's life where you come to a crossroads where you're worried. You're like, okay, I don't want to be disrespectful to a team. These are the best 32 teams in the world, right? They have proven that. They have qualified. They have left their mark. But this is a situation that I think is absolutely lopsided. So if you look back at Anaheim, this team, all 4 rostered for Supremacy, they placed top 40. Obviously, they've had better placings outside of that, but at the exact same tournament, Luminosity was there as well. They placed top 1.
Ah, top 1. Now, for the layman's at home, that means that they won the entire event,
yes.
Right? Okay, well, that's where we're placing them so far. We're going to kick this one off early on. This is Vortex on Supremacy, and you can see Bridge so far contested very well between both teams. Big flank there from Classic. Doesn't manage to make too much happen there as he's quickly cut down there. But Octane, the man of Anaheim, for me, frankly, one of the most spectacular players to watch right now in the world, doing what they can here to lock down those first points there on Bridge.
Yeah, and again, not only top 1, winning the event at Anaheim, again, where Supremacy plays top 40, they're also the best hardpoint team in the world, and I think that's certifiable, and that's not just that event, that's all events that we've had, at least since, like, Dallas, I do believe. So LG, this is their game mode, this is their bread and butter. Slack is chilling, by the way. He was inside the hill. He's starting off 4-0. It looks like, though, Supremacy, they're going to be able to break through. Now, bad news for them, it is LG that for the moment has the spawns, and by spawns, I mean they got 2 guys inside the next hill, and they're spawning out across the entire map. And you see Saints, he's going to get out of dodge. So Supremacy, get the scrap time, get the rotation as well.
Yeah, surprising kills there, actually. That was Vortex who did a great job working his way around. He managed to get those opening kills, find his way in, and as you can see now, Tony Jays, he's getting the hill time. 25 points of climbing for Supremacy. Little bit of a surprise for me. Top 1 up against top 40 from Anaheim, and already they're tying. They've taken the lead now. I mean, how long this is going to last for the boys in red, you know, only time will tell. Here we go. Octane, though, on the back end. He's managed to make 1 opening kill. He does have the support of his teammates, and here we're seeing Luminosity now climbing back into this one. Only 30 seconds remaining here at Turbine, and we're going to be getting ready for that next hard point afterwards.
I mean, we just watched that break from Octane's perspective as LG picks up 3 kills. He just kind of strolled through labs, went up top, picked up a kill, and then all of a sudden, oh, LG has control. The entire team firing on all cylinders again, picking up kills at the exact same time. Yes, Supremacy had that early control, but LG with a perfect break. So, you know, that's a money hill over by Turbine. And LG, despite the fact that they gave up initial control, still end up with majority time. More importantly now, as we're continuing the story, they got the first couple of guys inside of that hangar hill as well.
Yeah, Chance, you can lose the battle on the day, but you can win the war in the end. And this is still Vortex now, and the boys in red trying to get back in this one. You can already see Luminosity have doubled the score here. Big opening kills there for Vortex. He's managed to get in. He knows he's got a player beneath him, but still getting as much time as they can. Hangar so far looking pretty good for them. Here comes LG back on the offense. Tony J's watching Rockside now. He's going to be facing a few players from LG any moment now, and here come the 2 players on the break. Can it work out from? No, it does not. Classic getting the upper hand there.
Yeah, he was definitely not expecting Classic to be that high in the air. Classic kind of maximizing his efficiency on the wall runs. And again, yes, Supremacy did break through on the hangar. They did a great job, but Classic is even beaming kids with the E-Rad. But again, just how quickly collectively as a team, LG, it seems like they are just casually walking through their opponent and just picking up all the kills along the way. So again, relatively close game so far. Only 30 points separate these 2 teams, but LG, they've had quite a bit of success just kind of breaking through hills at will.
Yeah, we've seen LG play hardpoint time and time again. You said they're one of the best hardpoint teams in the world. I feel like they're in like maybe 2nd gear right now. They've got a whole heap more to go before. You know, if Supremacy, if they're going to come back into this one, they need to do something really drastic. But I feel like LG have just still got so much control ahead of them. As far as kill goes, Classic's the only player in this game so far who's really going big, 10-5. He's really doing the work for his team. We saw that E-Rad earlier doing huge work. Vortex now doing a bit what he can as well. But again, it's looking a little rough for the boys in red. They're holding on here. The chance, where do you see this one going? I mean, the next set of rotations, I've got a feeling we're going to see LG just blow up after this.
Well, frankly, Supremacy has probably done potentially a better job of just getting 2 hills and trying to get that control. You even think back to that Turbine. Supremacy, yeah, there were 2 guys for LG in it, but they kind of walked through. but they've done a good job of kind of having an opportunity of getting that full 4-man setup. They just haven't been able to hold. So the opportunities have been there. They just haven't been able to close the deal. Still, though, again, very close game between these two teams. First set of rotations have come in, and about the same story as it was before. About 30 points separate them.
See how long Luminosity can keep the lead going. Supremacy, though, slowly but surely getting back into this one. Hot on the heels. On to the next set of rotations. Got Poison Red trying to defend here up against Luminosity on the attack. Big kills there from Slack. He picked up 2. Slack just continuing the run. He's on 3. He's on a 3-kill streak right now. Make it a 4. Almost gets the 5th as well, but he won't be able to do that there. Vortex finally getting the better of him. Still, Classic holding on where he can. 124 to 85 now. Luminosity looking a little stronger on this second rotation. Streaks, as far as we've seen, it's a lot of Scarabs. No one's quite made it the way to the Trinity yet, but again, plenty to play for here in the second rotation.
Yeah, nothing monumental so far. It's just gunfight on gunfight. You can see that reflecting in the score. LG, that's what they're known for. That's their skill. And you can have kind of slow starts out of Saints and Octane. They're not doing anything too overwhelming, but Slack, who got off to that nice 4-0 start, he's been pretty consistent throughout. Classic, of course, we saw how good his shots early were on that Hanger Hill with that ERAD. He's kind of trying to continue that as much as possible. But again, similar situation, what we've seen about 3 different times now, I think. Supremacy. They have the early control of the hill. They have the setup, but how long can they hold it for? Tony J's, he's going to have a couple seconds before he's just going to get bombarded by players. Doesn't even win that first gunfight. And now Supremacy's forced with, well, now we have to break into LG setup, and that's not a thing that many teams can do.
No, this doesn't look good from the ready. You can see quite well spread across the map. We've got players on top attacking in and out. It looks like Moles is on top as well. He's actually just been brought down. This is Octane watching the back end. Scarab going out there, doesn't manage to find its target, but that was going to do a little bit of damage. Here comes the push. FTL play from one of the members of Supremacy. Does get brought down straight away though. So Vortex, he managed to get in there. He used it quite quickly. Not able to get the opening kills there. So still, Luminosity hanging on tight here. Turbine has been all theirs. Tony J's unfortunately cut down there by Octane with that chest level cover. I mean, really, I've got to hand it to the French. They haven't given in yet. Typically, they surrender by this point, but chance that things are going okay. They're still in this one. 173 to 113 is nothing to sneeze at. But it's a heavy, heavy hill to climb against Luminosity.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest problem for them right now is just their inability to kind of hold on to these hills when they get the setups, which they might have an opportunity to do here on Hanger. But even more so about that, they don't quite have the aggression. Over back there on Elbow, we saw Tony J's picked up a kill. His teammate FTL's in front to turn players around, and there's no follow-up. Tony J's, he's one shot, doesn't have the confidence to challenge. Meanwhile, you watch Luminosity play, they're full speed ahead. They're just flying at you, no regard for their lives, trusting themselves in their gun skill to pick up the huge kills when they need. And again, similar situation as before. Yes, Supremacy, they're in the right spots. Their positioning is good. They do okay on the gunfight front, but they just ultimately cannot keep up with the speed of LG.
Yeah, speaking of speed, Slacked particularly, his movement has been absolutely paramount so far. He's picking up kills. You keep calling him. He's coming in from angles that the players on Supremacy, they've just got no idea where he's coming from. Final 30 points now remaining for Luminosity here in game number 1, and as you can see, it's looking a very blue affair so far. This is Octane looking at that for last few points. We got Hanger's going to rotate soon. Big kill there, managing to bring on Vortex. Classic gets the player in the back end as well. Easy though with the 2-piece there. Wonderful work with the E-Red there from the young Frenchman. Still, slaying aplenty for the guys in blue. Supremacy looking a little weaker here. Final 10 points now, Chance. And as you said, this is top 1 against top 40. Are we going to see many crazy upsets? Who knows?
Well, either way, I don't think the upset's going to happen in this game number 1. Again, LG, they are the best hardpoint team in the world, at least statistically so. And of course, they put themselves in a position where they can just burn payloads. They can play however aggressive they want. They can throw away the next 2 hills, I think, pretty much entirely, and they still are going to have the advantage and be closer to the win. And now, of course, just 1 more point away, and they're going to be able to come out on top. So the French, they're trying to fly in, but it is not going to be enough. A game that was once just decided by about 30 points turns into about 130.
Wonderful work there from LG, opening things off very, very strong there. Hardpoint, again, to be expected. Let's face it, they're fantastic players. Extremely skilled work there in Hardpoint. And look, we're not too shocked as far as, the performance goes from the French guys. The top 40 versus top 1, we've said it 3 or 4 times now already in the cast, and I think it's going to be the storyline going into this one. Bryce, he actually said himself, he gave me the best piece of intel on this one you could possibly get. North America's leading the scene so far in terms of, who's got the highest skill cap. UK follows that one. Apex in there somewhere. The French are kind of coming in dead last. And that's just what, that's what, from Bryce's mouth first. But yeah, look, game number 2, S&D. How do you place the French in this one, Charles?
Well, I will say LG, S&D by far their worst game mode. The problem for Supremacy is they're still really good at it. I think overall they kind of have like a 50-50 split, but that's because when they started the year off, they were atrocious at Search and Destroy. I mean, they could not buy a win, and that's when they were getting those top 8, top 6 places. That's when they couldn't win S&D, but their respawns were good enough to carry them to that top level. They ended up fixing that for a while, and when their S&D was crisp, that's when they were either, beating Splice to get that #1 spot, winning at Anaheim, or falling at #2, and then even in playoffs, they weren't great on it, and they still get top 4. So, I mean, this is obviously a team that's going to be fantastic, obviously going to be a contender. But again, Hardpoint, I think we have the box scores for you, and you're going to see it was close for a minute, and then pretty much all the other hills came into play, and LG was like, yeah, it's no big deal. We got this.
Yeah, they certainly had a whole another gear, a whole different beast was found there. You can see particularly on the Turbine scores and Hangar as well, they're well past double digits on those guys. So they're over twice the score. And again, it shows in the kills department as well. Generally, as far as, the kills went all in the favor of Classic. He was absolutely slaying. Slacked as well went really huge. Classic particularly, they see 22 kills, 1.83 KD. I mean, that's fantastic. Still getting 64 seconds of hill time as well, so he's doing work for his team. I mean, wonderful work there. If you're not getting the kills, you're not really going to be able to buy that space for your team, and it was important to see that for the boys on LG. We expected nothing less.
Yeah, and I think a key point again, not only LG, superior gun skill, probably superior teamwork as well. The aggression, though. The aggression on Hardpoint was absolutely key. Again, I'm going to go back to that situation. Tony Jays, he gets a kill. He's weak over by elbow, trying to push in that Turbine hill. His player FTLs to force the LG players to turn and look at him. And Tony Jays, there's just no follow-up. There's so many situations like that. Malls on that bridge Hardpoint. He's throwing down trophy systems, waiting for the cover. Meanwhile, no grenades are being thrown. The players are flying over, just killing everyone on your team. It's just situations like that where I don't know what kind of scrim practice they get. I know they weren't a part of that EU LAN that kind of happened, so I don't know the teams they're playing against in France. They're not going to be up to par and up to the speed of LG, and I think that's shown through. Of course, Search and Destroy, a lot of different ways you can play it. You can have a lot more success playing slower, so there's always hope.
There's also the degree of unpredictability that I feel always seems to roll round at Champs time. I mean, let's face it, a lot of these teams don't ever get to compete against one another. I mean, this is a perfect example of it. All we know, the players on Supremacy might be able to pull a couple of tricky things out here now, that unpredictability that may work in their favor. But again, I feel like against a team like Luminosity, you're going to be able to pull the wool over their eyes maybe once or twice, but that's not enough to win you a series against them. So still, the French, they've got a mountain to climb. Let's see if they get their boots on. Get stuck into this one. I mean, Chance, LG, how's it? I mean, let's face it, you're here. You're here all the time. What's LG's S&D game like, in terms of the rest of the North American region?
I actually spoke to Slack about this a while back. This is when they were in their downward trend of Search and Destroy where they couldn't win. And I asked him, I was like, all right, coming to this event, like, what have you guys done? And he was like, look, man, Search and Destroy in this game, you stick 4 men together, you fly at them, you win the gunfights. It's not that complicated. So that's their entire, idea behind it. They're like, we're going to win the gunfights, we're going to run at you together, and we're going to kill all of you. And now you see 3 blue arrows on the minimap all together, all flying at this last player, and it's that 3v1 situation. So easy. There was no time wasted. He gets the kill. He's got 2 players right behind him. Frankly, he's too weak. He actually finishes the kill. He knows the player's behind him. So I guess there's hope. He's going for it as well, and he's going to finish it. So that worked out phenomenally in the end. I guess LG got a little bit too aggressive for their own good, and that's got to be a massive confidence boost, right, to pull off a 1v3 clutch round 1.
Easy. What more can you say? I mean, look at the positioning, though. It was a 3v1 situation, and using the bend, he managed to isolate those fights and somehow managed to walk away with that one. Wow, if that's how you want to start the match off, I'm game, man. Let's go. Easy, 3-0, managing to turn that one around for his team. Let's see how Luminosity respond now on the offense. Classic with bomb in hand. They're going to be charging this one forward. Well, oh, that was a snipe, actually, from Tony Jays. He whiffed it pretty heavily, but still. Nice to see the French, not too phased so far by the North American competitors.
Well, now it's an interesting situation as well, right? Because LG, they push up on the B bomb side, but they know if they peek out, they have to deal with the sniper. But unfortunately for Tony Jays, if he doesn't hit the shot, what more can you really expect? Of course, that bomb does go down, but the kill is going in favor of Supremacy. They're looking good. Of course, Tony Jays, he only has that EMC in hand, so it's going to be difficult. It gets evened up to a 2v2. LG in a decent spot. Tony Jays has to make something happen. It's not going to be the case, and that's a round loss. That is the downside of the sniper. Even if you have the man advantage, that EMC just isn't enough.
Well, you have to give it to Luminosity as well. Their positioning, they managed to eliminate the sniper from play by putting themselves, completely out of that line of sight. Once the bomb went down, which was a miraculous play, it was wonderful work there to eliminate the sniper, force him into that close close range engagement that he didn't want to be in. You know, EMC, he's bringing a toothpick to a dinner plate. You know, it really wasn't the necessary tool there. And here we go. Still 1-1 so far for these players. Supremacy vs Luminosity. First round was an absolute blinder. Definitely going to be in the highlight reels, I feel.
I mean, you'd have to imagine, but at the same time, that's still a round win that LG should have won incredibly comfortably. They had the huge advantage. They just threw it away with a bad situation. They did a pretty rough job of grouping up. This is a situation where they were able to win all the gunfights last time. This time, it's actually going to get traded out to a 2 versus 2. Still, though, it is going to be easy in a relatively similar position he was in last time. Mauls has the ERAD. This is the gun he wants, but still, that bomb is down. Slack's going to challenge with no regard. Both players coming over and okay, he'll take him. If you're going to fly at him, I guess, just like that, especially with Easy kind of in that backline covering with the NV4. I mean, you got to expect these are gunfights he can just win.
Yeah, I mean, Mauls, great work there. I mean, you can't take away the skill. The shots were made, but I feel like Luminosity, they're holding hands, right? You said they're going to jump in together, they're going to fly at the same guy, but they have to do it at the same time. That's not an efficient trade because, you know, for a start, they sent one in, even if it's a second after one another. They had no way of hitting the shots. They had no way of taking care of the kill. Timing's off.
Well, not only that, I think Search and Destroy might actually be this team's downfall. So we spoke earlier about how their strategy is take 4 guys, send them, fly at the other team, win the gunfights. But situations like that, it kind of shows like they're not inexperienced with Search and Destroy, but their lack of ability to kind of play the game mode as it is. Instead of playing it as like Search and Destroy, they're playing TDM. They have the bomb down there on defense, and instead of playing around that at all, they just say, hey, let's just fly at them and like see what happens. It's great to have that confidence and trust yourselves, but obviously there can definitely be situations where you play it a little bit smarter. We might see this as, you know, the game goes on. Either way, classic First Blood.
Yeah, LG have played this one really slow, and as you can see, it's paying off them already. Supremacy down by 2 so far. Vortex just used his FTL. He did get brought down quickly there, so Easy's managed to get 2 out of this, tie things up. It's now 2 on 2. It's a big rotation here from Slack. He's going to be going back towards the B-bomb site. I like the play, though. You can see on your mini-map, Supremacy, they haven't caught on just yet, but any second now, they're going to catch wind of this and have to make a move. As you can see, Easy now, he's creeping in ever so close, but they haven't caught onto this. The French have been completely hoodwinked here, and Luminosity have got the bomb down, and now they're going to be in stronger positions. So Easy from behind gets 1v1 scenario classic against Tony J's.
Well, Tony J's, that bomb is down. He knows the players in back garage, but he has to push them as well. They spotted each other. Classic, though, he just needs to waste time, bait this out as long as possible. There is a wall run. He can stop garage, but the Shadow's going to get spotted. Tony J should know, but he doesn't even react quick enough. I think he might have second-guessed himself, took a little bit too long to snap, and Classic's going to be able to win that gunfight. And again, that's just the confidence there. Despite the fact that the Shadow got him spotted, still wins the gunfight, and he only took 2 bullets for the cause.
Still, Tony J's trying to keep it close. 2-all now. This is a treat, Chance. I didn't think the S&D was going to be any good. I am all smiles here. Speaking of smiles, Easy's got his camo. We'll see if that one comes into play soon. All of Luminosity actually not too far off of their payloads, except for Octane. But regardless, we'll see how this one goes. In 2-2. Well, the boys in red on offense now. The French attacking. Nades out. Heavy tags. Big, perfect read here from all of Luminosity. They managed to pick the play, but they haven't been able to get the kills out of this one. Tony J's still going good. Octane was the first player in Luminosity to drop.
I don't know what just shot Easy, but he had like 6 hit markers that hit him with something, and he stayed alive. He gets the first kill, follows it up and gets the second, so he is just cruising right along. This man is seemingly unkillable. He's 10-2. He is chilling. He's got the camo. Frankly, I would burn the camo now, because at this rate, he's going to earn a second one.
Yeah, he's got a second one before they win another 3 rounds. Still, wonderful work there from the French. Can't take a thing away from them so far. We gave him a little bit of stiff talk in there before this one going in. We keep saying top 40. We keep saying it. It's because it's the truth. But right now they're playing like a world-class team. Things are going well for them. Can Luminosity answer back now on the offense? Easy though. Superb picks in that last round. I'm hoping for a little bit more this one.
Well, and just again, for the record, I wasn't kidding. I really do think Easy should invest this payload as soon as possible because he actually is on pace to get a second one, and that could be huge. If you can get those early wins and kind of move that round up even further, make it more difficult on the opponent, it's going to be great. Vortex, from the perspective of the death cams, essentially, he just goes and picks up 4. That's cruising. I can't believe he's able to do that with an ERAD. Getting the first 2 is enough on its own, but he forces that third gunfight as well. Wasn't even weak. He just wins it. He gets 3. Supremacy's looking great.
That's the sort of weird unpredictability. The French, he made the play round Dozer. He was so deep on defense. LG thought they had space to work with, and they found themselves in a really nasty place. Vortex doing the work there. He's going 5 and 6 right now. Still easy. Going huge. This is Supremacy on offense. They're now 4-2. That's 2 rounds in a row. I've got high hopes now. Let's see how this one opens up, though, because you can see Luminosity are quite spread across the map, whereas we've got a much heavier weight towards B on the side of Supremacy. Vortex with the first blood there in Classic. Tony J's now coming in from behind. This is going to be an interesting play. Vortex a little bit further back there. As you can see, the rotation's not exactly working out for them. With that one player down, the Luminosity, they're working at a huge disadvantage. They've still got 3 men spread across the map. They've got a player down at A who's not really going to do too much. Saints, though, as he cuts across mid-map, he might be able to find something here. Slack, tiny bit of information there, but maybe not enough. Let's see how the boys in blue play retake it.
I mean, this is ultimately almost a guaranteed round win for Supremacy, unless they just go out of their way to throw it away. You see Mauls and a teammate both flanking around mid-map to get the cleanup kill. Saints is by himself. He's got way too many players in front of him to deal with. And again, that's the situation. LG, we said their original strat was just to stick 4 men together. What happens that round? One player just gets picked off mid-map, and no one's even remotely close to being there for the trade. So you talked about how these different regions might kind of bring in different strategies, pull something out of the bag. They seem to be catching Luminosity completely off guard. Again, just that 3-piece from Vortex 2 rounds ago. That's insane. A player should never be able to do that, especially not to a team like LG, but they're searching to destroy. Again, it's been their downfall in the past, and it is looking rough for them early on here at Champs.
We're on a map point now for Supremacy, looking to tie things up in the series. Again, it's amazing to see. Single choice you make. Had Supremacy been a little bit more aggressive there, that round could have been totally different. Still though, 2 payloads at the ready for Supremacy, and Maul's not far away from his as well. Saints the only one ready to go on Luminosity. Here we go. Looks like the bomb managed to get in there. Easy over the top, gets Classic. There is a trade though. Octane managed to take down Tony J's. Bomb's going to be going down there. So that's a bomb site planted, and there's a little bit of back and forth here between 2 teams. It looks like Vortex is he's sort of cut off. He's on his own there. Octane takes down Maul's in the background, so that's 2v3 right now. Luminosity with the man advantage. Wait a minute. Hold the phone. Is this going to pay off for the round 6? Oh, he doesn't manage to get it on the money. Supremacy. My good God. It was pixels away. What more can you ask for, man?
I honestly, to me, that's a choke for Supremacy as far as I'm concerned. So Easy might not have had all the information on all 3 players, but they did hit cell block. That's when their teammate got taken down. All he has to do is sit on the outside of that curve and just pre-aim that. Even if he falls, that's fine as long as he wastes time. Instead, he was on the inside, lets a player get up close enough to get the kill. And, of course, that's going to be round. But, frankly, even though it was a 2v3, I think Supremacy should have had that. They made the right play call. They just did not execute it as well as they could. Still, though, that being said, they're cruising right along. Easy still has his payload. Vortex has his as well. They've been getting the first bloods. Easy's going to find one. Vortex finds another. They have the payloads. This should be your game.
Yeah, here we go, Supremacy. That's the bomb going down now. Oh, it's going a little bit back and forth. Slack, though, on his own. Wonderful work from Octane on the outside. Tony J's last player alive now. This has gone from bad to worse. And there is the final kill. Supremacy. I mean, it was looking so good. It fell apart at the seams.
Yeah, famous last words. This should be your game. And then immediately 3 players just get absolutely demolished. That's the situation where those players were trying to make sure to trade out Slack to FTL'd away. And then they ran out into the pre-aim of Octane, who, from what I've heard, I haven't paid enough attention to this team, but supposedly he's a pretty good NV4 player. That might reflect in the fact that he's fully streaked out and has camo and might be single-handedly bringing his team back into this game where they were down 5-2. But hey, who knows?
Oh, was that the biggest chink in the armor of Supremacy? Tony J's once again was sniped there. He's going to be doing what he can, but look at this, fully streaked out camo. This is huge. Octane has enough ordnance to work with to get his team through this round and force it to the round 11. And here comes the Trinity. Oh, he's got it's a shooting gallery. He doesn't manage to get anything yet, but that's a ton of information. He knows exactly where the players of Supremacy are. He may be able to catch someone through the doorway here still. Not bad usage. Still got the Scorchers and the Bombardment to work with. There's the bomb down, and here we go. The play is now going to be underway. Supremacy. Easy's just popped his camo. He's in. Information garnered absolutely nothing. Win his one gunfight. He's got to find a few more. FTL came out there from Luminosity as well. It's being traded back and forth. 2 dead for Luminosity. Octane, though, in the back. Staying alive. Camo play from Octane now. He's making his way on through. This is a huge possibility. 1 player left for Supremacy. It's all on Mauls. And there we go. Round 11. Chance, we called it. Luminosity, they had all the tools to work with. And now they've pushed it to round 11. Are we going to see the French crumble here?
Well, here's what you're going to want to do, right? If you're in a situation where you have the Scorchers in your back pocket, you're going to want to play for them. So if you're LG, you want to triple stack that A bomb site, and if they go to B, you have the Scorchers to fill yourself in. So you let 1 player watch mid-map, you triple stack A and make sure to not give up that plant so you can use the streaks. Again, the Scorchers are in his back pocket. Octane has them, but you don't want to give up the Planet A. It seems like they are, though. Supremacy, excuse me, just needs to recognize this, get the bomb down.
Oh, this is huge. Classic coming in from behind showers. They've picked up enough of a scent. They know exactly where the French are, and they're about to make their move. There's a potential pinch happening as well. We've got Slack on the outside watching the wall run. Tony Jace has backed her up. There's the Scorchers. Octane now is coming in from above. He takes care of Vortex. Now, one player dead for Supremacy. See how this one goes. Tony Jace still trying to stay alive, as you can see. 5-5. This is round 11. Vortex, the only player to be dropped so far for Supremacy. Moles holding on. They haven't relinquished control of the bomb site. They're still sitting there on B. Trying not to let anything go. And here comes Tony Jace. What a play! He manages to get 2. Moles takes care of Classic as well. It's now 2v2. Tony Jace goes down. It's now all on Moles. And it's all going to come down to that Luminosity. What a remarkable comeback. Chance, you called it in, was it 2 rounds ago? You thought, the French have just blown this one. And little did we know, you were absolutely right.
I mean, it's heartbreaking in the fashion they fall as well. I mean, I don't even think they get to use that reactive at the end. It's a situation where you know the opponent has streaks, right? I'd assume at some point they're able to watch kind of in the death cam. He's going to have those Scorchers. They get caught out by A. They just needed to turtle up inside. They felt the pressure, and they turned and hit the wall run. And I think one player died, and the players were forced out of position. They give up all the control they had. Instead of just getting the bomb down and kind of holding still, they kind of fell apart. And then they turned that into a situation that they could have won. Didn't get the reactive off in time. Just those small things. Again, LG, they've been here at a big stage like this many, many times. They are incredibly clutch players. Despite the failings I think they might have as a team in Search and Destroy, which are minor, individually, they're fantastic. Obviously can clutch, which they did just there, winning that round 11. And now the question is, Supremacy, that top 40 team, do you think they can make the reverse sweep against LG?
I think a reverse sweep could be on the cards, but we will have to find out after this quick commercial break. We need a break. The French need a break. We'll see you after this.
Call of Duty Champs 2017 presented by the PS4. Of course, I'm Chance, joined here by the ever so lovely Miles. And of course, we have LG and Supremacy, who's honestly, that game too was surprising enough that like we couldn't even speak about it for like a solid like 2 rounds. It just seemed like we weren't even there. That's how taken aback we were by the performance. Of course, though, LG clutches up in the end.
What can you say? The French, they were looking strong, but they kind of threw that one away. Regardless, a very, very exciting series to watch so far. We've got one more game for you guys. Probably going to be the last one we're going to be seeing here so far because, as you can tell, LG, top 1 up against a top 40 team. It's a little open and shut, but the French have done nothing but win our hearts so far. And here we go in an uplink of throwback. This is going to be the final chapter in match number 2. I have a feeling. This caster is somewhat biased after the performance that LG have put on so far, but I could be wrong.
No, you're not. This is LG's best uplink map, I believe, as well. So, again, it's a situation where if it's first match of the day, first match of champs, maybe LG starts out a little bit slow, and so they only have like a 30-point lead in that hard point. But then once the ball gets rolling a little bit, then they win by 130. And then kind of, I guess, a similar situation in Search and Destroy. They should not have lost that round 1 where Easy clutched up a pretty massive 1v3. So they should have had the lead early on, but that obviously was not the case. But LG comes back in that one too. So maybe slow start, strong finish is just going to be the case for them this series.
Octane, I don't remember the last time I saw his feet hit the ground before he got a couple of those kills. Slack now already up and away. That's a great throw. And that's going to be 1 point there on the board for Luminosity. Now, I'd be interested to know, depending on how confident Luminosity are feeling, I want to see, what they're taking for the streaks. We haven't seen any Wardens. There's no Thors on the field, so, LG really want to close this one up. It's strictly business. We're at COD Champs now. There's no room for error. They may be up 2-0 in the series so far, but they don't want to be taking anyone lightly whatsoever. And so far, they're not. The Slays have been very clean from Luminosity. Saints somehow hitting that one on the hip fire. What the hell was that? Even 1 bullet.
Yeah, I don't know, but they're already outslaying their opponent by like 8 kills, and we're less than a minute into it, and this is going to be a 2-point play where they're going to go up 3-0, and they're continuing to get the kills as well. They're forcing their opponent to spawn out. Now, I guess you could make the argument that Supremacy is going to be quicker to the drone, or it's going to be roughly a 50-50 split, so there's potential for that counter score, but they got to win the gunfights, and Octane, he's pretty good at that, winning those gunfights. He's going to be able to pick up 2. He's sitting at 8-2. Took 3 players to shut him down, but at the very least, LG going to go for that another nice 1-point shot. There's not even a player attempting to go for that interception.
Yeah, no chance in hell there. Slack continuing to run. Just managed to get his Scarab. Will be taken down eventually, though. But this is finally a bit of a chance for Supremacy. They've got a little bit of space to work with. They've got to find a way out of this very dangerous trap set by Luminosity, and Octane still making that drone go forward. And is this another 1 point? There is the interception. Thank you. Thank you for stopping that one. That was wonderful work there from Tony Jays. Not too late.
I mean, yeah, if enough things go wrong, eventually just by like the nature of karma, idea, not the person, not the player. Eventually something is going to go right, so they did get 1 interception. Of course, though, they're down 4-0, and we're only 2 minutes into the game, so, with every positive, there is going to be a negative. Everything's balanced out, and it looks like LG, they're going to be poised to get more points on the board. Saints does fall, but a lot of players are there in the gunfights. They're getting traded, but still that last player alive, Octane, gets the dunk in. Classic watching over him as well. So even when things get a little bit weird, that just results in a 2-point play for LG.
My goodness gracious. Classic absolutely tearing his way through Supremacy. Now making that far forward play. Is anyone in position to grab that one? No, but we are going to see Supremacy back into it. They managed to get off spawn. Can get just past barn. That'd be ideal for them right now. But you can see the ruthless aggression. Classic there getting 2. Is going to be taken down there. As you can see, mid-map control still all blue. I don't think we've seen anybody from Supremacy make their way across the halfway point. I mean, unless it was by accident. Unless they got a lucky spawn, out in field. But really, so far, it's been extremely dominant from Luminosity.
Yeah, I mean, it can be a little bit tough to try and keep track of exactly how much you're outslaying your opponent by. I think right now, LG is up about 17 or 18 kills. In that ballpark, I mean, the player that's quote-unquote doing the worst is up by 3, and they actually have 2 players that are combined +6. And those are the players that aren't doing enough. It's an 8-0 lead. We're 3 minutes and 10 seconds into this first half. Yeah, no, I don't know. It's looking rough.
Yeah, it's looking very rough already. Supremacy, though, still not letting this one go down easy for the boys in Luminosity. FTO player there from Vortex, trying to stay alive. Classic, though, sitting here. Top food he's going to be doing still a ton of work. As you can see, I mean, Chance, you called it already. It's been massive kill. There's a disparity between kills from Supremacy and Luminosity already is tremendous. And the slays just keep on happening. And here comes another potential 2-point play. Slack is going to be able to dunk that one. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. It could well be, 15-16-0 before that first half ends. They've got 1 minute and 15 left. And Supremacy, they've just not shown up so far. They've got no answer for the mighty Luminosity.
Yeah, I mean, as much fun as casting this game is, I think I'm going to try and spice it up a bit for myself and kind of keep you guys updated every time you hear me talk of how many kills LG is outslaying their opponent by. I think right now we're around 24 kills, give or take 1 or 2, of just how many more LG has than their opponent.
And you see the play execution as well, extremely clear, despite the fact that we had 3 members of Supremacy over by the uplink skull there. That 1 point still managed to make its way through. Regardless, and here we come, back into the fray. Saints once more into the breach, and here we are, still continuing the run. Kills are plenty, again, slaying like non-stop. Octane now is going to be hitting the overdrive, he's going to be going way through the back end, and it looks like no one in position to stop him. The kills have been timed perfectly, and Octane is going to dunk that one almost, getting away with his life as well.
Yeah, and now I think LG is about plus 26 now that Slack gets that kill on board up in kills. And of course, 13-0, up 26 kills. Half of that is going to be your points. They're looking pretty good so far. And of course, the payloads are going to follow as well. You saw the overdrive gets used. FDL still in the back pocket of Slack. I don't know when you want to use it. Pretty much whenever, I guess. It's not ultimately a big deal. And you see, tries to get fancy with it, but still passes it to his teammate. And you see that's actually going to cost them absolutely nothing because they still get a point on board, but I guess 3 fell at the end. So Supremacy putting up some kills towards the end there.
Well, here we are, the halftime whistle blown, 15 to nada. Again, Luminosity, cannot be said enough. Skill of those 4 players, monumentous, extremely consistent placements here in the North American scene. A couple of big event wins, ton of cash in the bank. You cannot be disappointed if you're a Luminosity fan. Supremacy on the other side of the board. They're just happy to be here.
Yeah, I mean, happy is probably not the word I would use, but either way, we're going to continue this for another 5 minutes. If there's any kids at home, if you need to look away, we understand. Beatdowns can be violent at times, but still a lot of good things going. There's a nade kill. That's, you know, mixing things up a little bit, but still, again, it's just going to be nothing but blue on the left side of that kill feed. We have no reason to believe otherwise.
Still, the one major takeaway for Supremacy from this one so far is that Group D, there's still plenty to play for. You know, they've got a stacked group. It's not easy to get out of it one, but playing Luminosity first could be a blessing in disguise. You go up against arguably the toughest opponent in the tournament, you know, at least top 2. And then after this, everybody seems a little bit easier. No one is quite as dominant as you felt they were going into this one because you've already taken quite a hiding by Luminosity. And this is a chance that Vortex on the offense. Is he going to make it happen? Not quite. Slack will be bringing him down as well. And the back end Saints doing work as well. So regardless, the boys in blue. Oh, hold on a minute. Hold the phone. It was a potential 1 point play, but nothing was going to be found there. Still 15 to 0.
Yeah, there was a moment of hope right there, but I think LG right now is about up plus 30 in kills, right around that margin at the very least. But again, you do bring up actually a pretty good point. That's something we're talking about is the fact that Supremacy, this might be the best team they face all tournament. This might be the team that wins the entirety of champs. This is certainly one of the best teams we have seen all year. And LG, they have a very high skill ceiling as well. When all 4 players are at their best, they might very well be the best team in the game. I think the only team that could really contend with them if all players are at their peaks is definitely going to be Optic Gaming. But still, from here, Supremacy, they just need to get those other 2 full play wins on board. This is the best practice you could possibly get, especially on that LAN environment.
Every match is a learning experience, and certainly you can be said that Supremacy will be walking away with a PhD in a bit of a pounding here so far, but that's certainly something they can carry onwards into the rest of the competition. It is only day 1, still plenty to play for here, and Vortex may be able to get himself on the board with a 2-point dunk. Found a window, and he certainly climbed on through. Hide your kids, hide your wife. Luminosity's back on the offense.
And you can actually kind of see reflected in the kills. Well, not the kills at the moment, but at least the totals. I think LG fell to only about positive 23 or 24. Again, they did hit about that 30 margin. So Supremacy doing a decent job of turning things around on this second side, but still they get 2 points. And it's a situation, obviously 2.5 minutes left. You're down by 13. That's 7 possession game. It's already getting very, very close to being essentially mathematically impossible, right? Because it does take at least a couple seconds to grab that drone and move it forward. So again, obviously, an impossible road.
Still, impossible is only that until you accomplish it, I suppose, until you nail it. Still, Supremacy, it's been a rough run so far, but I think they'll be very pleased with their performance after this one. Even managing to get a dunk out of this was something that neither of us saw, and they've got to be happy with. Still, kills on the board. Nobody on Luminosity is even close to a negative, except for Octane actually, who's kind of dropped off. He's got 6 points to his name, but he's managed to just go 18 to 17. But really, these numbers don't matter too much at the moment. Still, Luminosity have been held in place here at top tickets for some time. They haven't been able to get the space they need. This could be a chance to get on out of this one. Octane's still drone in hand. He's got his players doing what they can down low. He's just waiting for the beatdown. Vortex walks right into that one.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's necessarily them being held in place or if it's Octane saying, hey, I wonder how many beatdowns I can get before this game ends. Because he was sitting in that corner for a solid, 45 seconds. Now he makes his move, and he just ran past 2 players almost. They just weren't prepared. He was hanging out for a very long time. That was probably the most stagnant moment I've ever seen on Throwback Uplink for like any teams ever playing, where you see Octane and his friend just staring at each other, sitting in corners, just kind of waiting for stuff to happen. Solid 15 seconds, and of course, now that the speed kind of picks back up a little bit, LG, well, at that pace, you see Octane gets 3. Back to that sort of same old, what we've come to expect out of LG.
Octane almost managed to pick up a couple of wild hip-fire kills there, and as you can see, Supremacy now answering back with defensive plays. Classic does get dropped there from Easy. Easy having a wonderful series so far. I'm very excited to see where Supremacy go with him at the helm, particularly in S&D for the rest of the competition. This is Mauls and Easy now trying to make their way forward. Not too far away from Camo. Easy will be dropped. The boys in blue now vying for control of mid once again. Alt Camo play there from Classic, and he is going to be tagged from behind Vortex. He found something, but he couldn't quite seal the deal there, and in the end, he's going to be taken down there. Boys in blue still on defense. Mauls with the overdrive play. He's going to be able to get this one through. He bought himself a wonderful bit of space there. A little bit of dipsy doodling in and about the barn, and he is going to be getting a second dunk, but it is all too late, as it is 15-4 here in the final 10 seconds. Chance, not too surprised, are we?
No, I mean, don't get me wrong. It's always nice when we get to see players kind of dipsy doodle the way around the map. Of course, though, LG, again, best hardpoint team in the game. One of the best, if not the best, respawn overall teams in the game. And that's, of course, going to be reflected in that scoreline. Searching to Shoy, there was a lot of hope there for Supremacy. They looked pretty solid. Certainly very many signs of life in that game mode. But at this point, it just begs the question, one, how far can LG go throughout champs? Obviously, people are going to have very high expectations for them. And then Supremacy, what are their odds of getting out of the pools? Of course, questions we're going to try and answer throughout the week, but I don't know, Miles, any particular thoughts on the matter?
Well, just more than anything, happily surprised by how the French performed in the S&D games. You know, they seem to have all the guts and all the vigor they needed to get through this one, especially against such an incredibly talented team. Kind of fell apart at the seams here and there. There was a few mistakes made, and I think they're certainly going to be having a discussion in the corridor after this one. You know, a little sit down and make sure that they don't have those things come up again. Yeah,
and again, ultimately, as we kind of recap this series for you, the hard point, the score doesn't reflect it. The first half of this game was very close. Supremacy did a pretty solid job on all the hills. The rotations were good. The positionings were good. They just had a very difficult time of holding all the hard points they got setups for. LG was just kind of breaking with ease. And then there was just that huge turning point around the halfway mark where LG just completely took off with it. So again, they were, you know, up by 20 or 30 for the majority, and then they finished up 130. It got pretty ridiculous pretty fast, and of course off the backbone of Classic with that nice little 1.83 KD.
Nice little 1.83 KD makes a world of difference, especially on a hardpoint. Again, one of the best respawn game teams in the world, going up against a team that weren't exactly ready for that kind of ferocious gameplay. Let's have a look at the S&D though. Now this is where I get all tingly. I was real excited by this one. Supremacy, that first round was a joy to watch. Easy getting the reverse on it was a 3-in-1 situation. He put himself in the right place, and Luminosity kind of just gave it to him.
And I think that shows actually as well. Top 32 teams in the world. These players, every single player here, very, very talented. So despite the fact that they ended up getting smoked in the respawns, Easy, you get a moment to watch him just kind of work and search and destroy. Perfect movement, perfect reads on the opponent. He clutches the 1v3 against an incredibly talented team. So you know it's there. I think ultimately it came down to, especially in the hard point of the uplink, the speed that just LG is playing at. It is just a lot to handle. And then, of course, as we delve further and further into Search and Destroy, just a huge clutch factor. Yes, Easy had the 1v3, but LG, how many rounds were they just like fighting tooth and nail, win in the end, including that round 11? There's just a lot at play.
That was the thing. They managed to get those round 11 wins, but it was 4 in a row for the guys on Luminosity. The final map in the series was going to be the uplink, and let's face it, it was a little bit mean. It was a kind of a... It was a battered and bruised Supremacy by the end of that one, and it was the first half where all the action went down. I mean, that was pretty much it. It was 15-0, or it was 14-0 at the end of the first half, and they managed to get one after that. It was pretty wild.
Honestly, I didn't even really pay much attention to the fact that LG didn't score in the second half. I do want to highlight that there was a moment where they were just kind of hanging out over in top ticket for, 30, 45 seconds, just trying to get some beat-down kills. So they were having fun with it, I guess, not necessarily putting the pedal to the metal. I don't know if you guys have metal down in Australia, but...
yes.
I don't know, man.
I don't know what they say. I don't know what they'd say to be like, to let's go as fast as we can in this automobile. I've got no idea what they would be saying. Somebody please tweet me that, because I do need to know that kind of Australian parlance. Guys, it's been a joy from Chance and myself, but that is going to be all she wrote for match number 2 here at COD Champs, presented by PlayStation 4. We're going to be having a quick commercial break, and afterwards, guess what? It's more Call of Duty.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty World Championship 2017, presented by PS4. We are live on Bravo Stream, ready to get another game underway. My name is Bryce, and joining me for this one, the Australian phenom himself, is of course Miles Ross.
I'm technically not Australian, Bryce, but thank you.
I know, that just makes you better.
That's a title I will wear with pride. I feel like this is the hairiest combination possible.
It is,
this
but
weekend.
I think you actually just outdo me in just pure hair.
Pure hair. There's more hair on my head than your
Do you know,
entire
I figured out
body.
what I need to grow a beard that looks like your hair, and then our heads will look identical if I flipped it upside down. Like if your head was upside down, it would look like this mess. That's exactly what it would be like.
I think there's a Photoshop opportunity in there for someone. But aside the fact that we have got a spectacular game for you coming up here, guys, FaZe versus Allegiance. I've been looking forward to this one all day. This has been the highlight of my day so far. I mean, don't get me wrong, Supremacy versus LG was great. It was fun.
It was okay.
Echo Fox, it was fun.
It was okay.
It was okay.
We knew how that one was going to go. Don't lie to the people, Miles.
Not lying to anyone. It was still a bit of fun, but this is really going to be the goodie. I'm keen to get into this one, right?
All right, me too as well here. This should definitely be closer. Of course, FaZe still have the favourites coming into it against Allegiance. We can't really sugarcoat that truth any more than it is, but this certainly shouldn't be a blowout. We expect at least Allegiance to be able to go toe-to-toe with them. Whether or not the quality of FaZe shines out in the end is something that we'll be keeping a close eye on. But of course, we move into the hard point, and this is actually my favourite hard point map.
Why, Bryce? Tell me why.
Because I'm not massively terrible at it, that's why.
It's usually, it's like, well, this is the one that I tend to run quite well online. Speaking of running quite well, FaZe, I love them. Don't get me wrong, I'm a big fan, but I'm not sure how well their form is looking going into this one. I've got a funny feeling that Allegiance could do something horribly upsetting and upset them. But let's see how this one goes. Bryce, we're kicking this one off. FaZe, first blood there on the points. A couple of kills, actually, no, very few kills for both sides so far, but let's see if that changes.
And they were holding down this MV4, and that's a change that we have seen come in. There's a big talked about change actually from FaZe. Him holding that one down, of course, the departure of Clayster from this squad has put a lot of people's minds to questioning how good are they going to be now. Obviously, the results before weren't that great, something they definitely expect to be a little bit better for a team that's been together this long. Is the change good enough to put this team to world champions?
Well, so far, Bryce, no. Allegiance looking pretty good. As far as the kill department go, you know, both
Question
sides.
over.
Question over. We'll put a stop on that one. Still, though, next rotation's looking pretty good so far for Allegiance. FaZe picking up that little bit of scrap time. But still, Believe actually dropped the soap there, and Zuma coming right up behind him in the prison showers. That was a real nasty start to the next hard point here.
Yeah. It's always unpleasant when someone comes up behind you in prison showers. But then we've got the teams now actually trying to equal this one up as we move into P2. Of course, Lava Pipes is one of those ones where you can spawn the opposite team now way across the other side of the map. You'll be looking, if you're spawning out on this map, to spawn Drill at the very least to give yourself a chance. But no, right now they're spawning back off Commissary, and it's just not going to go well for them. Sorry, P4.
Big fan of Enable's work on that last time. He really shots up close. We talked about his MV4 skill, and he's using it like an SMG. He's really up in the faces of Allegiance. And so far, we've just seen FaZe crack through that 50 mark point. So Bryce, again, 24 seconds-ish left on Turbine. It's looking pretty red so far. FaZe coming in clutch. I mean, you can look at the kills across the board. Zuma's on a 2 streak right now, but everyone is looking very, very even. And even the time in hard points is mostly Attach and Zuma doing the objective work. You know, but it's still kills across the board for everyone.
Yeah, and you can see exactly what I was talking about there, right? Like, if you spawn out, you can spawn all the way the opposite side of the map. FaZe ended up getting Drill spawned. It allows them to flood a little bit quicker. The worst thing about P2 is you can make the kills and spawn your own team out if you get the trade at the wrong time. The way the influencers work on this map, you get the wrong kill in the wrong position. Even if you win the trade, you can still spawn out.
Not exactly helpful. Speaking of helpful, though, Gunless. Oh, almost. That'd have been such a good kill, the call there. 3 dead immediately for FaZe there as Allegiance came a knock-in. And now we're going to see them looking pretty solid here on Hangar so far. That's Attached down low, trying to make a play happen. He's all on his lonesome right now, but if he can buy a bit more time, his teammates are on his way in. The rest of FaZe, here they come. On the slide, though, Nova gives him a big right hook and takes him down there. And finally, Attach is a complete bench there by Enable.
Such a difficult hard point to break if you can't get those spawns, and Enable can't really do anything here but try to play for some more kills, but Nova holding it down. 4 streak for him at the moment. Attach goes in, looks for a player, can't do anything, and that was pretty much a Hail Mary, right? He was just hoping for some scrap time, hoping for the 1v1, nothing else was going to come, but Nova goes for the flank, does get taken down by Enable, and FaZe are set up, ready by the drill.
Finally, a little bit more love for the FaZe side of the board. 90 now to 60 and climbing. Here comes, I believe, Scarab. We're trying to crack on through this. Could be a wonderful way to open up a play here. Starts to get through the window, tags up Enable. No kills out of that one, though. Zuma and Gunner's picking up kills as well there. Now, Nova and Believe, they're the tip of the spear for Allegiance. They've managed to make their way in. But as you can see, FaZe still getting time, still getting points. They may be down in numbers, but they're certainly up on the scoreboard.
Yeah, and they really are taking it to them here as well. Spook in a great position, tries to get the head glitch. Gunless guns him out of existence, and it is no good. Gunless is going berserk. 5 streak for him, constantly challenging, looking for that Trinity rocket as well, and it's a good thing when your camo player is going berserk. You want that camo in case you need a break. And he goes, gets another kill as well. There's the Trinity, not able to get the bombardment though.
So close. 50 points away, and it would have been an absolute treat there for Gunless. Huge kills ready for him, 11 and 6, and almost a minute of hardpoint time. Here we go, on ball with Enable. Huge tags on those members of Allegiance, but still unable to pick up these kills. The drill is just about to flip. Next hard point. Back to bridge. Second rotation now underway. 3 kills to clean that one there for Allegiance. Pushing the boys in red back on a spawn.
There we go, just waiting for the game to this mid push. Incoming Trinity they got earlier. Now this is one of the hills you really can use it on. It does help a little bit breaking in. And FaZe looks like Trinity last rocket's not going to do anything there from Gunless, but it's good enough. A reverse Trinity coming in, as it is going to be Allegiance now dropping the hammer from the sky. And neither team really able to capitalize on this. Allegiance actually taking a lot of time in that middle hill, something you don't really expect. 30 seconds left to go. They've got the first 30 seconds. Look how far they're spawning out FaZe. FaZe can't even get near middle hill. That shouldn't be happening. That's not a thing.
It's working out for Allegiance, though. They're starting to get back in this one. 20 points now separating them. We've got Spoof still on a bit of a run. He's only got 1 kill to his name so far. 2 now in this run. He is going to be dropped by Gunless there. Gunless, once again, he's just blistering skill at the stage. 3 in a row for him, 14 and 7. Most time on his team in the hard point. He's really having a bit of a screamer so far. That Trinity timing, perfect. We did see a return play from the guys on Allegiance. Again, bought a little bit of time for both sides. No one really made too much of it, but regardless of that, space gathered for both sides. And now FaZe still in the lead. Can they hold on to Hangar Pipe, to Turbine, sorry? Probably.
Gunless gets another kill there, and his teammate's actually going to pick up one behind him, so he does stay alive on this next streak. He may even end up scarabing out here if he can get into a better position, simply because he's going to wrap around. Now, it's not really, great to double tap it, but he doesn't want to die. It's more important he stays alive than use a scarab. It's just, you got to bear it in mind, and he probably bear it in mind himself. Actually, he ignores it, tries to get the Trinity, not good enough. But FaZe again here, as they go into lava pipes, are holding this down and not letting Allegiance anywhere near, right up until that break.
And here we go.
Which just made me look like a fool.
Look how I was just about to say, look how far spread Allegiance were across the entire map there. They're still getting the scrap time here, 178 to 112. We're going to see the final 10 points going into the Allegiance pockets. And after this, though, it's looking a bit mean. Battles happening up near the top of the map there. This is Nova. Getting ready for the next hard point. Shots out, not a single kill. Turbine's about to flip, and it's looking like a FaZe grab. There goes Gunless with another 2. He's unstoppable right now, Bryce. 18 and 9 on a 2 streak. Keeps it going. Spoofy's pushing up daisies now, and he's going to continue this one there. Again, Nova now the next to fall. I mean, Gunless, what can't he do?
Well, he can't miss. This seems to be the only thing he can't. But here comes the split spawn. This is the danger time. FaZe don't have those many players on the hill. Enable's gone down mid-map. The pinch is about to come in. Gunless needs to hit this one. Trying to get the second, not able to. It comes in trades both sides. Allegiance, with that pinch, managed to rip Hangar out of FaZe control. And if you were watching the mini-map there, as you should have been, you would have seen mid come through. Enable managed to die. And then 2 each side. FaZe were almost never going to win that scenario. You can't fire 2 directions at once.
McBryce, he could not come in the best time. 200 to 139 now. Allegiance, they've got a bit of a mountain to climb. They've got about 10 seconds left on Hangar now before the next flip, and the next one is going to be crucial. They can't be letting FaZe get too much time here in the business end of the game. There we go, Spoof trying to hold on, but again, it's only 2. He's only player for his team who's actually in position for this next hard point. And here we go.
Ready to go on to drill. FaZe have the rotation again. Gunless pushing it out once more. Trying to get that one as well. Now, the thing is, still got camo in his back pocket, but you don't really need to use it at this scenario. The only time he'll use it when they still have control of the hill is possibly at the very end of the game to keep control. But he won't use it before then. Or at least he shouldn't do, unless they lose control of it.
Well, Bryce, here we go. Here comes the big play. Allegiance trying to make their way through, but they're just being hit by Gunless time and time again. Spoof, he managed to get 2 there. He will be dropped by Enable. 25 and 13 for him, still sitting on point, and this is looking very, very much over for the boys of Allegiance. FaZe just a little too strong here, attached with a couple in his back pocket there. Enable's getting kills as well. Spoof trying to make his way in, but he's going to be dropped instantly.
Yeah, please just camo. End of the hill.
So hold on to it. You called it, Brycey, and it's, well, he's not made too much of it yet, but he could well do.
Well,
in a row.
enough.
Why not? 3? No. Enable finally gets it. And this is the final 10 points. FaZe opening up the first match against Allegiance rather comfortably. It was a solid start for the boys in yellow, but look, Allegiance.
Oh, they didn't actually win it on that one.
Yeah.
Not quite good enough.
Well, there's a few seconds remaining. FaZe now on
There
the
we go.
rotation, and there we go. 250.
We were too fast. Miles.
We were too fast. We were well ahead of ourselves, and we really should have been, Bryce.
No, we shouldn't. But I think you summed it up. You said it's solid, right? There was no massive thrills and spills in that game. It just looked comfortable for FaZe. It was like, oh, you know, Allegiance have done fairly well. They've got into the hill, or they've broken the hill, or they have control, and FaZe will now take advantage on this hill. And FaZe will break your hill. And you've been out-rotated.
Oh, and Gunless has got another 3-piece. Oh,
yeah,
it's
like,
just non-stop.
Gunless was probably the biggest factor there for FaZe, but at no point was I confident in Allegiance taking them over. I mean, don't get me wrong, 100-point difference is a 100-point difference, but FaZe, it was comfortable.
Yeah.
It was just like slipping into the blankets, putting your head down, like, yeah, I'm good here. This is fine for me.
It's still like DEFCON 1. Things were fine. So how that one works in 1 or 5? Like, what's the worst one? I don't know.
I don't know.
That's something.
I know 3's in the middle, if that
5's
helps.
worst. So there we go. It was certainly DEFCON 1. 5's the worst. I have a native of the United States in my ear. Thank you very much, sir. Here we go. S&D though. You know, as far as the respawn goes, I actually thought FaZe was going to blow that one out a bit quicker. I thought it was going to be a lot meaner. You know, Allegiance, they can certainly upset the rest of the series, but hardpoint for me was looking all FaZe. I'm more than anything now excited to see where the S&D goes.
Yeah, I think that would be the slip map, right? I'm not confident in the uplink. I've always said the better teams in the world against like a non-pro team, maybe Allegiance level. Uplink always seems to be decided just because the teamwork and strategy seem to come through with it. Hardpoint is just slaying, like slaying and rotations. Uplink seems to be a very much more team-orientated game. You have very coordinated pushes. S&D is a slip map now. It used to be that Uplink was a slip map. S&D is a slip map.
But we just saw we saw the Supremacy just throwing stuff at Luminosity and hoping it would stick, and occasionally it did. But you said if it's going to slip, Bryce, this is certainly the time. Yeah.
And I think this is what we're going to see. We're probably going to see a very close S&D now. I think, again, it will come down to clever payload usage right towards the end of it. We saw that in the very first match today. So, yeah, I think this is Allegiance's chance to at least put their name on the board, to at least chalk something up for themselves, take it to map 4. Hopefully you do better in a respawn, get a better respawn map for yourselves. Still going to look for FaZe, though. We said before, we expecting this not to be quite as much of a blowout, but still be heavily in FaZe favour.
It's hard not to, man. I mean, that's FaZe Clan. You know, like FaZe Up and all that stuff. Like, for real. They're a household name.
What did you just do?
I did both, just in case.
What is... Oh, right.
I was looking
I
there.
just saw you pointing like that. X-up.
Excellent.
You know Phil's brother does this.
Was
Rel
it
up.
He rails up.
That's Rel up.
Hope Rel's watching, man. This is fantastic. I
Rel
didn't know
probably
he did
is
that.
watching.
I didn't know he did that. That's
Yeah,
really
he was doing it the entire last event I worked with him. Rel up is a thing, apparently.
Oh, Bryce. We'll find something for us. There's something in there. There's something in and
Well,
amongst our
yours is doing,
fingers.
like miles up, right?
I can miles up. Oh,
That's down.
The Mind Freak guys do something which they create like a little M logo, but you know, I'm not even going to go there.
No one's seen that.
No one's seen that one. Here we go into the S&D though. Oh, this is going to be a treat. I've been looking forward to this whole series so far. Bryce has been a joy in my mind. Will it deliver here? I bloody hope so.
You've hyped it up. We've hyped up the S&D quite a lot.
We have hyped it enough. I think it's going to go. I think it's going to go great though. Again, it's a slip map, as you called it. I like the term slip map. I want to grind it out for the rest of the weekend now. And here we're seeing the boys in red on defense actually first. So Allegiance is going to be attacking this one.
Yeah.
Let's see how we go. Nova is going to be our bomb carrier for Allegiance. This is Believe now on the wall run. He's got a little bit of help from the team. Kind of slow and steady push towards B. But as you can see already, a little bit of a stalemate. It's almost perfect. They've both gone 4-4. There's a wide split across the map.
Yeah, anything that happens around showers is always a nightmare. There's so many sight lines, you just have to be so careful to check. And now as they look towards loading bay, trying to get that mid-map control, and he's trying to take him on. Spoof goes against Zuma, doesn't really get anything connecting with him, and Zuma just gives him a little wiggle and says goodbye.
And already, Believe, last match standing for Allegiance. FaZe have walked away with this one very comfortably. No unforced errors. It was all of the Allegiance basically throwing themselves at the guns of FaZe.
Yeah.
And in the end, it was going to be a very, very clean round there. Still, first round, nothing to sneeze at. We'll see how we go later on.
Again, we come back to that same word, right? Comfortable, and I'm sure the people at home were fed up by hearing it, but FaZe didn't seem bothered by that. The push from Allegiance, it wasn't that coordinated. They tried to make a few plays. We saw the mid-map by Spoof. If he'd killed Zuma, it would have opened up several lanes for them. They would have lost a lot of control FaZe, but because that didn't happen, yeah, they had control. That was it. They just had the control. There was nothing Allegiance could really do. Didn't even get a kill.
Not a single kill. Mayhem was first blood there, so we'll see if he can do a little bit more in this round. Again, similar setup, to the last round. 4-4, spread wide across the map. This is Attach on the southernmost part of the map, looking outside that wall run. Gunless now and Zuma making their way through the grave site / dozer, whatever you want to call it. There we go. Potential play here. I think they must have got a bit of information from the tag. And here we go. Gunless making the play. Enable gets the kill on Spoof in the back end. So lovely bit of 1-2 action there from the boys on FaZe.
All right, now spiral control, very important. And they're looking to try and push here. This is always a nightmare to push through onto B.
Still Gunless making his way forward. He's going to be doing what he can to make this one work. This is Attached sitting by Showers as well, and Spoof, the only player who's been dropped so far in the game. Attached though, great kill there on Nova. This is going to open things up. Bomb's going to be going down straight away. 20 seconds remaining on the clock. There's a bit of an action happening outside of Showers, and already Believe, once again, last man standing for Allegiance. And he is in a very, very difficult situation. Unwinnable, you may say, and he will be dropped there. FaZe. A second round under the belt. Not as nearly as comfortable as the first round.
It wasn't neat, was it?
No.
It was a little bit scrappy, but I think the main point to take away from that one, Miles, in my opinion, is the way that FaZe were patient. You saw them come up against a roadblock at B. They weren't comfortable taking it. They had players come through mid-map instead, trying to open up these alleyways, trying to peek. Rather than just hit it, some teams would have just hit it. They would have just flooded through and tried to make the trade efficient. But you'd be coming up against an MV4 back tank or something, and it could completely ruin your push. FaZe didn't want that. They didn't want to take the risk. So they actually ended up backing up for it. Now, big fight about to come down through Showers. I believe there's going to be a tattoo here. 2 players. Attach has managed to get 1. He's still going high, still trying to get through. FTO coming in. He does get the second as well. Eventually goes down to Believe, but this makes us a 2 versus 3. And it looks like they're backing out again.
Oh, they're chasing ghosts. They think there's someone on the flank, and they committed equipment to that and everything. That was a jammer thrown out as well. So the fear of FaZe, more than anything, cost them that one. Still, though, there is a player, as she's enabled, sitting mid-map.
He's not going to see them, though.
And he's missed this run completely, and you can see all the FaZe still sitting down low. They're nowhere near this bomb site, and B is wide open for Allegiance to take this one. Could this be the play?
If they can plant this and get back map, they have a chance. But it looks like a complete rotate to the point. No, he may actually plant now.
This has taken them a long time.
There we go.
This has been a very, very
FaZe
slow.
has been super patient with it, though. They've just checked a lot of things. Enable should pick this up at the same time. But they've got a good position now. Allegiance are in a great position. FaZe need to stack, but the stack is going to take about 10 seconds to get into place.
Is anybody going to watch the back as well? Or are they all 3 going to
They're going to stack this front because they need to check all the angles. Now they know there's nobody this side. They know where the bomb will be, and they've got to hit it. There you go. They're all going to push through. As a 3, Zuma gets 1 as well. They're now looking for Believe, and down he goes. Clinical. That is textbook how you play this map. Not a foot place wrong from FaZe. They didn't split. They grouped up. They took the time. Now it could have gone wrong. You know, if Believe hit one and dipped, they could have run out of time, but. No, it was exactly how they should have played it. If you were writing a book on how you should deal with that scenario, there you go.
Allegiance completely abandoned the bomb site there. By the time Zuma managed to even identify one of those players to get the nade out, you know, we already had what Attach was. He was completely past the bomb site. There was no one even watching it. It was a completely open field. So I must admit, Allegiance, we've hyped the S&D up enough, but Allegiance now, they just seem to be falling apart here. They're showing almost too much respect to FaZe. I want them to be a little bit more assertive. I want them to get these bombs down a little faster, and we may be seeing that here in this round already. What a flurry of action so far. Gunless and Zuma getting 2 kills apiece. But again, FaZe coming out on top of every situation possible, and Spoof's all alone now.
Spoof! Run! Get some kills! Do something! He got some kills.
Right, he can't hear you. He can't hear you. It's 4-0.
I was just looking at the scoreboard. It's like, this is a not pretty scoreboard. And we'll have a look at it when we come back into the game. But Spoof, he had all the FaZe around him. He managed to pick up 2 kills as well, which I was quite surprised at. Trades weren't able to come in quite as quick, but he was 0-4. They have 4 kills for their entire team in 4 rounds. That's it.
FaZe, they're just not dying. You know, Bryce, it's such a good point. They're really not letting their lives go. They're playing every single position as well as they possibly can. Allegiance, though, look, there seems to be this is quite a dramatic shift in terms of their strategy. This is a 4-man stack all the way through. Can they make it work at A? Tagged up. Attach has got the intel. Here comes the push. Oh, and he manages to get off the wall run. Actually, that player is still alive somehow.
He's lower.
He's still going, and he's managed to make it.
How is Attach alive?
Wait, Mayhem's alone now. It's all done. It's all done. In and amongst that absolute pandemonium, Mayhem was found to be the last man, and that's FaZe now on map point.
How is Attach alive? They know he's there. One went underneath him. And then he got shot. And no trade him. Attach is just sitting pretty. He's like, what, 9-1, 8-1 now? Something crazy?
Bryce, it's a bloody shambles, this S&D. It is a shambles.
It's a shame. That's what it is. His nickname is Shambles.
Here we go. Map point for FaZe. Allegiance,
Wow.
desperate to get on this one. My gosh.
Attach is 9-1. He's going to get FTL for the second time.
Here we are on this offensive round. FaZe, they've just been... I can't say that there's too many faults in their S&D gameplay so far. And already a ton of information garnered there from Attach. Gunless has got bomb. Enable's been dropped quite early. So this is Mayhem now getting a kill. That's the first time we've seen FaZe actually go down first blood, I think, in this entire series.
Oh, here we go. This is going to be an advantage now. Zuma in a 1 versus 4. Could this be some sort of massive comeback? He's trying to use a long-range ERAD. Unfortunately, not able to drop him quick enough from that one. But Allegiance, a ray of sunshine, a ray of hope. And they've finally got something on the board to show for it.
Bryce, there was no way. I mean, I hope to say that there was no way Allegiance could have possibly even lost that situation. In a 4-on-1, they had every angle covered. But the way this S&D has gone so far,
look at those kills now. It's a luxury, that is. Luxury. They've managed to get 8 kills in total. It's funny, one round just doubled their score of kills. That's actually insane as we go into the 7th round. Here we go. FaZe, though, slow and steady. This will all be about information, and it's going to be the same for Allegiance. Looks like we're going to have Mayhem and Believe pushing through. Spoof is actually running a sniper.
Happy to see it. Bit of an adjustment.
I don't think it's a bad idea. You got to think that FaZe are playing passive anyway. If you can get a pick with it, you can cut down some sight lines. It is useful.
You want to just force them to make the plays. You need to put them in a situation where they're so comfortable so far. Take them out of that comfort zone as best you can.
Oh, FaZe have stacked. That Mayhem Believe has pulled FaZe away from A. That's an incredible play, actually. Allegiance sending 2 players to contest through mid actually ended up pulling the players away, and now Believe has actually come back on the flank.
Oh, this could be huge if he gets the kill on Zuma. He's got to stay alive now. He's got 2 players right on top of him. Tags up. One doesn't manage to get the second, though.
FaZe are at the wrong bomb site.
They did go to the wrong bomb site, but they were so worried about that player on the flank, and luckily managed to catch him. And here comes the push into showers. This could be absolute chaos. There's 15 seconds left on the clock. They need to get the defuse. Tags up. That's all 2 down each side. Gunless, last one alive. Enable. And there it is. Allegiance.
I mean, that was. I'm going to give credit to Allegiance there. The fake out at B was genuinely superb. There's not a lot of at the high level, not a lot of teams could fake out FaZe.
And at this FaZe, this iteration of FaZe in this match as well, who have been playing so well. I mean, let's face it, they've got a couple of rounds to burn. They're on map point. But I wouldn't like to see them get another drop here. I wouldn't like to see this become 5-3. I mean, that's where it starts to get a bit scary.
The payloads start kicking in for them as well.
Payloads kick in. We may be looking at some kill streaks. And the confidence. Allegiance just become aware that, oh, look, they can bleed. We can kill them. We can take this. Let's see how we go, though. It's the boys in red now on offense. FaZe. Gunless is in there. Bomb's going to be going down straight away at A.
Well, they don't have any control here. Scarab now flying in. And he's almost killed his own Scarab.
That would have been interesting.
Yeah. Nova, though, making the move across. Mayhem is with him. And I think they're actually going to be joined by Spoof as well. Gunless gets one, though. He does get second player going down. Spoof's got the sniper, looks for it, doesn't even hit it. That's exactly what you want to sniper for, to take that player off the head glitch. And now Believe in a 1 versus 4. He's spraying, he's praying, he makes 1 kill, and down he goes.
Well, it was a valiant effort. Props to him. He really had the game plan in his head. He was like, I know, I'll kill the guy in the wall run, I'll turn around and get the nade on this next player, and then I'll reload, and best laid plans do all end up falling apart, though, and as we're seeing, FaZe going up 2-0 in the series. And frankly, I'm quite surprised.
Yeah.
Albeit disappointed that Allegiance didn't perform a little bit more there in the S&D. I was hoping, I had high hopes.
I think the biggest takeaway for that one is you've just got to be like, you know what? Glad you got those 2 rounds.
Yeah.
Because at one point I was sitting there going, are they genuinely going to end this 6-0?
Yeah, Nova's going to have no kills, and they're really going to go all the way through this one, and it could have been a bit rough.
It could have been a bit rough. Well, we'll be right back to see what happens in map number 3 right after this break. Don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty World Championship 2017, presented by PS4. We are now in the middle of our game. It is 2-0 currently for the guys on FaZe. Allegiance aren't really showing that many signs of life, but my name is Bryce, and to bring you the rest of the action for our third map here, of course, Miles Ross, an Englishman, lost in Australia, but now in America.
Send help. Send nudes. Bryce, uplink. It's going to be, if the previous two maps are anything to go by, this is going to be an absolute slashing. Like a real crushing defeat for Allegiance. Or will it? Find out in a few moments. But so far,
I'm going to say yes.
Possibly.
It's going to head you off right there.
FaZe are looking great. S&D was incredibly slow and clinical. They knew exactly what they were doing in almost every situation.
Yep.
And the hard point was, as predicted, you know, spectacular amount of skill displayed there from Gunners. He was going off. And the rest of the team falling in a place exactly where they needed to be. It's tough to get around FaZe. I thought this was going to be a close series. I thought
we were going to have a close S&D until it proved me massively wrong.
Bryce, we're wrong. It's just wrong. All of it.
Well, you like to give Allegiance a chance, right? Allegiance aren't a bad team. The problem is that FaZe is a great team.
That's a lovely way of putting it. How very eloquent.
Thank you very much. I do try occasionally. But as we move into the uplink here as well, this is where I think FaZe just have a really big advantage. They should be very used to complex uplink plays. They should be very good at working together. 3 of this team have been together for well over a year now.
Yeah, one of the few teams that actually make a change. Of course, Clayster, you know that guy, being swapped out there for Gunners. And here comes a run from Believe. Allegiance have actually managed to get a bit of space. They've got to get these opening kills though. Who's running point? Over the top, 1-point throw does look good. Just managing to nip over the head of the FaZe player there. So that's going to be Allegiance with the first point on the board. Mayhem getting a 2-piece there, finally brought down by Zuma. And now mid-map is open, up for grabs. Who's going to take it?
Well, I'm be honest with you, right now, the guys from Allegiance have certainly kicked this one off. Mayhem 4-1. They're still pushing Lemon. They've still got control. FaZe is scrambling right now. They don't expect this to come straight from them. And here we go. Is he going to go high for the one again? No. Inside. This should be a good play if they can make the 1 kill. And he's going to look for the 2. No. Gets the 1 as well. 2-0 up as well. And they're out slaying. Gunners hasn't actually got a kill yet. Finally gets his first 1.
Mayhem there, looking sublime on the turn and almost managing to get Gunners as well. So here we go. Nova's got drone in hand. He's making his way through. Again, space being purchased at the lives of FaZe. Mayhem and Spoof actually leading the way there. This is Nova. He's going to double back. He's got the support of his team. He's got a bit of room to work with. But Zuma and Able have got a thing to say about that. Gunners gets 1 as well. Over the top, another. Whoa, what an interception on the line from Enable there. Beautiful work there from the young man. And
Enable 6-3 right now, actually top scoring for his team. And then kind of the new MV floor player, and he did say he wants to take charge of this squad after the departure of Clayster. And it looks like he's not only doing that, but he's taking charge of this map.
There we go. It's finally dropped down there. We've got a little bit of a resurgence here from Allegiance. They're managing to take back control of mid. Zuma, though, trying to hold on. What a wonderful pinch there from Believe. This is going to be another run here, potentially, for the boys in Allegiance. They've managed to make the drone through. Nova's up front. Gunners from behind, though. Nova and Spoof dropped there. Beautiful play there from Gunners. Cut the legs out of Allegiance just as they were starting to get going there. And this is amazing. What a turn. All of FaZe now pushing forward. You've got Allegiance trapped in the back of their spawn. Can they capitalize on this one? Oh, Bryce is getting exciting. I thought Allegiance were going to get slashed here, get slaughtered, but in the end, it's going to be a close one.
And Gunners has no choice now. He needs to do something. He's going to try and keep alive for his teammates to get back into mid. Not going to survive that long, though. Zuma trying to make a kill in mid-map. It's not happening. Allegiance here are pushing forward once again, and for some reason, on this uplink, they do have the number of FaZe.
Here we go, FaZe. They push right back. Again, sitting defensively, playing it very, very slow. Mayhem's going to be dropped now. Nova moving drone forward. Attach gets a kill of his own. 1-point throw. It's up and it's just good. Allegiance 3-0 at the moment. FaZe, I felt they could have played that one a little far forward. They could have been more aggressive there on their defense and not let that happen. But still, the space was given up, and now they're sitting down 3-0.
It's going to be players like Attach and Zuma you really want to see just kind of start hammering at the doors of Allegiance, pushing them back, causing them to panic, and this is exactly what we want to see. Gunners with the drone, in a good position. He has blockers as well. That's going to be Attach with him. Goes up, goes high, misses. Misses the 1. He's trying to get the 2 as well. He gets the armor. Not quite enough. They all end up dropping. Spoof and Believe taking those 2 final kills, and FaZe get nothing out of that entire play.
Good day, sir. You get nothing. Allegiance, though, keeping composed. Bryce, this is a great first half for Allegiance. Again, it's not a high-scoring game, but they're managing to lock down the plays. They're not letting FaZe get away with this one. Gunless, if you'd got that 2-point dunk out of that one, I'd have honestly been devastated for Allegiance. But again, they're keeping their composure. They're keeping it together. And still, on the run, Believe taking down Enable there. Didn't think he'd get that kill. And now they've got space to work with. Believe. I believe now. I'm sure you're almost there, Bryce.
It's, for me, they're doing well, but at the turn of the half, 3 points still isn't a big score.
If FaZe start opening up, it's done. But that is still the next half. There's a minute left. 50 seconds remaining. Allegiance now, they're making their way forward. That front line etching ever closer to the FaZe goal. Here comes Drone, spoof in hand. He's going to make a move for it. He's got space to work with again. He's going to make the 1-point throw. Doesn't get there. Enable. Hot hands. 2 in a row now. He has been intercepting. You said he took the team, but he took charge of the team. He's taken charge of the game, and he's taken charge of the goal line as well.
And he has kind of been their saviour as well in this one. You've got to look at some of the scores here. Attach just got his 4th kill. He's actually averaging less than a kill a minute. He had double the amount of kills on the S&D. It's actually kind of weird to see here. And you got to wonder if Attach, maybe because they're playing defensive, he's running that ERAD. He's just not really having the opportunity to be aggressive with it. And another interception comes in.
Enable. Once again. Over the top again.
Full in the goalie.
He's full on the goalie. Fantastic work there from FaZe, managing to not let that be 6-0. Still though, Bryce, you're absolutely right. 3-0 is not enough in the bank of Allegiance. Still though, in this next half, they could certainly have a little bit more in the tank.
Well, FaZe have at least made this a close game, but there's been very little pressure from them. Allegiance haven't really had to sweat apart from one time when they cleaned up, and even then, Allegiance got away with it because of a misplay by FaZe. You've got to wonder, can FaZe take the advantage, seize that initiative and push Allegiance back? Because right now, Allegiance are the ones putting the squeeze on.
Yeah, they've certainly got the initiative. They did lose that opening engagement. Spoof the only player on Allegiance getting kills there. Enable though. Wonderful work with the MV4. He was born to use this weapon, Bryce, I'm telling you. Shots out, does get dropped by Nova there, but wonderful work regardless to hold on there. Now we see FaZe on the offensive, pushing Drone forward. This is Attach. Still 5 kills. Not terribly typical of the young man. He is a spectacular player, but having a bit of a rough run so far, and now, just like that, tables have turned, and already Allegiance have managed to take control of the map.
I'm hesitant to say it, but I almost think that like FaZe are playing a little bit hesitant. Now, I know that can't be the case. These guys are all like super veterans, but doesn't make a lot of sense.
Dude, how did that happen?
FaZe are just being absolutely pushed back time and time again. They make the first set of kills, get some mid-control, instantly lose the second set of kills. And then nothing happens. They just hurdle.
It's like they're showing too much respect to Allegiance. Like, you got to just get in the face, man. Get right up in the grill. Start pulling the shots out. Attaches. He's again too hesitant, a little too slow. It's as if that are they afraid? FaZe? No, impossible.
I'm kind of confused, if I'm honest. It's not that Allegiance aren't playing well, because they are. They are playing very well. It's more the fact that FaZe, there just doesn't seem to know get up and go with them.
Yeah.
If that makes sense, like they just turtle, right? There's now 4 players against 1 here, and look how slow they're playing this. They know they just got 2 off the respawn. Like, you have the numbers advantage locally. Nobody seems to be pushing that for the kill. Now, don't get me wrong, you know, the defense is superb. But there's just no aggression here. And that might be because, you know, Attach is having a tough time of it. So's Gunless this time. Zoom is not having great. Their only slaying is Enable. And that's because of their defensive plays.
Still, though, this is Allegiance now back on the offensive. I mean, Bryce, I think you've done a very fair analysis of FaZe there, but I want to give props to Allegiance. They're taking the initiative when they can. They're seizing these opportunities. They may not always be landing the 1-point throws. That's mostly down to how fantastic Enable's been playing. At the same time, I mean, I can't get past the fact that they're looking like a different team after the S&D was shambles. Now, Allegiance definitely getting back into this one. Attached finally with a few kills to his name. He's in 3 in a row now. Drone going forward. This is looking a lot better for the boys in red. FaZe charging through. Spoof's going to slow it down, but still, this looks like the second sign of life that FaZe really need. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock here in the second half. They can get 5 points. It's totally doable.
Oh my goodness, beatdown coming in from Spoof. He's going berserk. That was his 20th kill. But can they actually do anything? I mean, FaZe again, now on the back foot here.
Let's get forward. Push, FaZe. Push. We can see the head. 5-0 still for Allegiance.
Now, can they make it? Gunless looking for this one, going back towards mid-map. Has a blocker in front of him as well. FaZe push up, but Spoof takes down Attach again. And now Gunner's trying to go forward. Enable and Zuma managed to get something through here, but he's got his armor, not able to dip away. Enable comes through. He knows the player is there, but he's going to wait for reinforcements. Surely he gets the drone, picks it up, comes to nothing, and it's still 5-0. And there is nothing FaZe can do that is working.
Oh, Bryce, that was the best chance FaZe have had in the entire map so far. And now, immediately, Allegiance have turned it on his head, and now they're going to be attacking. Spoofy now pushing up the back.
I really hope he does the FTL thing.
Oh, he well could do.
Where
if
he
you
goes
can pick up the
to the
drone.
baseball side.
If you can pick up the drone, but it looks like it's just managed to get stuck underneath that big sort of bag of manure or whatever it is. I want to say something else, but I'm pretty sure there are kids
feels
watching.
like a bag of manure right now.
Here we go, Spoof still. He's got the FTL. He can make something happen here. If he does get away with his life, he won't attach. He's going to be snatching that one away from him. Believe still working his way through mid, trying to keep that space. Keeping a hold of the territory, and Believe 2 in a row, but doesn't manage to get the third. And here comes another run from Gunless. He's going to be able to go over the top. 1-point throw. It's better than nothing.
Yes, it's good this time.
That was almost a miss as well. Gunless, he's only missed one so far. Thank God he landed that one.
I think that's the second shot of the game.
Yeah, it's really not been too sort of, let's say, profitable for FaZe. Still, Spoof running mid. Got big shots out. 24 and 19 for Spoof. Huge run from him still. 3 in a row. That's going to be Drone. Oh, and his teammates are clearing up kills as well. Gunless is down. Nova with 2. This is an open lane for him. He can probably dunk this one. This could be the nail in the coffin. I don't think there is a chance now, with 30 seconds remaining, that Allegiance can let this one slip. They have managed to get a score on the board up against FaZe Clan after what was a very disappointing S&D run.
All right, this game makes no sense anymore.
Sense gone.
Like, how are FaZe going to just do such dominant work on the first 2 maps? And then genuinely, it looks like Allegiance are in a different class on this.
Bryce, our predictions are now everything's gone wrong. I thought Allegiance were going to get it.
I feel like Phil.
I thought they were going to get trashed to this one, and they didn't. I thought they were going to be great on the S&D, and they weren't. It's, dude, I think I shouldn't buy a lottery ticket with the numbers I won't be using, because let's face it, man, I'm just hitting duds.
Yeah, I think. Don't worry, I'm right there with you. I'm not a mile away myself. But yeah, I don't know what to even say about that one. I'm sure people at home are wondering, you know, what happened there for FaZe.
Yeah.
Because we don't know. Do you know? Tweet in.
Please.
Use hashtag CWL Champs. Tell us what on earth went wrong. There's some pro players that will actually tweet us and tell us exactly what happened there. But
I still maintain that FaZe were just a little bit too hesitant. They defensively, you know.
I mean, defensively superb, right? They were very good. Don't get me wrong. Like, Allegiance were constantly on it, but they just never seemed to get any mid-map control. And I think the problem was, although we highlighted Attach not getting the kills, Attach needs to be in the right position to make those kills. He's flying out first. He's trying to get the engagement. He's running into, like, Spoof's MV4.
Every time.
Yeah. And you can't do anything. When you got an E-Rad against an MV4 that's ready for you, and it's not close range, you're just doomed.
Yeah. Allegiance, again, looking very sound. You know, they were hot on the heels of FaZe for most of the series so far, and this is finally their chance to get in there. But now we're going into the next hard point. First hard point was a blowout. It was done. It was open and shut, no questions asked. There was no way we were going to see Allegiance get into that one. This could be a different story, though, because as far as I'm concerned, that Allegiance we saw in Game 1 is dead and gone. This is a whole new team.
All right, well, we'll have to find out whether or not that is true. Next hard point. I'm not sure you're right, though.
Maybe.
I've still got to lean back towards FaZe. I've still got to say, you know, the dominant performance on map 1. I don't know, like, it doesn't make any sense. I don't know what to pick now. If we both pick a different score, one of us has to be right. Unless they draw, and then we have to replay the map, of course.
I'm going Allegiance, mate. I'm going pure Allegiance for this one. I think they're coming out swinging now. I think that maybe something's just changed in the air in that room next door. In the players' room, we're also all going down.
No, I've been in there. That air is stale. That air is... Nothing is changing. FaZe are winning. I'm calling it right now. I can't do the face. Oh, there you go. I can do the face up thing. That was the right way?
I don't know, man. Someone's going to have to tweet us in how to do that, because I'm
just rel up.
Just rel up. Just to rel. I'm not sure what the next map is going to be. But as far as, you know, going to this one, it's going to be Retail.
Retail? Have you seen that? Have you peeked that on the observer screen, have you?
That is, yeah, it's going to be Retaliation. Oh no, I'm getting words from
Why am I not getting words?
Because I asked the questions, dude.
There we go. Now you told me. a bit late now, isn't it?
Well, that's going to be Retaliation hard point. As far as, you know, we're talking about long-range play, we're talking about how efficient FaZe have been. Allegiance, albeit a new beast now. I think I want to go back on what I've just said, and I think FaZe might take this one. But I'm going to back it. I'm backing Allegiance.
I will stay with FaZe.
I just have to see the map. One of us has
to be right.
Dude, after seeing the map, I feel like we're going to see a little bit more of a
I'm thinking 249, 249 draw.
Bryce, if we get that, I'll eat my
never happened. I don't think we've ever seen a draw, actually, even though it is actually possible.
You have to run the clock down.
Yeah.
And be on the same score. I mean, statistically, the chances of that happening, Slim to none, my friend.
About 1 in 6, I think.
That's it's a tough.
Maven fact.
No one's going to look it up. Just run with it. Here we go, guys. Possibly the last map in the series. FaZe looking to close this one out. Allegiance. Never say die. And there we go. Opening fight over bridge. Reminds me of a Michael Bay film. All these explosions, stuff flying through the air, cars blowing up. Very exciting. But ultimately it means very little. This hard point is usually a mess.
It certainly is as well. Both teams were using those NV4 players to really hold it. And getting into this hill is always bad. Whenever you go high, you know there's an NV4 somewhere watching the skies. But we'll run under contest right now. Spoof takes down Zuma. Spoof takes down Gunless as well as he goes through into it. And it will be Allegiance to take control as Spoof gets Enable. Spoof doing so well right now. He did well in the uplink. He's doing it again here on Retaliation Hump.
That's what we saw last time. We saw Allegiance come out swinging. Great opening start. And then FaZe never looking, at all scattered, at all worried. Unfazed, if you will. And then they come straight back into it. And that's when you totally lose control of the map. This could be well happening again. Still, Allegiance, they may have lost that one, but now the next hard point coming up real quick. But Attach, he's barely moving, man. These guys are running into the zone.
What a difference an MV4 makes.
It certainly does. 6-1 for Attach. That was a real good choice.
I feel like we're going to see a lot of ERADs have tough time so far in this tournament. Seems to be the kind of the way this is going. But MV4 is the name of the game. We see Gunless with one as well, and we know that Enable will be running one. So at least 3 so far from FaZe.
Gunless dancing ever so gently here. Oh, wow. Nova, what a strafe. Big fan of the footwork there. Managing to stay alive as long as he could, but will be taken down eventually. 25-27, Allegiance just barely in the lead, as Lower Street has not been terribly profitable for either team. Still, Allegiance now on the board, getting their way back into this one. Zuma up high by Broken. We overlooking the street. Spoof and Belief, though, clearing up his teammates. Wonderful positioning there. Zuma gets the angle.
Tries to get the second, not quite able to. Little wiggle in the air there from Belief, just threw his aim off. But they have the hold. Allegiance are going to be looking to lock this one down.
Again, Bryce, we go on the flip. Straight into that next one.
Right. What just threw me is the scoreboard's the wrong way around, but we'll ignore that and keep pushing on.
Oh,
there we go. They flipped it.
We've pushed on through. Allegiance are indeed in the lead. Believe, oh, wonderful work. What a brick wall of defense there, really holding on for as long as he could. Does eventually let the players from FaZe through, but not without giving enough intel away. Shots from Spoof, lovely tags, but no kills there. Mayhem's going to be getting the kill there on Zuma. And all this time, slowly trickling away from FaZe.
Well, they've allowed reinforcements for Allegiance to come in. Because they waited for that push, even though they had 2 down, they've allowed the reinforcements to flood into road. And now they're spawning road. They've lost it. They've lost market control.
74 and climbing.
Are FaZe going to have a speed problem? Is this what's happening?
They're just two steps behind. That's a lot, actually. 2 steps is enough to really throw you off, and here we go. Still, it's not looking great for them. Allegiance now clearing up. They're going to get the final few moments from Cathedral. That was a really big hold. I'll be very excited to see what the stats were after this one, because that was a solid hold there on Cathedral. And now, with the next rotation, Zuma's in position. But here come the boys of Allegiance.
This is where FaZe, though, excel. They've not had a great lot of opportunity when they've had to put the pressure on, but withstanding pressure, they are very good at. Again, Attach picking up 2 as well. And they seem to be that rock that doesn't move. He's going to go down. Mayhem makes a little bit of an inquest, tries to get him out of there, but still too many FaZe players in this area. It's going to be Enable that's going to be the rock to hold. Gunless is with him as well.
Called it perfectly, Bryce. They're sitting high and mighty on this one so far, and it could well be a perfect 60 here on Broken. See Gunless watching the flanks. Does get tagged, but Believe not without taking a considerable chunk there. Oh, what a play from Believe, though. Finds a wicked opening there. Manages to get on through. Still, though, FaZe not letting them get away with this and not letting go of the hard point. Attach still on point.
Finally, what, 9 seconds they lost there? 50-point hold there for FaZe. And again, this is now something we're going to have to look for. If you're looking to see exactly what is happening in this one, I think FaZe have to hold all the rotations. They don't seem to be very adept at breaking. And, maybe that's just this map. Maybe it's just a short sample size. But we need to see, it could come down to these rotations. If FaZe can hold it first, they seem like they might be able to hold it forever.
Bryce, we've had a taste, and I think I'm ready for the full dish. Here comes FaZe, about to take the lead back. Allegiance, where have they been? Spoof has been getting kills. He's been getting these massive kills. 12 and 10. He's on a 2 streak right now. But he just can't deal with Attach. Attach is just like a turret, man. You set him up in the corner. He mows down everything. Laser accuracy. Seemingly infinite ammunition. He's a terror. An absolute terror to play against. And as you can see, they just managed to get back into this one, but again, Attach and FaZe, they're coming on through. If they can take control here, Bryce, it could be over here in Hotel Hallway. They could be taking more and more points off Allegiance, and then before you know it, it's done.
Yeah, Attach really going for it here as well, and I think he sprayed everything around platform. You see his bullets just everywhere in this hill as he went in spraying. Does stay alive for the last few seconds, gets out, but it will be very few scrap time there for Allegiance. But FaZe end up leading, and then losing it straight away again onto Bridge. Not a great Bridge for them last time. 2 on the wall run, about to hit. Zuma and Nova and Gunner. Zuma gets 2 as well, pushing straight through. Spoof has him locked in though. Wow. Oh wow, Zuma gets 3 on that flank.
Unbelievable. That really paid off for him. Scarab's going to be coming out, checking the spawns. He's guessed right. He knows he's going to be spawning behind him at market, and now they're going to be gearing up for this one. Can they weather the storm? Here comes FaZe back in it, finally taking the lead. Zuma manages to get Spoof Mayhem in from behind. Attach though, drops the Scarab, doesn't manage to get anything out of that one. And Allegiance desperately trying to claw back in this one. But FaZe, you can see the scores getting away from their Bryce. This is nothing like the first set of rotations. FaZe, have they done it? Have they managed to find themselves here again on retaliation? Close the series out 3-1, they could well do it.
They certainly could, and this has been a little bit more scrappy, which is what we expect from middle hardpoint. Now, Enable going for this rotation, he will have it. He'll be looking for these players coming either marketplace or bedroom. But he is alone. This is a massive kill for Enable to make, and he isn't going to make it. Shut down by Spoof. And that means Spoof will have control as we flip into lower street.
Oh my god, it's going to be a photo finish at the rate we're going. Spoof, 550 away from Trinity. Nothing really to go from there, but he does have his FTL good to go. It's hot to trot. Attach nades him out there. Gunner's now moving through mid. They're trying to get these kills, opening up the space. And as you can see, the minimap, all 4 members of Allegiance now spread quite thin. We've got 1 player on the flank. Believe's trying to make a play happen through mid now, but the positioning from the guys on FaZe is never going to work out. Zuma, great kills there. Still holding in there, managing to get taken down there. Spoofy, though, his mate finally got a bit of an opening, but FaZe held this one to a T. Magnificent work from them now with a bit of a lead.
Now, here it comes, the big thing. The rotation kills. It's 20 seconds to go. Oh, FaZe just spawned in Graveyard. Gunner's just spawned in Grave. Gunner's just... That was a god spawn.
He did get killed, but that was very almost...
They're now both spawning out. This is crazy. 2 spawns broken, 1 spawn's wall run. FaZe, with that Gunner spawn, may have just ripped this hill away, but Mayhem takes down Zuma. Allegiance are now spawning out. This is everything FaZe needed.
Gunner's in the flank. They managed to pinch him on the point, and now this is it. Spoof, he's got to make a big play happen here. If he's going to get in on there, he's got 2 players attacking in from market. He's going to get the timing on this one. He could get all 3 of these players with their pants down. Enable does get the turn on him, and that's going to be massive. Huge kills. FaZe are going to be holding on here, and they're about to crack 200. Bryce. Allegiance may lose this one. I'm looking like a fool.
Spawns were mental.
What more can you say?
We just saw a quad broken spawn, and then a player spawned wall run. We saw a Graveyard spawn behind 3 of Allegiance. They must be sick as dogs. The fact that Gunless was there, even though he died, meant that they cracked. Their formation was cracked. They didn't have marketplace control. And this could be the end for them now. It looks like they're trying to contest for this last few scrap points because they are so far behind. Spoof will pick it up with a 2-piece. However, the rotation coming in again, and FaZe will be the first team there.
Oh, there we go. 221. They could win it here. Attach, he's just going to win these couple of gunfights out back. Tagged up heavily. Believe comes in as well and takes care of him. And there we go. Still have FaZe in control of the hill. They just like on their heels, getting in there as deep as they can. Here comes the push. Wonderful shots from Enable. Mayhem's going to be dropping down there as well. This is going to be another long run from the boys of Red. I'm not sure why anyone's in the on the hard point at this point.
He's trying to hold it. Enable, because he's been so outpaced here, he knows his teammates are flooding road. And again, they're playing passive. Enable's been playing passive the entire game, which is right for your main MV4. But now he needs his teammates to back him up. They've flooded down road. They've got back into the hill. They're winning this here. Spoof has been an incredible player for Allegiance this entire series long, but it's coming down to the wire. Incoming Trinity here. They know the players are in bar. Nova trying to do something. Zuma's in there as well. Nova gets 1. Spoof taken down by Enable, and this could be all over. I think it is. They spawn out road. It is done. FaZe are going to take down Allegiance 3-1.
Brycey, am I a fool? Always.
Turns out you've got the bad luck.
I do have the bad luck. It's me! It's all me! Look, man, that was a great series. It was not as spectacular as one could have hoped. The S&D was a bit of lackluster, but man, what a good hard point to finish
I've got to point out going into Grave Spawn, like
they
had lower FaZe had lower street, right?
Yep.
That's fine. Allegiance had Marketplace and Grave. They were looking middle road, and you could tell, with that time to go, I was like, here comes the rotation. Gunner spawned Grave, and I was like,
surprise.
What?
He did drop straight away, but you're right. In the time,
but players had to turn.
they
Players had to turn.
And that's what you said. They broke the formation, and that is it. Pants are down, and in that small moment, it all flipped. That was the second. That's where it all went wrong for the boys in Allegiance. It wasn't the fact that they were getting quite heavily outslayed, and the fact that FaZe held onto hard points so well.
Yeah. They're like a sponge, just soak it all up. But here's the very first hard point that we ended up watching. Very similar score, actually, the one we just watched. But you can see here, you know, Bridge, it was kind of put both sides of it. Turbine, massive for FaZe Clans. They ended up running it down. Hanger, not so good, but Drill even better as they go through. And you know what, you can see Gunless going for a 2-14. That was, of course, 4 maps ago.
That was the Gunless show. That was a real treat to watch. And again, he kind of dipped off in the series after that one. S&D coming up in a moment. You're going to see this one, and it was not exactly you know, the most exciting run if you're an Allegiance fan. Look at that, 5 in a row for FaZe, and then they basically let it slip. You know, you get comfortable, you're sitting at the top. There's only one place you can go, and that's down, unless you, of course, continue on to the win. But FaZe did let it slip.
And I think Attach, you know, had a great S&D and then got almost the same amount of kills in the uplink. It's kind of not what you want to see sometimes, you know, inconsistently like that. But I don't know what was happening in the uplink. I got to think it was pressure. And they just felt none of it. FaZe felt all of it.
Yeah, they seemed to be, they were just so afraid, Bryce. Yeah. They were just afraid.
They were petrified. But we'll have a look now, and you can see this is what kind of happened here. 3-0 for the first side. Allegiance took down FaZe Clan. And then the second side, it was all the opportunities were for Allegiance. Nova played very, very well. Gunless, you know, after his first respawn, where he had a, 2.3 KD, comes in with a 0.74. And, you know, he got the highlights, the most scores on FaZe Clan, which is 1.
Yeah, that's not great.
No. And they missed as well. He missed one as well.
The biggest worry for me now is, you know, for FaZe going forward, if they're going to play a team who's very good at uplink, someone who's a lot more aggressive, a lot more, you know, if they can capitalize on those bigger plays. I felt like Allegiance, they weren't exactly, you know, ramming these points home. You know, they had to do a couple of slow runs. They had to get many, many kills, and at times it was almost frantic getting those 2-point plays. I feel like a more clinical uplink team is going to wreck FaZe going forward in the tournament.
All right, well, let's have a look at the last hard point then to break this one down as well. And as you can see, you know, we said when they set up in Broken, they were going to get a lot of time. 76 to 6 points. Allegiance don't even get double digits on that one as they go through. But, you know, Bridge was split. FaZe had the advantage in lower street. I'm actually surprised considering the grave there, but I think Allegiance held it first of all. But yeah, FaZe Clan got a good amount of time on it, and that was actually because of the second break, not the first one. So yeah, I think it's really good. Attach had again, look at Attach here. After the uplink and not having a good game, switches to an NV4, goes from whatever he was like a 0.7 or something, crazy, to a 1.8. What a difference in
night and day. Really night and day. I mean, that was a full. He went Super Saiyan. There's no getting around that one. Big props to Attach there for making the difference for his team. Brycey, what a series, eh?
Yeah, it certainly was a series, but FaZe continued to go in. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, Rogue versus Cloud9. See you then. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty World Championship 2017, presented by PS4. My name is Bryce. Joining me here on this one, of course, the American legend himself. It is Chance.
Not much of a legend, but we're working on it. In due time, we'll see how many more years this whole esports thing works out for.
You're already a legend in my mind. You're already a legend.
We can appreciate that, but actual legends are actually in this game. C9 versus Rogue, of course, Aches. It's Champs time. That's when you expect this guy to show up. The number of things you could say about Aches. I think this is his 5th Champs in total, so he's got a lot of experience. And actually, on the flip side of things, Rogue, I think they're the only team in this entire tournament where not a single player has any Champs experience. This is the first time for all of them.
This is a whole new level. Whole new level. You only have to talk to the players to kind of realize just how deep this competition runs. You do well here. The rest of the year can almost be ignored for most people. Like, Champs performance is always remembered. You can win an event during the year and people are struggling. Oh, which one did they win? You do well at Champs, people know. Doesn't go away.
I mean, that's the storyline for Envy, right? I mean, this past year in Black Ops 3, the team was, they were okay, but never that great. But once they get the ring, like, who cares? Like,
yeah.
you get that $800,000 paycheck or whatever it was, that ridiculous amount of cash. You get the ring, you get the prestige, you get everything. So, I mean, hey, if you're Rogue, this is your first time here. Why not go out and win it? Of course, the odds of that are incredibly slim. For this matchup specifically, I definitely think C9 has the edge in pretty much every single game mode. I know C9 looked a little bit lackluster in the uplink, but that being said, Rogue, not a team you want to count out in the slightest. I think they are just a small step behind Cloud9, pretty much holistically. And if C9 doesn't just, step on the gas right away and come out swinging, Rogue definitely has that upset potential.
All right, well, Clutch Grenades going in to begin with, and Stemrand is taking out his teammate as well. And you can see both teams now vying for that middle hard point. Now, it's not as important here. The main thing you want to do is hold spawns and contest. Make sure that you don't give away too much time. And you can see that's what they're doing right now. They're going to push it again. Because now Rogue actually have the better side to kick this one off, and they are actually going to take it away. So now what we're going to see is Cloud9 are going to make a decision. They've actually got a split spawn. They've had a split spawn. They're going to end up taking away Lava Tube's spawn.
Yeah, the split spawn, it didn't matter too much. You see the players on Rogue were actually very aware of it. And yeah, Johnny, a player of note. He played in the Pro League actually last year in Black Ops 3. This is a player that was on the ever so famous 100 Thieves roster. But again, this entire team, a lot of talent on it for Rogue. GodRx, I don't believe he played much at all, if any, back in Black Ops 3. But even AW, this guy was a monster. And I think he's arguably the best player on this team. Pander's a guy that Mox, for example, gives a lot of love to. Says he's one of the best players that never really gets that credit because he's not on one of those top 16 teams. And Stamino and Johnny, again, these are all players that in the past have had decent performances. They've shown that they at least have the potential to be there. Again, firmly established as a top 32 team, and they want to leave their mark here at Champs. Yeah, they certainly do. And I think one of the things we're going to be looking at for this game as well, it's kind of like the great fielders, right? There are the elite level teams, there are the top 8 teams, the top 16 teams. I think Cloud9 are probably maybe just one level above, but very close, if that makes sense. Like, if they're in the next level above, they're at the bottom of that level, and Rogue are at the top of the level below. Right, we're a lot of levels we're working with here. This is like Inception level stuff, but I agree with that.
I'm on the level.
They're kind of like that second tier team, right?
Yeah.
Like you don't expect them to beat the guys at the very top here, Opti Gaming, E United, Luminosity. You definitely expect C9 to fall there. So second tier, Rogue right behind them. But again, the upset potential is there. Again, if they could just win one of the 2 hard points for Rogue, I think they honestly have a pretty good shot at the series. But again, difficult road ahead of them. C9 right now with that 70-30 lead. And Assault, he's one of the guys that you're looking out to put big numbers. 7-3 right now. And Patty B, not too far off, has 7 kills to his name as well. The guy you expect to show up at Champs.
Well, I'm a big Aches fan, and a lot of people already are talking about Aches because, let's be perfectly honest here, everyone wants to see whether or not Cloud9 are going to play Optic in this event. It's already a talking point, and we're not even got to it. I know you've got special memories of that moment. Patrick Price, he's a man.
Patrick Price is definitely something, but really the entire team of C9 is just on cruise control essentially right now. They had a near perfect hold over by a hanger. The lead has frankly just gone to some pretty brutal proportions. You see right now Johnny's trying to put himself in a good spot to let the C9 players run past. And you see C9, they're on the opposite side of the map. They all push through mid-map, got control of observation. Now Johnny is essentially by himself. He's got players pinching him in. He's going to get taken down And that goes from C9, from a perfect hold to hanger, to the perfect break that they would want to have over towards Drill, and this lead is just getting out of control.
They do such a good job of pushing the sides out here. Aix ends up tipping out of the hill. They're going to go push Medbay out, make sure it's clean. And then now they know where the spawns are coming from. Aix will re-engage and now try to push it out the other side. It's exactly what he should have done. He wasn't sure of which the spawns were going to split. He wasn't sure if there was a flank. So once they got control, re-evaluated where the spawns were, now they can actually look to control again. But unfortunately, because it's a choke point, because Medbay's, only got a window and a door, they weren't able to do anything. They got pushed out of the hill, and Rogue gets some more points on the board. Yeah,
showing a couple signs of life. Stamino is going to be the guy trying to lead that charge with the ERAD, working in tandem with Johnny. GodRx, he's going to show up as well. So not only do they get the final few seconds over by Drill, but you see they're pushing all the way through, and that's kind of a reset to how we started this game. That's the spawns that Rogue wants to have. So again, they are thinking a full 60 seconds in advance, and Stamino, he's continuing this. He's going to be on a 4 streak, and of course, GodRx not too far behind him. So it looks like Rogue heating up quite a bit, but still a bit of a ways to go. Still down by about 70.
Well, Brisk looking to make an entry here in the hangar, and he's going to be joined incoming through the Scorchers into the middle point. And now bridge control going in favor of Cloud9. Priest is going to go through. He's going to be taken down by Johnny C. GodRx going up high, looking for the players of Cloud9 onto this hill. Panda comes in as well, looking for it. Panda gets 2. GodRx still on this hill as well, eventually taking down Aix, whose 2-piece was not enough to hold this one down. And now we are talking rotation. We are going all the way around. Who is going to make these kills? It looks like Cloud9's tactic is to get this hill and punch through.
Well, C9 gets that scrap time, but that's a huge win, honestly, for Rogue. You see the Scorchers got burned. I think that was Exotic that had called him in. So they get rid of some streaks, and they still hold down the spawns over for, well, this next Turbine Hill, though. Still, it's going to be a lot of pressure coming in from C9. You see GodRx, he picks up a kill, but backs out of the hill because all of his teammates fell. And picking up more kills as well. Shuts down Priesta. Now they've got the pinch coming in. Players up top, players coming from elbow. This is Rogue's hill to break. Stamino's leading the charge. Burns the FTL as well. Secures the kill with ease. Doesn't even need the team backup. That was still there. So Rogue, again, chipping away at that lead.
Best thing about that play was the fact, because he killed him obs, he ended up actually pushing them out right up until back all the way to hangar. So it was a great kill, and then the FTL come in, but Aix is doing such big work here. He's having the game of his life, 16-13 right now. Every time I see him, he's either making a 2-piece or he's making a big kill somewhere inside a hill.
And that's pretty big for C9 as well. You want Aix to definitely be putting up some numbers, even if he's hanging around that even margin. Because if you look at the stats from Anaheim, from Stage 2, most of the other 3 players in the Respawn game modes, they're doing fine. Assault always does well, and Priest and Exotic are never too far behind in both Hardpoint and Uplink. But Aix, he's never even really, never above a 1, and normally quite a ways below it. So he's been the one struggling in the respawns, and there you can even see, I mean, that's what the teammates bring to the table. Priesta just gets those 2. Assault, he's on a 4 streak as well. But again, when the team's there, if Aix is right there behind him, C9 will just be cruising right along.
Now, speaking of cruising, we're about to see an entry. Going in through top window by Balcony, looking for it as well. Picks up 1, picks up 2, and that is 3 kills going down. It's only going to be Assault who's left, but he eventually picks up towards the back. And I don't know, I don't really see them losing this hill now. To be honest with you, with this amount of time left, you're going to be seeing a rotation come in shortly. But it looks like they are going for one last push into the scrap.
All pushing from the front. You see a team kill comes in as well, and it looks like they're actually going to be able to pull it off, or at least contest just for a moment. So in these times, it can be worth fighting for about 10 to 15 seconds, because you see, yes, C9 does fall. Still, though, they get the spawns over by Drill, so they had that timed out pretty well. And again, just from the perspective of Rogue, they break through on Hangar quite efficiently, I would say. They did the same thing over on Turbine, where they're making the right plays, they're doing well. It just comes down to those gunfights. I mean, you got Johnny right now. He's 9-16. He's got the least number of engagements on his team, and he's got the least number of kills. That's obviously the red herring. That's the guy that needs to step up.
It certainly is, and you've got to say here that Cloud9 are within lethal distance. Rogue need a near flawless game to be able to bring this one back, as they are 100 points down. Aix pushed it down as well with that ERAD. Unfortunately, a lot of pressure is going to come in here. I wouldn't mind him seeing back off, to be honest with you. Once he's kind of shot in that area, you don't have an awful lot of room to maneuver. Players are going to be able to get a good angle on you.
Well, Rogue just doing everything they can at this point. It's a situation where Cloud9, they're, 23 seconds away from just ending the game. And there's a lot of hills that they're going to have to do a lot of things right, that is Rogue, just to stop that time from coming in. Because even on that bridge hill, 23 seconds can be considered like scrap time if there's just a clean forward down. So the pressure's on. Rogue, they got their work cut out for them. You see the streaks coming in as well. It's just making their job difficult. And C9, again, the kill feed left side. It's nothing but blue. That's a clean forward down. 20 seconds away, and game one will be done and dusted.
Here we go. We're probably going to end up using Kinetic on this hill just to push it out. But our X may actually have to use it just to stay alive at some point. But currently they do have the hill. Camo's actually ended up being popped, and he knows that player's there. He kind of sees him vaguely. Assault goes all the way through over GodRx. GodRx pushes out. He's trying to get it. Can't quite get that snapper on. But Rogue will end up holding this hill for a little while longer. This game is not done yet.
No, they're going to be fighting for every last second. Right now, C9 has those spawns over for Turbine, but even still, was enough time on this hill that C9, they could have won it there. So again, that pressure is going to be constant. Rogue, they're going to have to fly, and they got the kills as well. C9 is going to be spawning out, so Rogue, 100 points away. If they get a full 60 on this hill, they could just break once on Hangar initially, and they could very well make this comeback.
Priest has gone in. I believe that's going to be the Kinetic. He's ended up popping, trying to go through. He only gets one before he goes down. Panda gets two as well. And it looks like it's all coming down here. Exotic trying to make these kills go through as well. Conrad snaps one, snaps the second as well. He is alone in that hill as well, but reinforcements coming in. Priest is now coming at the same time. They are going to hold this Cloud9. He goes up high. Stamina can't do nothing. Johnny sees too far away. 4 seconds left to go, and I think they may touch the hill before it's over, and they do, and they get it. It's still going, this game.
It's going to come down to the wire, it seems. Well, not necessarily Rogue. Again, still a long ways away, but they are holding on. They are fighting tooth and nail. Still, though, C9, they can push for this scrap just 2 more seconds. They have so much freedom to do whatever they want around the map. 2 players are going to be coming up from the top side. Assault is going to be able to pick up one. Gets the second as well. Still, though, the contest is coming in. Now, Rogue, they have so much they need to worry about. They need to not let 2 seconds come in. 4 seconds left on this hill. They got to break into Hangar. All 4 players in there for C9.
I don't even think they can do it. They've got in, they contested. They've got 1 more second to go, and that is GG. It was just too narrow of a margin. You couldn't let 2 seconds of scrap time go, and then you've got to hit the rotation. A near impossible task.
Yeah, I mean, it's mildly impressive at the fact that, you know, C9, they just needed 23 seconds, and they were able to hold out for essentially 2 full hills in nearly that third as well, at least for a moment. But still, when you fall down that big of a deficit, there's only so much you can do. But again, as expected, essentially C9, again, going to be the essential best team at every game mode, but it's going to be a much narrow margin, in the Search and Destroy and Uplink.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I'll be curious to see how this ends up going. I think Search and Destroy for me is certainly going to be interesting. We know that Rogue, probably one of their specialties, they're going to be considerably better than it at Respawns. A lot of practice coming in for these guys as well. So, you know what, Cloud9 were very dominant, but there were certainly flashes of brilliance there coming in from Rogue towards the end at the very least.
Yeah, just trying to imagine how Rogue stacks up against kind of that top level of competition. I know when they played Epsilon, they got beat 3-1. I think the Search and Destroy was like a round 11 that they lost. I think they won one of the hard points. And so again, close in the Search and Destroys, they can occasionally steal a respawn, but generally speaking, they're going to be worse off. And I think LG was a similar situation where the S&D was close, but then the respawns just, they did not have enough like slaying presence. And again, we kind of saw that. The only time we highlighted, I think Johnny was about double negative.
Yeah.
There's always kind of going to be that one guy you'd expect that just isn't quite performing as well. Not often, for at least hard points against the top teams, do you expect Rogue to kind of have that full team performance.
Yeah, and I think that maybe the story as we go pushing forward is, I just think Cloud9 are a better team, but I don't think the difference is so big that we could be reasonably expecting a hot 3-0 every single time. I think if Rogue take a map or two, it will definitely be within the remit of the game we're currently watching with these 2 squads matching up. But I don't know. In my mind, I can't see Cloud9 actually losing an entire series here.
Well, I definitely think it's feasible, right? Again, it's a bit of a stretch. The odds are low, but Uplink statistically has been C9's worst game mode by far. It's not even close. They have like a 33% total win ratio across all maps. So they definitely struggle, and then their Search and Destroy is about average. Now, average against the best teams in the world is pretty good. You would accept that. But at the same time, Rogue, I think they have a decent shot in the uplink. It's just going to be the hard points is going to be their biggest downfall. And yes, I definitely think they can win one search, but the question is, can they win two? And you got to imagine just some of these players that are on C9, like how clutch are they? Aches has been just his career almost like defines clutch to an extent, but the talent and players that they have, Prisa is a god at this game. He's been just incredible at times. Assault, he's been amazing for the past 2 years, honestly. He's been fantastic to watch. And Exotic, he's not a bad like third or fourth player to have on your team. He's been cruising along as well. So the talent is there for C9. The clutch factor is there. It's going to be a tough road for Rogue.
Yeah, I think for me, I'm literally just looking at the guys on Cloud9 to have the advantage. So, I don't know. For me, I think the S&D may be the decider. This very first S&D could seal it for me. If we are saying, they are going to win on the hard point, where they should win number 4 then. The uplink, if it is Cloud9's worst game mode, it could go either way, but I think the S&D, it's got to be the S&D decider, right?
Yeah, for sure. And it's tough as well because, again, you talk about just that upset potential. I think so far out of, the 18 matches we've had so far or something to that effect, there's only been one real upset that I know about. I know Straight Rippin' ended up beating EG 3-0, but other than that, I mean, everything. If you're just making predictions, just pick whoever's the higher seed.
Possibly. I mean, that's the funny thing. I think the only one that people predicted the lower seed for today was Project Evil over Elevate. And Elevate ended up taking that one.
That's what I'm saying. It's almost just as expected so far. And again, the expectation, C9 to beat out Rogue. But again, a lot of these players very talented. The guy I'm looking at probably going to be GodRx. He was doing most of the dirty work you saw over in the hard point. And I think, there are moments of watching his gameplay where even we saw just kind of the difference of he pops the reactive armor, gets the first kill. The second kill would be an incredibly tough gunfight. The best players in the world will be able to finish a lot of those, and it's just those small differences that kind of set Rogue apart from those tier 1 teams.
All right, we're about to see an entry into Showers. Aches holding down loading bay, actually ends up getting first blood. Now, they don't actually have entry yet. It's going to be Priest on the outside of Showers, and he is alone. It looks like it might be a player on the wall run with him, and it is. It's going to be Exotic, but they get that kill as well. 4 versus 2. Ends up cutting through his teammate, but it is now a 1. Never mind, it's done.
How many kills did Priest just get in that one round? Because he got a team kill as well, so he got at least 4, if not every single kill on the map.
And Aches got first blood.
Okay, so
not that much.
Okay, so there you go. I think he got 4 of the 5 kills. Granted, what was a team kill, so it won't show up, but that's not a bad round. Killing everything in sight. I mean, if you're gonna kill some teammates, you might as well just hit your shots on everybody.
Yeah, you saw you had to cut through him as well. You know what happens when you go sliding around a corner. It's always going to be dodgy for you to win that gunfight if the other person has the initiative. So he had to cut through him, and he did. Got 4 kills that round, and it's only Aches that got the first blood that took 1 away from him.
Well, we're going to see what happens here. This time it's going to be Stamina with first blood. GodRx, that's just instantaneous follow-up as well, and that's kind of the teamwork you like to see. Now, someone's trying to hit the sneaky wall around the outside, but Assault more than likely does not have that ERAD in his back pocket, so GodRx just going to take the advantage in the close range. Ace, though, in the 1v3, gets the player off bomb, but not before that bomb goes down. And now this is a very difficult spot to be. Stamina and Pander, well, they just have to check the bomb about every 8 seconds. Aches needs to get both kills. He spotted one player. You think he'd expect the player just to be on the other side of the barrels, but he's got to do the search and hunt. Takes the first gunfight. Both players challenge. Not much cooking there. And it's going to tie the score at 1-1.
So difficult for Aches to win there. You think half a second more if he killed that player on bomb. Could have been a very different round.
It's just pretty much the perfect setup right there by Samino and Pander. You got the guy with the ERAD sitting on top of the barrels, ready to take that close range engagements, and the NV4 is watching over him. Again, you'd be lucky to get 1. It's nearly impossible to get 2. And that's pretty much any player you put in the shoes of Aches right there. Not many people could pull that off at all. Either way, though, back on offense. Looks like C9 is going to be switching it up just a tad, leaning over towards that B-bomb side.
Now, looking for the first kill in the middle. Not going to see anything, and they've got a very open path towards B. Rogue have made a call here to go stack mid, Showers, unloading bay. Hasn't really panned out for them, but here comes the push. It looks like they may even hit Spiral. The more advantageous route will be go all the way around. You don't really want to go through that Spiral choke point if you don't know which side the bomb is planted. And that's exactly what they're going to be doing. They're already seeing players go through, but it is peekaboo right now. Panda managed to pick one up. Now are they going to hit Spiral?
It looks like they are going to go for the rat back, trying to play mind games with the opponent, but you see Ace, well, he's going to be on the ball, turns right around, cuts down Stamina, and that might be the deciding point of the round. Got Rex with the E-Rat. He's got to get close to win these gunfights. You see he's trying, has to get away from cover, picks up one. I do not know how, but again, easy kill right there for Assault. Now Panda's just in too tough of a spot, and again, it all comes down to that recognition from Ace to turn around and watch the flank from Spiral.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking about it as well. Like, you have to go around the back of that scenario. If you don't know where the bomb is planted, most of the time they're going to end up pushing back, especially if you don't have back map control. Like, you've got to know they're going to plant that side. And as soon as you go up Spiral here, the only advantage you have is that bomb head glitch. Otherwise, you basically got to try and push them through tank. You've got to defuse, you know, their side. So you have to push them. They know they're going to be kind of fortressed up waiting for you.
Yeah, it can just be incredibly difficult to retake that B-bomb site if you just completely give up control at the start. So potentially Rogue will be making those mid-game adjustments. On the offensive side, though, they do have that bomb inside the A-room, and they get that first blood as well. You see it was Johnny. He's the guy holding down mid-map. Ace got caught out by himself, and Johnny comes out on top of the gunfight.
Now, Johnny just looking mid. Priest has gone low wall run, but it's not good enough as he jumps up late. He is going to go down to Panda, who was on Overwatch. Samino takes down Assault. That's another trade coming in from the mix now. Exotic in a 1 versus 3. Looking for it. He's shot from all angles. He's not even going to get away before they end up taking him down. 2-2 now. Cloud9 versus Rogue.
And you kind of saw from Priest right there, example of like a hero play to an extent. When you're in those 3v4 situations and the bomb is down, you're basically like the round is over unless you make a miracle happen. And he kind of hit that lower outside wall run, just hoping that a player wasn't in commissary to get the kill. Of course, though, players with the MV4 will sit in commissary all day long. Easy kill for that player, and that pretty much decides the round at that point. But very back and forth game we have. I think it's been nothing but offensive round wins so far.
Yeah, 100%, and I think it's just simply because of the way these players are positioning. However, this is the first time we've seen two stacks come up against each other. And you've got to wonder, Cloud9, they do get that first blood. Are they going to capitalize on it, or are they looking for a rat back? It looks like they're going forward. Panda, though, brings it back to a 3 versus 3. This is a choke point. It's not always the easiest way to get around here, but they are going for it. Priest takes down Panda in the end. It's now a 2 versus 2. Are they going to wrap here, considering... I was about to say, you don't really want to keep pushing them.
Yeah, it's an essentially free bomb plant. Once you get those players backed up to that tank area, as long as you sprint there, get the bomb down right away, there's essentially no way that they could get there in time to stop it. Now, the question is, how do they play this 2v2? Because, yes, the bomb is planted, but it's going to be a little bit tricky. It looks like they're going for that full wrap around, but Rogue, so far, they know no one pushed the cell block. Now the bomb site's been cleared out. Now they know they ran a commissary. Johnny's just going to hop on the bomb, but they didn't even want to check loading at all. And now God RX is an impossible situation.
He needs to defuse and shoot both directions at once. Now, he's a good player, certainly better than me, but I don't think he can pull that off. Yeah, almost an impossible win for him. As long as they pick the bomb, 8 seconds, he has to make a decision.
And that's just something that I think like a better team would have reacted a little bit differently. You see, they clear out, they know cell block is empty because God RX was there the whole time. He had just cleared out loading docks. All you have to do is peek out. If nothing's commissary, just turn around. And instead, he doesn't even bother to check it, just hops on the bomb site right away, instantly gets shot in the back. I think better teams would have just tried to recognize that a little bit sooner. I mean, if there's 20-some-odd seconds on the clock, you got to expect them to check the bomb. You're just kind of hoping that you can get lucky that no one checks. And I don't think, playing hope S&D is the way to go about things. Either way, though, it is a new round, and it is going to be Rogue back on offense.
Now, here we go. God RX probably slide across. No, he sees a player, but then it's a dip out. They have lost first blood, though. He's waiting for someone to challenge him. I don't think they're going to. And this may be a call to wrap. Are they going to try and get across? Johnny C constantly checking loading bay, back and forth. He sees Priester now as well. And you've got to be wondering the calls coming in from this team here. They're trying to make a mid-play. God RX, he's kind of hanging himself out there. They don't have any sort of advantage now. Can they pick off somebody in showers? Priester picks off a second player as well. Sees Exotic incoming try. He does actually manage to pick up Priester instead. 2 versus 3. Now he's weak. But, the problem with mid-map is it's great to have control of it, but it's not if you've been pinned in.
Yeah, I mean, it basically turned into C9 having complete control of everything. You see Aches was able to get control of mid-map from top laundry, but they had control of the 8 bomb site for essentially the entire round. And again, it comes down to that 3v4 situation. Someone's got to make the hero play, which GodRx is trying to do right now. He's got 8 seconds. He has the bomb in hand, but he just got spotted. Even if he goes for the bomb plant, the player's going to check, shoot him in the side. Not much you can do.
Jump off the map.
Probably should have jumped off the map, honestly. Yeah, in that situation, or even just baited it. Once you get spotted, you got to expect either that player or someone else is going to check. Generally speaking,
yeah,
you're not
I'm not sure there is a perk for faster planting.
I mean, again, it comes down to they're just kind of hoping that the other team doesn't do the correct things instead of just, adjusting for it or playing for it. So C9, they're not doing anything crazy. They're just doing the thing that's the right or smart thing to do. And Rogue just having a poor job of handling it so far.
All right, well, here we go once again. On board with Aches, has FTL, looks towards loading page, does actually get a hit marker there, but it's not going to get a kill for him. But it does make him aware there's someone here, and Priester just stares in the face of someone who comes to check bomb. And he could have died there if that player had actually wanted to engage rather than shoulder peek. GodRx coming in though, Priester, GodRx gets 2, it's Exotic now in a 1 versus 3, and down he goes. From a very stilted round to everything goes mental. Yeah,
Aches has to switch up the strategies on what he's trying to accomplish mid-map. That's the second time now he's gotten caught out being a little bit too aggressive. And then GodRx, again, he gets that first kill mid-map. His instant reaction is to turn and just check for the doors, waiting for that challenge to come in. Easy 2-piece for him, and that's the kind of play you like to see. Just reacting to where you're expecting the players to be, making the predictions, and just making good search and destroy calls.
Now, GodRx does have kinetic. Are they going to do something with it here? Now, this looks like a complete mid-play. And we saw this before from Rogue, actually, but it didn't go well because they didn't capitalize on it. They didn't go anywhere. If you stay in mid too long, instead of being controlled, it becomes your prison. There's too much to check if you stay here too long.
Well, still, it looks like they might try and make a movement. It'll players over by Laundry. Meanwhile, though, Priest is able to come up on the sidelines now. He's going to get challenged from multiple directions, and he is going to get taken down. So 3v3 is not too bad. C9, of course, knows that that A-bomb site is completely under control of Rogue. They expected to get planted, but they're just going to go for the gunfights. Pander's looking over with the NV4, picks up 1. Stamina's going to rush the second. And there's your round. The aggressive play going to pay off pretty much, well, at least twofold, because that's the second round in a row they've gotten. But I like the call. They have control of A. They know C9 has that information. And what do? Well, they just fly at him. Take the gunfights unexpectedly. Pander again, just locked down with that NV4. Good round win.
I like that. I think realistically, they could have planted A and probably still won the round. Like if they'd gone defensive. Yeah. Instead they went, nah, they'll never expect this. Let's just go at them.
And again, you're also banking on the fact that if you plant the bomb, you don't know if those players are coming from mid-map from the side. So once you spot 1 or maybe 2 players, send 3 at them. At worst case, you're going to have even numbers. Best case, you get the man advantage. And again, I think they timed it out pretty well. Of course, those C9, they're kind of in the prison now. They're all stuck in cave. Johnny C's coming to the back line. No one's turned around yet. That's 1 easy kill, potentially more. Those 2 players, they're stuck in hell. That's Med Bay. You're surrounded by 4. Salt's able to get 1. He's just going to fly out the back and just pray he can win the gunfight. And that's just not going to be the case. They didn't watch the flank. They didn't check mid-map. And, well, Johnny just took a nice stroll through. And, well, he got 2 or maybe all 3 that round.
4-2 to 5-4. Cloud9 have thrown their lead away. And we are seeing a lot of payloads now in play. FTL for Johnny C. Priest is going to have kinetic. Eggs, I think, is also running FTL, if I remember correctly. Oh, overdrive from Johnny C. He's going to try and get into showers early. Here he goes. Going to be looking straight for it. He wants to go early, but the only thing he's done is get him there a few seconds early. Not really done a lot, but this bomb going down with GodRx, with kinetic, means this is going to be a nightmare. Priest may even pop kinetic going straight in here. There we go. He gets it. He goes straight in. Looking for that player trying to get the turn on. No! Kinetic gets shut down, and GodRx has it himself. Looking for the player. Johnny C gets 2. Kinetic gets 1. He's trying to put the kinetic, but he gets shut down as well. It's now going to be Aches in a 1 versus 2. All he has is FTL. Can he keep his team alive? Tries to get 1 weak. 23 seconds left to go. Surely this is not going to work for him.
Well, he's got in close. He's got 1 player above him. If he can finish the gunfight, he can FTL away. But no, that is not going to be the case. He gets cut down, and that was a weird round. I'm not going to lie. I think both of those reactive armor players got cut down immediately. And I think more importantly, I think Priesta panicked a little bit, right? He gets caught out by the Scarab. He expected that challenge to come instantly. pops that reactive, and then he's like, well, now I got to use it. I got to get a kill. He flies in, starts getting shot in the back, and there's only so much you can do. Reactive is good, but not good enough to get that kind of kill.
And I think that's one of the things you'll be looking at. You know, we both reactives weren't really that effective. They just really weren't. You know, they didn't do an awful lot with it. So better payload usage maybe. Camo's always going to be the better payload anyway, but if you're Cloud9, you've just thrown away an S&D.
And again, I do think that is a little bit dangerous. Again, we expected Rogue to be able to at least go toe-to-toe in the search, if not be able to come out on top. But the uplink, it might become a do-or-die situation because, yes, C9 has the edge in hardpoint. I don't think it's good enough to be a guaranteed win. But if it goes that map 5, obviously that's going to be dangerous. And again, uplink has been C9's worst game mode. So, I don't know, a lot of answers. Or a lot of questions, hopefully a lot of answers as well, something.
Well, if we're looking for answers, we'll be right back after this break. Join us right then on Bravo for map number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty World Championship 2017, presented by PS4. We are going into map 3 now. It's Cloud9 versus Rogue. Right now, we're stuck at 1-1.
And very well could be 2-1 after this map concludes. Almost, I guarantee it. That's a joke, but no, the point I was trying to make, I think Rogue could win this series. It's very feasible. It would be an upset if it happens, but it's possible. Again, if you're just tuning in, I've already said it twice. I'll continue to say it until the map ends. This is C9's worst game mode. It's not even remotely close. It's by quite a large margin. They win about a third of the time. Granted, that's against the top teams. That's when they're playing teams that are top 8 in the world rather than just top 32. But Rogue, they clearly showed they can hang. They did okay in the hard point. They definitely had moments of life, but kind of clear-cut worse in the game mode. This is their swing map. If they win this series could be theirs.
It certainly could. All right. Well, the map will be throwback, the game mode uplink. Cloud9 will be looking to regain their lead here, and this is a very important map for that reason. Cloud9, of course, want to make it out of groups. They lose to the guys of Rogue. Well, that suddenly becomes a lot less likely.
Yeah, it's going to be a very difficult match. Again, I think this for the pool is your only upset potential. If Rogue wins this, I think they almost basically solidify their spot unless they fall to that 4th-seeded team. Of course, C9, that is not a position they want to find themselves in. That would be a very difficult climb. I actually did look it up, and if I have the correct stats, which I'm almost positive I do, this is actually C9's best uplink map. I think they're only 3-3 on it, so again, average, but average against the top teams in the world means they're going to get that very quick 4 down. 4 kills on the map. It's going to be guaranteed at least 1 point. They're actually going to have the pass chain, and they're going to be able to get 2. That was a pass to Prisa, getting that pass to Exotic, getting the points on the board, and that is fantastic teamwork. More importantly, you see they still have a little bit of map control. Aix is still causing a little bit of havoc. He's over by A, inside a barn.
Oh my God!
Hits the close range kill. I don't know what gun GodRx has, but he's been rocking the ear out all game. That is not a gunfight he can afford to lose.
It certainly is not against an NV4 close range. Like, the ERAD is just an absolute cannon, but we can now see Cloud9 pushing forward once again. They're actually going the barn route. A little bit more difficult, not easy to get this shot off. Assault trying to stay quiet, gets one, takes a second as well, does end up getting it as well. That's 4 down. And all of a sudden, from being 2 versus 4, they're now going to get another 2 points off of this.
Yeah, almost guaranteed. And Assault, more importantly, he's going to be spawn killing. He's able to pick up 1. The 2 points are going to come in. Gets shut down, actually. That is a very clutch and important kill, but still, 1 point does fall in. GodRx just trying to clear out the base. And you see, Exotic, this is the same thing we saw around the first time. There's always going to be 1 player for C9 that's just being a nuisance. Because now these players for Rogue, they can't focus on mid-map. They can't focus on that the entire rest of C9. They have to take care of that 1 squirrely player.
Assault's really not happy about having picked up the drone there as well. He was in a great position to pick up another kill, but wasn't quite able to. And now, finally, Rogue able to get away from their own spawn. 2 minutes into this game. Can Cloud9 push them back once again?
Well, I mean, honestly, that is the best possible start you could really hope for C9, other than maybe that 2-point play falling in instead of getting shut down. But again, this is a map they can't afford to lose, and this is a map that Rogue probably desperately needs to win. So, again, a lot is on the line. This could very well be the map that decides whether or not these players go on to play at top 16 or get eliminated. The potential is there. Of course, still a lot of Call of Duty to be played. C9, though, they're to clear out mid-map once again. They're going to be back on the attack. Not guaranteed points yet. They got to win that second wave of gunfights, and it looks like Rogue so far holding strong.
They are. Priester has it, but he knows he doesn't really have the bodies with him to make a push here, so he's going to get that ERAD back out. Looks for the kill as well. Does end up making it. May end up resetting this as well. Does take the armor instead, and that's 3 down. Make that 4 down. This is another 2-point play. Well, it looks like they've passed it off. Probably just to help him get camo a bit quicker.
Yeah, I would say not only camo, but the streaks as well. It's always a good decision, and again, that comes down to experience and good leadership. When you can make those calls, those split-second decisions of say, hey, I don't need the points. Someone on this map is more important than me. Now, though, Exotic, he's going to pass it again. Assault. How close is he to camo now? The dude is 10-5. He's got a couple dunks to his name. C9 with that comfortable 7-0 lead.
Yeah, I mean, we could even be seeing, and it does have to go very well for it to happen, a double camo gameplay if they can get it. 2 minutes left on this one. He's over halfway through his camo already. He just has to keep the pressure up. There we go. He's going to have the drone again. Oh my goodness. Ends up getting that one. May even end up scarabing out here. Keeps throwing the drone to reset his armor. And the player's coming in again. Please. Oh my God! Assault has done it again. He did. Someone kill him. What are you doing?
Oh, he's just sprinting at players trying to go for beatdowns. No big deal. Apparently, he just liked that plus 150 popping up on his screen. But again, Rogue, they have just been stuck in their base, and every time they break free, it seems like Cloud9 just gets a clean 4 down, but they desperately desperately need to get some points on the board, and GodRx, he's the guy trying to lead the charge. Him and Stamina have it combined. Now 6 kills in a row. Painter's going over top. Thinks about the one. Decides a little bit too late. There's a player in the base, but Assault picks up 2, and that's the type of indecisiveness that can just cost you. And again, it comes back to the inexperience of these players. He second-guessed himself. He thought he had the 1, tried to go for the 2 last second, realized he was wrong, cost his team some points.
Producer somewhere just put that onto the Maven Mishaps playlist. That'll be seen at the end of the game. And you've got to be gutting, right? You're in a position for a 2 or a 1. You hesitate, you get neither. And now you're 7-0 down going into the second half. Your first chance to get a point in this game ends in abject failure.
Yeah, and now C9, again, they're kind of stuck on the defensive side, but they're getting all the kills. That's going to be 3, make it all 4 down in a row. They're going to be working up this field time. There's not too much time to work with, so you see Exotic, he's not going to waste any. He's just going to fly straight at the opponent, but they got to get quite a few kills before they can get that 1-point shot off, and it looks like Exotic just accepts that. He's just playing for kills, but it is worth mentioning, Assault, he is very, very close to that camo already. And he's just going to try and widen that score gap as much and as quickly as possible.
He certainly is. Unfortunately, not going to get it twice. I was hoping. But unless he has the most incredible second half I've ever seen, not going to happen. But those beatdowns he was throwing around, I was scared when he came out of top green that he was going to get a second. I was like, if he slides and gets another one, like something's just gone very, very wrong.
And again, though, I think that just comes back down to Rogue, a little bit inexperienced, just a little bit too far behind the curve on what it takes to hang with some of these top teams. Again, 9-14 and 7-12. There's always going to be somebody, it seems, on this team that just isn't able to pick up enough slack in the respawns, at least that slaying power. I mean, GodRx, he's trying, right? He's got 17 kills to his name. He's going to get 3 in a row. It seems like every time he pops up in the kill feed, you're going to see his name twice on that left side. So the guy's playing pretty well, I'd say, so far this entire series, but from a team perspective, so far it hasn't been enough, but plenty of time to work with. It's only a 4-possession game.
It is, and Panda's left alone at the lemon. Teammates evaporated around him when they ended up pushing through. Not going to do anything, though. This drone will at least be reset. You can even see Cloud9 are ignoring it and pushing through for the advantage. Is this going to pay off for them? Stamino says no. Picks off 2 as well, but Priesty gets 1. Looking for that last player. Sees him at train. Trying to get it. Gets out E-ratted by GodRx. And it's all settling down as we go for that control in mid once again.
Yeah, I mean, it took Assault to shut him down, but that is kind of the heavy hitter matchup so far in this series. It seems GodRx versus Assault. Kind of go back to earlier where Aches, that's about where he's been so far for the team, a little bit behind, but it doesn't reflect in the score at all. C9 there just again cruising right along for these respawn game modes. It's going to be tough for Rogue. I know they showed signs of life back in that Scorch hard point where they seemed down but were never really out and continued to fight. But again, it's a struggle. They need to put something together. They have to burn the payloads of C9 as well. They got to get rid of them as quickly as possible.
Well, here we go. We can see Cloud9's payloads are still good, and Freeman left to go here. You can't really be leading towards Rogue. Is he gonna, he's gonna use the camo. And they're trying desperately to spray for him. Waits for him to get out. Oh my goodness. Hits him inside the portal. It's like, you can try and body block me, I'm still gonna take it.
And it almost seemed like he waited for it, right? It's like he's gotten enough beatdowns on stream, he's trying to make his own little montage. So he just waits for the player to jump up to the challenge, gets the easy beatdown, and gets that plus 375. So again, all the plays for Assault right now, he's just getting them with his fists.
That's the equivalent of like jumping over someone to get a dunk in basketball, and you use your hand on their head to do it. It's like, yeah, I'm good with this. You be here. You're not gonna stop me.
Yeah, going for the poster. Of course, we need posters in Call of Duty. I guess that could be like the next step for like a marketing team to work on. Stamina, though, mid-map, showed a little bit of life. He's able to pick up 2. GodRx is going to get a 3rd, so Rogue, they were able to get a point on the board earlier. They have an opportunity to try and do so again, but the drone is just tucked so far back into their base. They got to get this next wave of kills. And Stamina, this is the tough spot to be in. If you have an E-Rad, you don't want to be in field. You want to be flying up over to green, but GodRx, he's going to be that guy. You see, he flanked out of that beat cut mid-tunnel. He gets in a barn. He he picks up 3. Now this needs to be points. Although the streaks get called in, it's going to be rough. They're going to get stopped and slowed down inside a barn.
Stay in there.
There's potential.
Stamina, though, goes forward, gets 2 as well. They're going to be able to try and get through, and Stamina ends up getting 3. What a ridiculous play. We thought they couldn't do anything. Stamina says, hold on 1 second, my friend. Let me just clear these players aside for you.
Minute and a half, 3-possession game. They've got reacted. They got FTL, and they have that drone in hand. He's just going to hit the 1-point toss. The interception is not going to come in as well. Cuts the lead down another point. Unfortunately, though, for Rogue, they're going to get completely slayed out. So it's that back to reset mid-map. This is where those payloads need to come in and play. You're reactive. Might as well use it here. You have your work cut out for you. You need to snowball something very quick.
Can they make this relay? Relays and uplink very uncommon, especially on this side.
They do happen on occasion. Again, we saw C9. They put a couple of those together. It just can be very difficult to pull off. And again, the ERAD pressure that Rogue has had for GodRx and Stamino has been great. But those mid-map gunfights, that's where just Ace, you see he's pulled out the NV4 in response. Assault has one as well. They can be so tough to win. And you see every time it's in that mid-map kind of situation, Cloud9 just completely outslays their opponent. GodRx and Stamino, honestly, they really just needed help from their assault rifles. I think that was the biggest problem for them this map. And Cloud9 has pretty much put the nail in the coffin. That 10-4 lead, 25 seconds left. They're good to go up 2-1 in the series.
Yeah, they certainly are. And we wondered, Cloud9's worst game mode is uplink. But if you're still better than the other team, it's not really going to matter.
I mean, it begs the question, is Rogue out of it? No. It's just going to be an incredibly difficult road. I think if these teams sat down against each other and scrimmed the search and destroys, it would be close to a 50-50 split. So if it goes to game 5, I think it'd be difficult for Rogue to beat C9 and S&D twice, but now they got to beat them at a hard point as well, and that is simply not going to be easy. Again, C9, they could win up, what, 7-0 at the first half? Yeah. As again, right out of the gates, they were just having a field day.
Yeah, and actually in the background of that team shot, you can see the Splice game going on right behind them. So atmosphere must be charged there as well. I believe the Splice game's 1-1 as well, just got into the uplink. Splice are leading, so all tense games now going in champs. We've had a lot of 3-0s today, but no longer. It looks like the big teams are now coming out to play, and they are swinging hard. Now, going into the hardpoint chance, what do we think?
I think C9 shuts down here. I think the first hard point will essentially sell you the story. Again, Rogue, they are a very talented team. They certainly deserve their spot. Probably better than the top 32. I don't want to put them top 24, something along those lines. They have the talent. They played the Scorch correctly. It just came down to the gunfights. They just couldn't win enough. Again, there's going to be one player on that team that just isn't going to be able to keep up. I mean, GodRx, that last map, most kills in the lobby. He was having an absolute field day. Stamino did his job as well, but the other two players just weren't there. Same situation on the first hard point. Now you're going into retail. That's where you need those ARs to shine, and those were the players that were just way far behind Assault. And so I just expect C9 just easy win.
If you're Rogue at this point, do you just assign more players to the MV? Just be like, look, we're going heavy NV4s here. Maybe the players that really are slaying, But again, you are right, when you got GodRx and Stamina doing so well up close, is that going to translate into being able to run those MV4s as efficiently?
Well, honestly, it might be able to help them as well. Maybe those are just the players that they need to put up the big numbers. Obviously, on retail, more players are going to be pulling out the NV4, if not just a K-bar as well. So GodRx more than likely won't stick with the ERAD, at least not for really any of the hills. I don't think other than the hallway. Yeah. I was about to say just the hallway, but outside of that, all the players are going to have ARs in their hand, and maybe that's what they need. Maybe the GodRx matchup, if he's dropping numbers like that, he needs to be the player shutting down Assault. Somebody's going to have to do it, but again, tough road.
It certainly is, and we said before, there is definitely an opportunity for Rogue to do well here. We were wondering, is it going to be the S&D? Is it going to be the uplink? I don't think any of us thought it was going to be the second hard point. So we are still leaning that way as well, and I think that's a realistic thing to say. Cloud9 are, in my opinion, a level above Rogue. But it's not a massive gap. We're not talking a gulf here, like some of the teams in this tournament. We're not saying like LG versus Supremacy that we saw earlier in the day. We're talking about teams that are close, but Cloud9, especially over a series, I think they're just the better team.
Yeah, it's weird how it plays out, right? Because I think it was back at Anaheim, they placed 4th. And so obviously top 4 in the world, you're feeling very good about yourselves, but I think both in Stage 1 and Stage 2, they finished in like the top 16, top 12 range. I don't think they qualified for playoffs either time. So when they go against that top level of competition nonstop, C9, they've been coming up short. Obviously, Champs, though, it's that more open bracket-ish format, that double elimination. All 16 teams go in it.
X has got to get far enough. Otherwise, how is he going to knock out Optic?
I mean, you know, you got to do something, right?
Yeah, exactly. He's got to make it that far. Otherwise, it's just not Champs, is it? And I'm sure there's going to be some very upset Optic fans now. But no, I think this team is definitely good enough to make it out of groups, Cloud9. And, you know, taking down Rogue is just one step on the journey.
Yeah, and again, it's worth mentioning, this is all for the players on Rogue, first Call of Duty Champs. Again, assuming my information is correct, I'm pretty sure that is. So this is their first time against the main stage, and they're going against a legend, and then some just monster players in both Assault, Priest, and Exotic, all incredibly talented. So it's a very difficult road, and I think this is their first matchup of the day. So tough start, still a lot of Call of Duty left to be played. And again, I think they've already exemplified just in this series that they do have the talent. Again, GodRx and Stamina have been playing fantastic. Hopefully, though, someone can step up with an AR. Someone can kind of take down Assault in the gunfights. And you see even Priesta, he's main ERAD. He's got the MV4 as well. Maybe that could lean slightly in Rogue's hand, but I just don't think it'd be enough.
All right, well, let's see how these NV4s go to war. Let's get right into this one. We can see now Priesta throwing that nade down. Ake's already got one there. Go through. He's actually going to be running a K-bar for this one as well. Priest already on that hill. You can see a player going wall run, but they're shut out. This is a very hesitant push here from Rogue. They haven't committed a lot of resources to this push, and it looks like Cloud9 have just gone, oh, okay, yeah, we'll have that.
And a similar thing happened on Scorch actually as well, to where the first 2 kills, I think, went in favor of Cloud9, and then Rogue played so passively, they just gave up 20 points without even challenging the fights. And they did the same thing on Bridge, but the problem is for them, on Retaliation, you don't push the hill fast enough and 2 players fall and you just kind of let it happen. A lot of time is going to go by because it is a much, much bigger map than Scorch, so you can get punished. Still though, Rogue trying to fight themselves inside. Exotic and the Hills got a gunfight. Assault is actually going to clean up in support. So again, almost as expected, Cloud9 getting off to a very nice early lead.
It's going to sound weird to say, but I think Rogue should be happy with only being 36 points down, considering 2 of their players haven't got a kill on the first hill. Like, you could genuinely have lost every single point. But they do have the rotation. No, sorry, it's going to be Cloud9 again with a rotation. And this is swiftly getting out of hand.
Yeah, I mean, Ake's 5-1, and there you actually see GodRx. We kind of briefly talked about it. He's going to have to pull out an NV4 or at least a K-bar, and he's got to do some damage. He picks up 2, but then seemingly it almost isn't enough. Still, though, you see Rogue, they're in control of the hill. Right now, C9, they're all turtled up inside a bike shop, trying to get to Plat. And so Rogue in pretty good control. They need to make sure they don't lose the spawns either. And there you go. Number 7 pops up on the mini-map. He's good. Rogue, they're going to be set up for the Graveyard Hill. They can play this well, and they can get right back in this game.
Now, Exotic, look at the ace. It's in that Plat as well. Exotic, you can't do anything here. Just run. Just run away, Exotic. There's too many players around you for the push through there. And he does do the right thing. He ends up get picked up by Johnny C. But right now, Rogue have brought this game right back into it. They got great control there on Lower Street. Priest is close to Graveyard, though. He snuck through, looking for Johnny C. Not going to be able to get him. Assault comes in as well, though. Assault actually ends up getting into the hill. And Rogue are trying to do something here, but they can't quite. And now they're going to start spawning out. And it looks like they're going to try and maybe push middle marketplace spawn, because the Cloud9 actually going to have street spawn. So here they go. This is what they want as well. They want this one. They want marketplace. So you push the players out street. Stamina going up, going high. Doesn't see anybody. Aches takes him down as well. Kill's not going in their favor. And it looks like they're already cutting and running. No, Johnny C is going for it as well as Panda. But there's also a fight going on for the rotation. 25 seconds ahead of the rotation. GodRx. Another big kill from him. Thank God for GodRx. Really has been their star player so far.
I mean, he's doing what he has to. He's going to get that early control. And you see Panda, well, he was trying to hold down the street, but he's going to fall as well. So C9, they get all that scrap time, and they're in an okay position to break. You see Ace is inside the hill. You see he's going to flood out, expecting the pressure to be coming in. So Rogue still in control, if ever so briefly. But still, Ace, he bought his team a little bit of time. Now Exotic's going to be up. Now you see how far away that Johnny's going to be spawning down by Bike Shop. So it's going to be a full 4-on-4. No team really has the advantage here. It comes down to who wins the gunfights. C9, they're able to pick up 2. Aches gets the 3rd, and they're going to be able to come on through with another clean break on the hill. Panda's in the back trying to do everything he can. Frankly, those players don't even need to challenge. They're going to feed him some kills, not getting any hill time. Aches, though, is eventually going to be able to shut him down.
Here's the crazy thing. Even though Cloud9 have got it, they can't afford to get into the hill. They've had to back out the back. Stamino's going to get one, does manage to take him down as well. And even though Cloud9 ended up breaking, because they challenged Panda at the back, they didn't get any time. They literally got like 2 seconds, and then they had to push out the back, and then Ache stayed out the back of Broken.
And again, that's a situation where Panda in the back of the map, he's doing the right thing. Even if they don't win on the kills, their positioning has been very, very good. It just comes down to those gunfights. And again, I've kind of ragged on him a little bit, but Johnny, he's 4-10 right now. He was slow in the first hard point. He was slow in the uplink. He's got to turn the game around. It's a close game right now, only 40 points. Plenty of time left in it. He's got to step up for the team.
Got Rex just keeping an eye, making sure nobody hits curve. Johnny C going to be in the hill. Flower pot for defense. They have plat control as well. They could potentially take the lead. Actually, no, they'll be just off of taking the lead if they hold it down flawlessly. They're doing a good job right now, and that's the key thing. They're going to bring this back into contention. And considering how the first hill went for them, they actually look like the better squad on this one.
I mean, it's completely reasonable, right? Because they're getting outslayed by, what, about 12 kills, give or take, right now, and still only down by about 30. It's not the be-all, end-all, but again, it comes down to they just have to win more gunfights. There's no two ways about it. I know early stats that kept getting brought up all the time back in the Pro League was, in hardpoint, whatever team outslays wins like 90% of the time. In this game, it's been exaggerated of just, it's a very kill-heavy game mode. You got to get the kills. Right now, Rogue, they're doing just that. They're inside the hill. They're trying to deal with pressure coming from two sides. And Aches, he's going to get cut down. He was trying to flank. Still, though, it looks like Exotic, just for the moment, going to be able to get inside. Rogue, though, on the retake.
Stamino managed to get another kill here. And last time, Cloud9 got a lot of time on bridge. And Rogue will kind of shut out. This time, it looks like Cloud9 cannot get a foot near. They're still trying to. Assault and Priest to go through. That wall run has been nightmarish for them so far. Assault now coming onto the hill. He's going to go down as well. Very scrappy here, and we're going to start seeing this rotation. This time it looks like it's Stamino who will get there first. He's looking for garage control.
And I think it should come as a shock to no one, essentially, at this point. Johnny right now, he's going to be on the 4 streak. As soon as he heats up just a little bit, that game gets a lot closer. Now, though, Stamino, he had some important gunfights. That nade actually left them one shot. Assault's going to be able to pick up, too. And you see the man is playing for streaks as well. Touches that 125. Doesn't want to get killed off of anything crazy because he's working towards the Scarab. Not too far from the Trinity. Fell 1 kill short. That is a huge kill for Rogue to get.
Now, plat control here for Aches. And you can see the pressure start to wind in because Rogue can't afford to give away this time. Even though they have spawn for Graveyard, they have to come in. But Assault doing so much work here as well. He's going to be challenged again. Player coming in. Is he going to get that kill? Doesn't matter. Teammate there with him at the same time. And they may have actually broken this one out. They are going to be spawning Rogue all the way towards Broken. And that is the worst case scenario if you are a Rogue fan right now. Cloud9, they had Lower Street. They changed it. They said, you know what? You have 15 seconds to scrap. We'll take the next one.
Well, not the end of the world at all, though. You see the 2 players for C9 are in the back, but Pander, he's able to take down one. That player, he spawns all the way on the right side of the mini-map. So there is an opportunity for Rogue, but they need to hit this hill, and they need to do it very quickly. Pander, he's able to pick up a second kill. Kill's getting traded back and forth. Now it comes down to the 1v1. Johnny, this is where he needs to go big, going against Aches, and it looks like he's just trying to buy time, but honestly, I think this is in C9's favor. They're coming down from the bridge. Aches is going huge for the team, picks up the bombardment, and that just might be the play of the game.
Unbelievable. 1 versus 2 inside the hill. And Aches says, all right, I'll have a bit of this. Patrick Price coming through, and he ends up taking them down. And this is now massive time for the team of Cloud9. Rogue Gaming, they have to think about pushing this one or cutting their losses. Is it wise to put Cloud9 within lethal range? It looks like that's the choice they have made. How is this break going to go down? We know it's all in play. The only benefit they have, I think Stamino's got 1 payload left, but we're going to see streaks everywhere.
Yeah, I was about to say, that's almost decisively going to be the game. It's similar to what we saw on Scorch. Cloud9 is now just, what, 26 seconds away from winning the game, and they got at least 3 more hills just to get that amount of time. Aches is calling in the bombardment as well. Now, no one for C9 actually wants to get inside the hill for the moment. Couldn't tell you why, but apparently that's just going to be priority number 2. You see, it's actually going to be 16 seconds before they hop inside, but hey, if they get the kills, they're going to be in good shape. Priest has got a lot of pressure to deal with, and well, despite the fact that the streaks got used, Rogue, they're going to be able to get inside. Their dreams are not over yet.
Not quite. 30 seconds left to go onto this hill. Then we go to hallway. What has Aches got left? Nothing. Aches has burnt everything. Only has that Scarab. So they're going to be looking to break it here. Assault gets one. Looking for that player in the back. Oh, he almost snapped off the head grips, and he does. Looks for the second one as well. Ace! No! Doesn't quite get the third. That would have been massive for his squad. Put another 10 seconds onto it, but now we go into the hallway. Cloud9 still not winning this game. Rogue Gaming have a chance.
Well, again, very tough work cut out for them. They're going to be inside the hill. And this, honestly, might be the position that GodRx kind of thrives. You see, he's pulled out the ERAD. That's where he's been at his best, because this game, with that NV4 and K-Bar, a little bit lackluster. Still, though, the hill pressure needs to be there. GodRx gets one. He gets two. Now, he's 150 off his streaks. Thank God for C9 that Assault's not gets one, not gets two, but gets three. Stamino has to clean up, but this is just a juggernaut matchup back and forth. All the kills coming in. Painter's got streaks as well, so, well, this game, there's actually a lot of hope. Rogue can definitely do this.
Are they going to bring this from out number 5? Panther's going to go down as well. They're still flooding in. Rogue know they need to have this in, but now because they have the advantage of streaks, they can rotate late to the bridge. And they're going to be doing it. But Assault picks off 2. And it will go to bridge now at the very least. We are not going to see an end of game here. The other problem Rogue has is that realistically, they can't end it on bridge.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough spot. You see he's calling in the streaks pretty much right away, because you see that score, 249. C9, if they get in the hill for just a second, the streaks only going to be able to take down one player. That's the Trinity. He still has the bombardment, and of course he knows the 2 players are coming on the flank because he had that information in Rogue. They're going to get that full set of kills. Either team can win this map on this hill.
A perfect bridge hold is what Rogue are looking for. This does not happen very often. It's one of the more scrappy hills. So many ways to break it. Very little cover. Bombardment coming in as well. They're pulling out all of the stops, but it's too late. It's too little. Cloud9 with the 1 point to go will take them down. Rogue Gaming, they asked for too much when they were that far behind.
Yeah, and it's not a criticism. It's more of just a hindsight acknowledgement. The fact that you waited that long to call in that bombardment. It's a situation, if you can only afford to give up 1 point, you got to do everything in your power to keep the other players as far away as possible. Because if there's a moment where you're just going in the gunfight and you jump too high or jump a little bit too far off the map or step outside the hill at all, you just lose. So you have to keep on that pressure, keep the enemy as far away as possible, and they didn't do it. There was hope. But again, situation, you fall down by enough points, there's only so much you can do.
Well, for me, what you needed to do was call out bombardment in Egypt. For the reason being, you want to put the pressure onto Cloud9. If Cloud9 suddenly see that you're 10 seconds away from winning the game, like rather than 20 seconds, it automatically means that they're going to start coming in one by one. You're actually going to get a less of a flood. Cloud9 still had 30 seconds to stack if they wanted to. They ended up stacking, they came in, they ended up winning the game. The bombardment could shut that down. Another wave of kills, another 15-second burn. Could have been different, but we did say Cloud9 looks like the better team, and they proved it pretty much the entire way through the series. As you can see here, map number 1, 250 to 180.
Yeah, and again, you just kind of look at those stats for Rogue right there. Johnny, he had the most hill time, but this is something that like LG, for example, will thrive off of. You'll see Octane, not only does he get the most kills in the lobby, but he gets the most hill time as well. So he wins all those important gunfights. The guy in the hill, he's your man you're looking at to absolutely go off. And it just seemed like Rogue didn't really have that, even on the uplink, where you have players going off. It was just never enough. Just in terms of raw slaying power, there wasn't enough there for the team.
No, I don't think there was. And you were right when you kind of brought it up here, you know. They're going to be looking at the NV4s and stuff and seeing who is better, the ERADs or the NV4s. Let's take a little look at the S&D. Now, this was a map we were wondering which way it would go. Turns out I ended up going to Rogue, but Cloud9 were in such a good position and just not able to capitalize on it. End up losing 6-4. Panda 2.0.
Yeah, and I mean, it's very similar to what we saw when Rogue was playing back at Anaheim, when they played against your Epsilon, against your top teams, Spice and LG, I think even they faced off against. They can have success in the search and destroy. Again, these are 4 very talented players that are on the Rogue squad. It's just ultimately that teamwork, that level is required in the Respawn game modes. That incredibly fast-paced, only the best teams in the world are able to pull it off at such a high level. It's incredibly difficult to do. And again, with 4 players, it's their first COD champs ever. How much experience do these guys really have? It's obviously there, but it's not enough.
It certainly is. Now, speaking of not enough, let's move on to the uplink where the Harlem Globetrotters were playing this one as well, at least in the first half. 11-4, this one ended, and it was a very dominant performance in that first half as well. GodRx, actually, another player, we keep highlighting him here. 34 kills, 1.26, and I think also Stamina made a massive play in this one as well, but still, going to go to Cloud9.
Yeah, I mean, it was an AR versus SMG kind of battle that we had, and the ARs for C9 just completely ranked superior. It's one of those things that even if the ERAD players are getting all those kind of clutch kills up close, if you can't even get control of the map at any point because the ARs are too dominant, there's not just anything you can do. Again, Assault played too well. Aches even was playing, I would say, above his normal pay grade for what he brings to the table in Respawn. So firing on all cylinders was the entire team of C9.
All right, well, let's take a little look at the last one then. This is the final hard point where it ended. Rogue Gaming quite a way behind, but they tried to claw back. And it looks like, Grave is the difference.
Yeah, and the moment of the game, I think, for me on that Grave Hill, there was a moment where you were talking about C9, and this is the second time around C9, they had the early control, but Panda comes over top and curve. He gets one kill, and there's 10 seconds before that hill pops up on Grave. So Rogue, plenty of time to get the break. It came down to that 1v1 inside the hard point. It was Aches versus Johnny.
1v2.
Or a 1v2, whatever it was. So Aches gets the first one, and Johnny just doesn't challenge. He plays for the contest spot, but the problem for Johnny was C9 had those close spawns. So if he doesn't get that gunfight and that control right away, C9 is going to be the quicker one to have those reinforcements come in. And it's just those, very small recognitions of just the most minute things in a game that if you don't get right, it can just cost you. Because again, if he wins that, instead of them going down to the next hill, down 80 points, it could be nearly a tied game. And then, of course, Painter gets those streaks. They only lose by 30. It could have been a different game. Yeah. Just those incredibly small decisions can be costly. Again, certainly not all the fault of Johnny. Again, it's always going to be a team effort. But just kind of highlight some of the decisions that these players are making at a high level and just split-second decisions they got to make.
Well, split-second decisions may have made a difference, but it will be Cloud9 taking down Rogue 3-1. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, another big game. It's Envious versus Elevate.
Welcome back. Call of Duty Championship 2017 presented by the PS4. I'll get that down perfectly eventually. The matchup we have on our hands is an interesting one. We got the returning champs in Envious going against their opponent, Miles. What do you think about this matchup?
Oh, dude, Elevate have been playing great all day. It was Elevate, Team Elevate. I mean, this is a nice sort of like, this is a UK-US rivalry going on. We've got Reedy, who's not a big fan of North American players, and he's somebody who lets his opponents know very, very openly and loudly. He had a great rivalry with Aches earlier this year, which we had a couple of sweet little pieces of content from that sort of stuff. But you don't agree?
Well, I mean, the content was good, but the rivalry itself was virtually non-existent. It was essentially just made up. I mean, it was there, but you got to have like two teams that are kind of like on equal skill level. And Elevate so far, they've been struggling quite a bit. The tagline for them, obviously back in Stage 2, they were 0-18, not in series count and map count. They did not win a single map. Now, already, they've proven that they've turned that around going against Project Evil. They won 3-1. From what I was told from Bryce, this is a team that, depending on how much time they put into the game, is going to kind of equate to their skill level, and 3 of them just before Stage 2 just weren't practicing enough for this event. They have come to play. They've looked quite a bit better, but Envy, obviously, a very difficult matchup.
Oh, difficult is an understatement. I mean, Chance, let's face it, their form hasn't been fantastic as of recent, but these were still your 2016 World Champions. There is no doubt about it that they are it's a superstar lineup. I mean, Cap's got 2 rings. Like, what more can you say? There's nothing more to be said. I mean, it's an outstanding lineup. Elevate have got a hell of a lot of work to do against them, but on today, on this field, Elevate are looking quite strong.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting matchup for sure. It's one of those situations where you want to get that first seed in the groups because that should make your bracket as easy as possible. So both of these teams potential to contend. Again, the winner of this, I'm pretty sure, is guaranteed top 16. They both have a series win on their hands. Envy earlier beat Mind Freak Black. Elevate was able to beat Project Evil. So you get that second win. You're feeling good about yourself. You guarantee that top 16. You can move on with your day.
Everything to play for here. This is already off to a great start for Envious. As you can see, Elevate didn't exactly win that opening engagement with flying colors. In fact, there was a bit of a team kill there. I believe Zed managed to nade out a team. Speaking of Zed, here he is trying to make a play around the back end of Showers. Again, getting ready for that next hard point, 15 seconds away. I think he might be a little bit too early on that one, but as you can see, Envious full control of middle. They managed to get 31 uncontested seconds here on the very first hard point. And here we go. Let's see what the boys in red can do if Elevate can get back into this one. Here comes a bit spin for the rotations. Watson now in mid. He's got players actually being tagged up behind him. That one player was Apathy, I believe, doing a lot of work in middle. Good awareness there from Watson, staying alive, but again, a little bit of a slower start from the boys on Elevate. They're not exactly clued in, I don't think, to this one just yet, Chance.
Yeah, I would say there's a pretty distinct lack of hill pressure on that first hill. Anytime you give up more than 30 seconds on what's supposed to be either the most contest heavy or just hill that people don't want to jump in at all, and you give up 30 seconds, that is not a good look. More importantly, we're on a cell block. You see Zed, he was trying to make those early plays. JCap wins the gunfight, and now Envy, they're in full control. Slasher, this is when he's at his best, when he's got more than a minute in the hill, and he's got 4 kills to his name. Slasher, this is what he does. He just sits back, doesn't move, and just beams people.
Well, he beamed those 2 guys without any help from his teammates as well, so that's more than enough work being done there by Slasher. He's on a 2 streak right now, 4-1 overall. This is Zed from Elevate now getting ready for the next rotation. But again, Elevate, they get in there early. They get a little bit of time off the start. I mean, 1 point already is not enough, but then straight away, Envy in from behind. Serious amount of damage being dealt. JCap in now on the flank, gets 1, does get taken down in the end. 2 dead for Elevate, 3 dead Reedy, last player alive. Currently going 1-7, not an ideal ratio there for the young man. And again, Envious have already cracked 100 points to Elevate's 1.
Yeah, this is pretty bad. This is about the worst case scenario. Everything that can go wrong just does go wrong. Elevate though, finally they're able to pick up some kills. They're able to get in the hill, and already they have more than quintupled the amount of points they had in the first 2 hills. So a little bit of life coming out of them, but obviously if you go down by 100 points that quickly, it is going to be an incredibly difficult game for you.
Well, here we go. Elevate now trying to ascend from the darkness, get themselves up into the clouds. 20 points and rising. Finally, they've seemed to clock on to what's happening here in the game type. But that's right, you need to stay in the hard point to get those points. Indeed. And here we go. Desire doing what he can, stay alive. Does get dropped fairly easily there. No help from anyone on his team at that stage. But again, the damage has been done. Next rotation coming up. Graveyard was the only time we've seen Elevate manage to get any points here on the board. But as you can see, 120 to 26 is looking beautiful for Envy. Questions about their skill, questions about their placement here in Infinite Warfare. They're doing what they can to answer back.
And it's also worth pointing out, Slasher right now is on a 5 streak. He got those first 2 kills all the way over in cell block. He's not been involved in a lot, but when he's there, he's getting the kills. And Envy, their team that at Anaheim, they got top 24. They bounce back and immediately just get 2nd place in stage 2. And Slasher is easily the biggest reason because of that. He was playing like an MVP the entire tournament. He's putting up ridiculous numbers, but more importantly, he's got the least amount of engagements in the hill, most hill time. The rest of his team has completely picked it up, and of course that reflects in the total score. Envy, again, pushing that 100-point lead.
Delightful work here from John. Apathy coming in from behind. Again, Apathy to and fro from Envious at the moment. Elevate really not very present here on Breakout, and so far things are looking fantastic for Envious. As you can see on your screen, the next hard point on its way. Commissary was all blue. And here we go, getting ready for the next rotation. JCap in from behind, gets a 2nd. Can he find a 3rd? No need. He's managed to clean up those 2 players and Elevate. Again, early rotations, just unable to capitalize on any of that. And before you know it, Envious are in behind you.
I really wish JCap would have just gotten a hill there, though. It always bothers me. This is definitely, like, super nitpicky, but I always hate when players just kind of freely give up, like, an extra couple of seconds of time. You see Slasher, he calls in the Trinity Rockets. You know it's clear. You know you got, like, the ways to go. Of course, it might have been a situation where they're purposely giving 100 points to another player. Obviously, we can't hear their comms, so we're not 100% sure. And, of course, Envy. They're obviously cruising right along. Again, just a bit of a grievance I have on occasion.
No, there's nothing wrong with that, dude. I mean, 177-33. You can have those little moments where you kind of let stuff throw, you let things slide like that, and you can make a mistake or two when you've got this much safety net to work with. Like, there's a real padding here. Reedy Not sure what he's doing at the moment, and this is looking a little rough for the boys in red. Elevate, I feel like the wind has just gone from their sails. They took down their first opponents quite handedly, and now it's like they don't even know what they're doing.
I mean, I can imagine their comms were Slasher earlier called in the Trinity Rocket on like the first hill, which like you don't really see. There's no real point. You normally want to save it for Graveyard, but the comms probably were like, "Oh wait, John, you have streaks? Well, I have streaks. I don't know. Do you want to call them in? No, I don't know. I'll just call them in." And they're just like sitting there casually, just beating the living crap out of Elevate right now. I mean, again, it's a brutal score. John's fully streaked out. What more can he do? He's got the FTL, which isn't a game changer, but obviously it's useful.
Potential for some crazy plays. We do enjoy a bit of FTL now and then. And so far we've had a couple of good ones today. Nothing outstanding, but a couple of goodies. And, you know, we've seen some FTL plays in Uplink happening more and more. They're not just reserved for Reddit threads. We're actually finding them in tournament play. And here we go. Reedy, the boys in red, trying to get back into the hard point here. Here come Envious on the outside. Nice bit of work there from Reedy. Taking care of JCap on the outside. Perfect timing as he gets rid of John. But John managed to get Zed in that exchange, so a little bit too slow off the foot there. As Elevate now desperate to get back into this one. Slasher on the other rotation is going to be dropped quite quickly there. We're going to see Desire and the rest of Elevate moving forward. Here we go. Bit of a flip. This is the first time we've seen Elevate get control straight off the bat and not be completely wiped out.
And it's gone.
And there it's gone. Yeah. I was like, I turned away. What a fool. It's all over. The dream is dead. And here we go. Envious back on the offensive. 200 now to 81. This is it. I think we're done. Chance, I think this is it.
I mean, yeah, hypothetically, even if Elevate, after they get that first set of kills, if they get 4 down instead of get all 4 killed, then they got to deal with all the streaks coming out of Envy. I mean, John's just sitting on it. He can use it pretty much whenever he wants. He can save it for Commissary. It doesn't matter. One of them could probably take a bathroom break and just, like, John could go to the bathroom, and then when they need, someone could just reach over, use a controller, call on the streaks, and you'll pretty much be good to go. But, yeah, pretty dominating performance. They're going to get those final 11 seconds. They're going to be up, what, 241 to 81. Elevate, yeah, no, they're not making a comeback.
It's a little too hard to make the comeback at this stage. Still Apathy making this fight really, really tough. Watson finally going down there in the end, but alas, it's not going to amount to too much. Scarab out, and it seems to be all for show. Slasher has put on a wonderful show for Envious, 13 and 8. Final 10 seconds now. Bit of a play happening there. John managed to get Watson with the bombardment, but this is going to be the final few seconds as Envious comfortably take the first map. What a display.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we have a lot of Call of Duty left to be played. Just one map. It's the first game against the toughest competition either of these teams have probably faced so far in the tournament. But still, the two competing stories for me was Envy. They go from top 24 to top 2. How good are they really? Did they have a really lucky tournament? Because again, like their KDs were abysmal. For example, in the respawns, they were just winning all of their game 5s. Their search and destroy was incredible, so they managed to get through. But then in Anaheim, obviously that's not the case. So tough to kind of appropriate how good that team is. Then Elevate is like on the opposite scale where they've looked just terrible, but they came in, saw some success, so maybe they're not as bad as we thought. But then that happens. It's tough to say. Obviously, a lot of Call of Duty left to be played, but that is not how Elevate wants to start.
No, and again, you just mentioned how strong Envious their S&D has been in the game 5s, and we're about to go into an S&D now, and I don't think, frankly, you know, European S&D, it's a little bit hit and miss. It's a little too random, a bit frantic. I think we're going to be seeing something a little similar here going up against Envy, and I have very little respect for, you know, Elevate's S&D game, especially up against Envy.
Yeah, it's worth bringing up as well that Elevate did participate. The EU guys, I think 6 teams had like a LAN. They've been here for either 1 or 2 weeks where they've been scrimming each other nonstop, which is great if you're getting the best practice in possible, but you're only scrimming those European teams. Now you're going against some North American guys. If the play style is a little bit different, if they're fast-paced, slow-paced. I mean, again, we saw Slasher at one point. He's on a 5-kill streak, and that was the span of 2 entire hills. So it's not like he's the quickest guy on the map, but still locking down hill times and doing his job. But if play styles don't match up well, if it's not what you're used to, it can be problematic, and that's going to be just exemplified in Search and Destroy. If the matchups are going to work well for you, then great. You'll have a nice, comfortable, easy win. But if you've been getting practice in and you're just going to get completely caught off guard with players with different play styles, it could get really rough really fast.
This is one thing I want to bring up about having a pre-LAN with guys from your region. Even though you're overseas in the States, I don't see too much of a benefit there. I kind of feel like you should have been scrimming teams from at least online, at least 2 North American teams online, because at the end of the day, it's kind of the same little pool of players. Just because you're in a house in the United States doesn't make that any better practice, but you probably have to go into Certo and read an article about that sort of thing.
Well, I mean, in fair, the LAN environment, you want to get the same kind of practice. Online is obviously going to be at least slightly different just due to latency of playing people across the country. And I'm not entirely sure how often they might have scrimmed North American teams, but obviously it wasn't very much, if at all. I know some of these guys were playing in online tournaments like against like Courage and stuff like that for fun. So maybe a tiny bit against the North Americans, but
that's not great practice though.
Slightly different scale.
No offense to Jack, but loads of offense to Jack. That's not very good practice, especially now you're a COD champs.
Yeah, again, well, to be fair, he's playing with like some search and destroy stars, so maybe you get a touch of that North American. But again, Envy, to me, that is where their tournament lies against the top teams. I don't think their respawn is anywhere near good enough. Like, unless Slasher puts on monster performances, they normally fall behind. So they are absolutely reliant on the search and destroy game. We're going to get a taste of that here. Obviously, if they come out with a nice dominating performance, that honestly will boost up Envy a lot in my mind, to where I'm comfortable with them getting a top 6, a top 4, or maybe even another top 2 finish. But for the time being, I don't have enough faith in their respawn. But, you know, with Game 1 performances like that, I can only think that for so long.
No, for so long. Again, and the respawn game types for Europe has generally always been falling behind the US. You know, particularly, I mean, maybe Splice, they're up there, but we saw TK just take down the respawn game types against Splice for most of their series, I believe. I haven't seen the latest scores and updates there, but I'm sure you'll be able to find them if you've been watching. Thank you again for tuning in. If you're tuning in from the Southern Hemisphere, well, hey, well done. If you're in Australia or in New Zealand or even, you know, in the Asian side of things, I bet you're tired now, my friends. Let's get to Search and Destroy. This is map number 2, Envious versus Elevate. The first map was over so quickly, I barely remember what happened.
Well, it wasn't good, and it went in favor of Envy. That's all you really need to know. Elevate, though, incredibly quick reactions. They rotate over to this B bomb site pretty much instantly. Apathy, though, going to be able to get that first blood. A player's on bomb and just trades going down so quickly. Slasher's able to get 2, and he doesn't even get taken down. So, you know, Slashers, he's already got streaks in the back of his mind. Watson, though, in that 1 versus 3. Bomb's going to go down. This is more points. If I was Watson, I'd just take a hike off the map.
Yeah, I think he may be opting for that, but at the same time, he seems to be sticking around, so why not? He saw Fanatics play against TM, and he was like, I can do something like that. I'm going to make it tap a Reddit. We'll see how he goes. Watson up against JCap. There's 2 rings on the other side of that box, son. What are you going to do? Goes to the slide, and he is going to be caught out immediately by Slasher. I'm not sure why he committed to that fight. You know, he was worried about getting hit from the flank, obviously, but even then, to have let that happen, John got the kill as well. So that's not too bad. If Slasher managed to get that one again, that's closer to streaks, closer to payloads.
Well, in fairness, Slasher does get an assist. It's obviously not a lot. It is something, but I agree with you. Once he doesn't instantly get that kill on JCap, I think you just got to back off and try and not feed points. I'm cool with going for it. Again, if he was able to kill Slasher in that scenario, that would obviously be pretty big. And it's round number 1. You're not losing too much here. But still, once you're pretty much guaranteed to not be able to win a round, might as well just go for the safe play. But that's obviously super long term. A lot of Call of Duty left to be played. You actually saw, for example, Reedy. He's going to be the guy watching the flank. He's got the whole entire back spawn, but these 2 players are coming up underground. So he's basically accomplished nothing on this flank right now, but Elevate recognizes that. You see 2 players wrap back. It's going to be an interesting gunfight, and it looks like it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade so far.
Here we go. Push from Envy on retake. Watson gets dropped there. John doing well so far. Zed and Desire left. Desire picks up 1. Slasher in the back end as well. It's down to a 2v nada as Elevate has been wiped off the map there. Very clean retake there from Envy. You know, at the same time, that big flank from Apathy early on, managing to come up behind Reedy, he said, kind of wasted all for naught. They went underground, and in the end, that really paid off for them. Apathy doing a little bit of dirt to the bodies there. Why not? 2-0 up for Envious.
Yeah, and that's a situation where I don't know how much Elevate game plan specifically like for this map against Envy. That just might be knowledge that they often flank through the hallways rather than underground. But the spot that you watch from, that's the obvious hole. You don't have any eyes on mid-map. You don't have any eyes on underground. You're just doing guesswork with the timing. And yes, the team of Elevate reacted by turning around, but you don't expect 3 players to be there. It's a bit of a rough situation. Now, though, Watson, he's going to be able to get that first blood, and it's worth mentioning, even in Stage 2 when they had that 0-18 map count and Search and Destroy, Watson actually did pretty well. He held down like a 0.95 KD, which sounds bad, but when his rest of the team is at like a 0.5, he did his job.
He's doing his work. It's now a 3-on-3. Zed was dropped as well. Apathy now a bit of a duel, bit of an engagement. He's going to be dropped immediately there by Watson. So Watson 2 so far in this round. A 3rd. He gets John as well. Can he get the ace? There we are, pushing him back. Slasher. Hoping to get something out of this. This looks like to be the first round win we're going to be seeing for Elevate, but it's not over just yet. Slasher in a seriously tough spot right now. He's surrounded by members of Elevate. Doesn't manage to catch anyone off guard. And Desire is going to clean that kill up. 2-1. Elevate finally on the board.
And you could see that basically the decision-making from Elevate won them that round. They went for the wrap back all the way around towards the base. And Apathy was actually there. He wasn't expecting that many players to be there and ended up getting shot in the side. So, again, teamwork, stick together. As long as you're there to trade the gunfights, you're going to be in decent position. And then if you get those first bloods, you'll be cruising right along. So credit to Watson. I think he ended up getting 3 that round. He's got to continue it, though, to get Elevate back in the series.
And here we go. The boys in red on offense. Wow. Watson immediately eradicated there by John. Beautiful shots. John gets dropped in the end. Nice bit of trading work back and forth. Really now on the offensive, trying to get something out of this one. Tags up a few players, but Apathy's going to get the best of him. Now 2 dead for Elevate. Now pushing back into this one from behind. This is Zed. He's made a big flank. He's got bomb in hand, so we'll be able to get the bomb down at A if he wishes. All of Envy have actually abandoned the bomb site, and they think that the fight's going down at B. You can see them all working perfectly, the 3 of them, quickly. The 3 musketeers, if you will, now have moved towards the other bomb site. What a flip. Now again, 2v3 situation. The boys in blue, they're not exactly going to be going in alone. They're going to be holding hands. We've seen this work time and time again. Here comes the engagement. Slasher's up early. There's a trade, though. So, 1v2 Zed. He's coming from behind those players. Erad, he's got 2. He's got a nade and a utility to use, so this is actually huge. He may be able to make something happen here. He's going down. This is a big kill. Gets 1 now. He's pushing to a 1v1. Zed. Next decision he makes. Oh, the players got wind of him. On the turn. Zed. Oh, close range engagement, and Slasher just rips him in half.
But the question is, does he have enough time? He's got to get there before 7.5, and no, that's a clutch. He even wasted enough time despite the fact that he didn't get the gunfight win. He at least secures the round, and honestly, I'm kind of proud of Elevate for being able to pull that off. They played it in a 2v3. Generally speaking, if you don't have those man odds, that can be a bit risky, and you could see it almost was not going to pay off. There's a half second away from being down 3-1, but they did exactly what they needed to.
I didn't think Elevate had that at all. I thought that by the very fact that Zed died then, I thought he died a little too late, and I thought there was at least a second to go there, but dude, he landed on the bomb with the 7.5 seconds to go, and he couldn't get the disarm down, so well done. There we go, Elevate back into this. Whew. We've got a series on our hands now, James.
Well, now you see the situation right now. Desire, number 8 on your minimap. He's waiting to see if Envy's going to push through. The amount of map coverage that Elevate is taking care of, if you see 3 players on the flank, they know that all of Envy is trapped in this B site. Slasher, though, with the awareness of a god, is able to pick up 1, is going to not find the second. Zed is able to get the beat down. Slasher didn't finish the gunfight. JCap's going to be there. Slasher, still, he's more worried about his back. He knows there's still more pressure coming from there, and he's going to challenge. Reedy's chilling with the Erad, but the Erad isn't good enough to get that second kill. And again, Slasher, he's the man on a mission right there. He's the guy that was making the plays, and JCap, credit to him, he got 2 kills as well. But just the sheer recognition, not only to turn and get kills on the flank, but you don't even have to finish that gunfight. He doesn't go back and try to make up his past mistakes. He trusts his teammates to do that, and he focuses on the back and secures that round win.
That is a very heads-up play from a former world champion. And there we go, reading the boys of Elevate back in this one, 3-2. Envy finally taking the lead. Ooh, really jammed there from the boys in blue. John's finally got his payload ready to go. Slasher was incredibly close to his. Nobody on Elevate is really anywhere near theirs. So that's going to be certainly a little bit debilitating going into these next few rounds, but until then, we've got a minute to get this bomb down. And as you can see, all of Elevate have swapped over, but Envious are coming in now. We've got a Scarab on its way to the bomb site now. Has been taken down there, so here comes the engagement. You can see those blue outlines on your screen. Zed has no idea they're there, but as you can imagine, he's gearing up for a fight regardless. Watson is moving around the flank, and again, who's on the 6? Number 6, Reedy, also watching the back end. So this is they've double flipped. They went to B, they realized that Envy made the move there, and now they're going back towards A, and they're trying to catch him off in the pinch, and that was a good shot from Reedy. Does get dropped though, and now we're down to 3-3.
Well, now it's a wrap on rewrap. It looks like the bomb's getting planted, and Desire just does not do a good job of checking that hallway. That player was essentially right next to him, didn't even notice, loses the gunfight. That bomb gets planted. Now Zed has been here before, and he got the round win, but this is a much more difficult situation. It's actually going to come up, nearly shoots a player in the back, has the challenge. That player hops off bomb as well. They're going for the gunfights, and Slasher, with the NV4, just slides out and just destroys them.
It was so close. I was curious to see. I had a funny feeling that Zed, he may have FTL'd through the doorway, maybe get past that guy, hoping that somebody was on the flank. It could have worked out for him, but still, playing the long game, Envy have now got another round in the bank. 4-2. I need 2 more to win this. We go 2-0 up over Elevate in the series so far. Elevate they're not looking terrible, but they're definitely a step behind Envious at this stage. I mean, it's a couple of mistakes made. It's some crucial gunfights. I'd like to see Reedy step up. I feel like he's got a lot. He really wants this. I've spent enough time with him in the last few days. There's some good barbecue down the road. It was nice, real good. If you're in Orlando, make sure to check out Pigs Floyd. My God, that barbecue. My gentle Jesus. Anyway, here we go. Bomb's going down. Over by B. Or by A, excuse me. Yeah. Oh, hang on. What's going on here?
Well, all of Envy right now is stacked up as a 4-man unit. Reedy's got a snipe in the back, but he's just going to die because there's not much you can accomplish in that situation. Again, Envy just sticking together as a 4-man pack, and of course it was none other than Slasher that got the kill. Still, though, that bomb, it very well might be getting defused right now. And you see, again, it was Slasher. He's the player that recognized it. He's the player that got on the hill. Of course, it's, again, a team effort, but you got to call out the man, Slasher. He's making all the smart plays. Anytime there's a moment of something you need to recognize, and I got to imagine he's shot calling as well. You see John burns the FTL to get back inside, but Envy completely on the ball. Their decision-making has been on point. They all four push out the back because they expect someone to be there, get that kill, burn payloads to get back inside to not give up any cheeky defuses. So yeah, Envy cruising right along, just one round away, and of course Slasher still has his payload as well, but frankly he doesn't even need it. The man's 10-2.
Camo at the ready. Here comes a big aggressive push from Elevate straight on through towards that A-bomb site. B is now being evacuated by the members of Elevate. Excuse me, and now the Scarab coming in. Slasher does get dropped though, so that's Camo out of play for this round. And Elevate keep themselves in this. John gets tagged up at the doorway. He's trying to make a play out of the rear of this one. Here comes two up top, one down the stairs. Big trades. Apathy gets Zed. Apathy straight on through. This is now a 2-on-2. You see Desire on the big flank. Watson goes down. It's all on the Desire now. John, he's downstairs as well. Desire has not been identified yet. They have no idea he's there. And this is going to be huge if he get the win, but he cannot. And that is going to be it. Apathy is going to wipe Desire out. That is a comfortable round there for the boys in blue. 6-2. You see Envy looking pretty calm, pretty cool about that one. They've got to be feeling good about that.
I mean, yeah, they made it look easy. All the decisions, it was almost like clockwork. Even in that last round, you see Apti was trading out quite a few of those kills with the ERAD, but then it's a 2v2 situation. Elevate, that's like the third time where they just played split, where the players kind of run away from each other. Sometimes it can work, sometimes it can be smart, but then there's no one there to trade your gunfight, so you're banking on some guy in a 1 versus 2 just to go big. You see he gets shut down. Envy wastes no time. They just go and push back out the other side. And again, that ERAD in that close range engagement, Apti, that's where he got all 3 of his kills, wins them the round, wins them the game. So it was, what, a 250 to not very much in the first hard point, and then 6-2 in the S&D. Envy, they're looking to be in top form, and no better time to do it than at Champs.
No, so far it's looking like a bit of an Envy win, but you'll have to find out after this commercial break.
presented by PS4. We got a match on our hands. Well, you know, something of it kind of resembles a match, but like not really. It is Envy. They are playing Elevate. We got that down now, but it's basically a one-sided show in favor of Envy so far.
There are two teams, so technically it is a match, albeit one-sided at the moment. Elevate are not looking great, and that's bad news for European fans, but it's good news for the envious fans, because Uplink is arguably going to be a pretty bold affair for the guys in blue. Elevate, though, still a lot to prove. Very happy to be here. They had a great showing against their first opponents, Project Evil, which went great for them 3-1, but they're really struggling against Envious at the moment. And again, this is a crucial game for them to play, because this is basically going to determine who gets out of groups. Well, it's first or second place at least. It's a tough one for them.
Right. The winner of this, guaranteed, they got 2 wins. They got top 16 for no fear. And both of these teams, obviously, this is the best competition they're going to see. This matchup playing against each other. So more than likely, barring the upsets happening, which there's always potential, but again, very low odds. The winner of this will come out with the top seed, and then, of course, the loser will more than likely end up with that second seed. But again, it can always be fearful, because again, the way Elevates look so far, I wouldn't want to count, honestly, Mind Freak out. Apparently they did pretty well against Team Envious earlier. I know the Search and Destroy, Envy ended up losing that like 6-1. So they always show up at champs, man. The teams are criminally underrated. Well, not criminal. Don't want to make too many jokes about Australia, but definitely potential there. Either way, though, moving into the uplink, the question is whether or not Elevate can turn the series around. And Apathy, he definitely seems to think not. He's on a 3-kill streak. He's already behind his enemy. And you see how patient he's being, actually. He timed that out perfectly to get that player dead, and now he's going to get the drone, gets the 2 points on board. So Apathy, 4-0, and he's got a dunk to his name. That man's getting close to some streaks.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Zed, though, boys of Elevate now trying to answer back. They didn't have any mid-control, but Zed managed to get in there and grab the drone immediately to be eradicated. We see really pushing in as well, but again, he seems to be all on his lonesome. No one from Elevate is near him, and now they've got to quickly double back and take care of this push from Envious. And it has gone quite well for them. That's all dead for Envious, and now Elevate have got a little bit of ground to cover now. Watson with drone. He's going to be slowly moving forward. The player, I believe number 5, Zed, has managed to fight his way past Statue, so he's doing what he can to make this one work. Again, the angles they need to be watching. So many places they can be hit from this stage, and Zed is not exactly in a position to make this one work. Can they get the dunk out of this? Going to be opting for the 1. That's not a bad move for Elevate, especially given that they're on the least favorable side in terms of attacking it.
Well, of course, long way to go as well. 3.5 minutes. Envy doing an okay job on the defensive stand, not letting too many points come in. Still, though, they're going to look to be back in the attack. Looks like John's going to be able to pick up 2 after he evades JCap out for that second kill. And, well, he's going to try and let it ride. Looks like Slasher showing up in the kill feed as well. And again, my eyes are just on Slasher. There's no reason for them not to be. He was definitely the MVP of the squad back for Season 2, and they placed top 2. I mean, he's been playing fantastic in this series as well. But, of course, definitely a team effort. Envy has been playing probably some of the smartest Call of Duty I've seen in quite some time.
Still, things are looking good. Envious inches away from managing to get that throw. Apathy's wings were just clipped there by Elevate, and he will be sinking away from this one. But you can see all 4 members of Elevate now pushing forward. They're going to make it to Statue there. They're going to have to deal with Apathy. Can they do so? They have done handedly. Watson gets the kill. Zed moving forward. Still got Desire with drone in hand. Space to gain. They've been slowed down ever so much by the boys in blue. You can see here comes the assault from Envious. JCap first in. Apathy tags him out. Gets the kill. Beautiful 1-2 work there. And immediately now, that push from Elevate has just been completely thwarted.
Yeah, of course, Zed, though, he's going to be able to bounce back. He's going to pick up 2 as well. The nades coming in. So Elevate doing a decent job on the response. That's going to be a clean 4 down. Now, Zed, he's leading the charge right now, and Desire's doing everything he can to follow him up. Once you get to this point by the yellow truck, you already got the 1-point toss in, but he's got lead blockers. He might go for the 2, and you see, well, he waited for Reedy and Zed to pick it up. It looks like he's going to go for it. He's just going to forfeit and get the 1-point shot. I don't know if that decision is going to come back to haunt him. At the very least, you get some points on the board.
I think it's okay right now. They seem to have Envy trapped exactly where they want them. You can see guns on all of the spawns. And at the moment, they seem to still be in control. Watson's managed to get the drone in the meantime. We've got 2 Envy players on their goal line at the moment. Can Watson get 1 out of this? Does indeed. Just nips it past the 2 keepers. Unbelievable throw. Cannot believe that actually made it through.
Yeah, and that's a massive point to get on board. Obviously, the decision earlier, maybe you can get more points, but that's a situation where really you shouldn't get any. You got 3 players surrounding you. You pull it off. That's an impressive play. And a lot of life coming out of Elevate. Reedy, he is completely turned up. Zed, he's on fire as well. So, again, Watson and Desire, a little bit of slow starts, but hey, you got the lead, but you need to continue to push it. You got the spawn trap set up once. You need to try and do that again and run up the score as much as possible before going into the second side.
It's incredibly difficult to keep Envy tied down. You know, you've got 4 extremely strong players, such experience, such trophies under their belt, many accolades on the other side of that team. They're not exactly going to go down without a fight. So they've really got to make those plays work. And again, as you can see, Apathy holding on to mid. JCap's finally got drone control, and they're going to be moving forward. Less than a minute remaining here in the first half, and it looks like an open lane. Can they get one out of this? The throw is up, it's out, it's good, it's in. 3-all. We are going to be going to quite the exciting second half, chance.
Well, very back and forth game as well. You see Elevate, they're doing their best to get a counter score as well. JCap, he's a little bit out of position. He's stuck in mid-map. And you see, though, John, he's able to get a clutch kill. That's going to prevent that 2-point play from coming in, shutting down the players of Elevate. But again, with players out of position, the 1 is going to result. Still, though, I wouldn't be necessarily comfortable with this lead. If I was Elevate, I'd be going balls deep, trying to get those final points on the board before this happens.
You mean drones deep, right? Reedy with 2. Reedy with 2. He's going to be able to get a couple more. Can he find John as well? Reedy keeping the dream alive. 10 seconds to go. Can he make crazy 1-point throw out of this one? There's 6 seconds remaining. He's been tagged. It ain't going to happen. But that could have been something very exciting regardless. Elevate are going to be going into this one with 1 point ahead at the halftime whistle. They're going to swap sides. And Elevate actually have a very good chance here, especially on this on the opposite attacking side now. When they swap sides, I feel like Elevate could get a lot more points out of this. Envy just looking a little bit frantic, a little bit staggered. The pressure from Elevate is just too great right now, and they're struggling to get out of this.
Yeah, and I think Reedy's actually done a pretty fantastic job as well. He's really turned the game around with the NV4. And you think of the NV4 battle, well, right now, Slasher 13-10. Sure, it's respectable, or 14-10, excuse me, but right now, he's getting outshined just a tiny bit. Apathy doing everything he can with the ERAD, but we talked about it before. When the ARs are winning the battles, that's all about control. The SMGs get you the points in the end, but you need the control to get there. Envy, though, very nice start. They're looking to set up this spawn trap already. They're going to try and rally some caps, and this is guaranteed 1. You see JCap blocking. That's going to be a 2 as well, but no.
Wow.
Yeah, how do you whip a dunk?
I think he got pushed by his own teammate. I think they collided in the air together, and all of a sudden now, what looked like a 2-point play is turned into nothing, but the drone is still out, so there's still a chance they can make this work. We've got somebody in position to grab that one. Is it going to get a 1-point through? It is going to be a dunk in the end, and wow, somehow Envious managed to come from the absolute depths of despair there and get a dunk out of that one.
And I mean, that's a bit of an opportunity wasted. They could have potentially got the spawn trap in as well, but I mean, hey, you got the 2 points in the end. You have quite a bit of control as well, so you're still in a good spot. But that is a Maven mishaps if I've ever seen one. Either way, Envy continue to rock. You see players set up for the spawn trap as well. Apathy, he hits the 1-point toss. Right now, Elevate, they are just in such a drastic spot. They're trapped in this back alley. They're finding new ways to get out, and they're going for the full wrap. But JCap, he's on the other side of the map with the drone. Again, it's at least a guaranteed 1, and you see John picks up the kill. Another dunk is going to come in. That is how fast you can rack up scores on this side of the map. Envy just in complete control now.
What a transformation. Envious now well in the lead, 8-4. John back on point. He's going to control mid, and then can see all the members of Elevate. No one's really around to slow this one down. Slasher gets Zen in the back end. That is huge. Reedy's going to get these kills, but there's no one really in place to slow this drone down. They need to get someone up there early. Reedy's the only player, and he is going to be dropped straight away. So there you go. John gets the dunk, and all of a sudden you blink, and it's 10-4. Envious. This was looking great for Elevate.
It's 10-4. John's fully streaked out. Slasher, who was like 14-10 at the half, is completely taken off at 22-13. Apathy, he started off hot. He hasn't slowed down at all. And JCap, well, the numbers don't show it, but he's doing his job. He's gotten a couple nice kills. Elevate, the moment they get out of their base, that's when the streaks come into play. Again, it's nice to just get them taken care of so you don't have to worry about them in the late game. But still, that is a difficult road they have ahead of them.
Oh, what timing. That interception, the Trinity Rocket literally hit the drone carrier out of the air, preventing the throw happen. So we're not even going to Elevate get back into this one. Still, 2 minutes and 30 remaining. If they can do anything to slow down the Envy train, if they can put a damsel in distress on the tracks or something, anything at this point to try to slow this sucker down. But at the moment, Envious are walking this one all the way to the bank and easily into that first seed spot there in the Group B. Regardless, though, we still have Elevate swinging. They're swinging for the fences as best they can, but JCap continuing to run. Reedy also getting a kill there. Slasher is going to be getting what I can only describe as a Shoryuken there with the drone. And that's a camo play just in case. Lovely work with the camo and the beatdown at the same time there. Slasher doing work all series long.
Yeah, and I mean, essentially with the camo, he just kind of single-handedly turns this into a 4-possession game with 2 minutes left. That's very difficult on Precinct. The rally caps can be incredibly difficult from the side that Elevate is on. They need a miracle here to kind of stay alive and to guarantee themselves getting out of to the top 16, I should say. So it's looking difficult. Envy still in complete control. This is more of a showcase, I think, of what Envy is trying to bring to the table here at COD Champs 2017.
They're certainly not out of it yet. A lot of people have written Envy off already going into this competition, just thinking that, you know, they've kind of passed it. IW hasn't been their game, but they got a thing or two to say here. 12-4. John's going to keep this one going. At this stage, I think it's very, very difficult for Elevate to get back into the chance, as you said. It's all now for show. We're padding the stats. So at the end of the tournament, you go, I had a sweet KD over multiple game times.
Well, I mean, there's really nothing left to do in this last minute. Envy's going to solidify this win. Pretty comfortable, dominating in all 3 game modes. Apathy and Slasher both played fantastic. And John and JCap, it doesn't show, but, you know, they were making the right plays. They were there helping set up spawn traps. John at one point just went on a massive streak. And earned his score streaks, and those obviously help out and pay their dividends. More importantly, though, I was kind of one of the doubters of Envy. I think they're comfortably like a top 8 team, pretty consistent throughout the year. But Respawn has been their definitive weakness, and it kind of depends on what their search and destroy has been. But right now, I mean, obviously Elevate, not the, you know, one of those top 8 kind of juggernaut teams, but still, they are just absolutely shredding right now. The teamwork is on point. The decisions they're making are just, they're not hesitating. They're making them just incredible. You know, going back even to that search and destroy round they had, where they all flood out one side, use the payloads to come back in. All the kill Slasher's been getting. Can't speak highly enough. Just a dominating series performance.
Finishing this series up, it is going to be a 3-0 sweep. Envious will take down Elevate. And there we go. Group B, I believe that's our first place seed decided. They've taken on all comers. Envy only have to play Project Evil now, I believe, and that's it. And if they were taken down handily by Elevate, I think you know how that one's going to end. But I don't want to put the nail in that coffin just yet, because let's face it, Chance, anything can happen here at COD Champs. Upsets aplenty. We haven't seen anything too crazy just yet. But just wait till we get in a bracket play. That's where the magic happens.
Yeah, I mean, that's when the match is like every single time you win, you just made an extra like $5, $10, $15, $20,000 just for a series. Like, it's going to get absolutely nutty. Still, though, Elevate obviously did not look good against Envy. That might be the story for them against the top teams, but still, one more match to be played. They're not out of this yet. Still in a pretty good position to make that top 16. And then, hey, if you can make a run from the top 16, it doesn't really matter what happens against Envy.
No, frankly, it doesn't. Let's have a quick look at the hardpoint box, seeing how this one went down. Of course, the first hardpoint was an absolute disaster for the boys on Elevate. 1 point. That really did not go their way. You know, after that, it was fairly close. You know, whatnot, Grave was 72-32, obviously there in the commissary at 55-7. And in the end of the day, 250-81, that's a very, very big difference. Chance, you've got a wonderful perplexed expression on your face.
So that's like the first and probably last time you're ever going to see that. Obviously, IW, it's the end of the year, but for teams that of this high of a caliber, that's a hill that just you can go inside at any time. It's not difficult. Just go and contest. You get 1 point and 2 go-arounds. That's so bad.
It's like an accident that you get points in that hard point. Here we go into the S&D, which was also a little bit of a one-sided affair for the boys in NVACC. Multiple rounds in a row, 2 in a row up to begin with. Elevate managed to find something in rounds 3 and 4, and then after that, it was all she wrote. Slasher cannot say enough about how sick he was in terms of his decision-making, how much trust he put in his teammates, and how heads-up every single play was. He was game-changing.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. His head is correct in the game. He knows what to do at any given moment. I go back to that play where he left, I think it was Zed, one shot over by the bomb. He knew all that pressure was coming in on the flank. He had already picked up 1 kill previously. Doesn't want to get shot in the back. Just trust his teammates like, hey, he's 1 shot. You guys got this. It's no big deal. And then he continues to put on the pressure, flies out, takes down Reedy as well. It's just an almost seemingly effortless round. It's just they're making the right decisions constantly through and through. Again, some of the smartest Call of Duty I think we've seen so far at Champs.
Yeah, very, very clean. And speaking of clean, let's have a look at the uplink box, which was also a squeaky clean affair for Envy. It started off fantastic for Elevate, though. That first half was all sweet. Some very great plays, extremely exciting stuff. Watson etching a couple of single-point throws in through there. And then second half, Chance, what happened?
Envy set up for the spawn trap and then got a lot of kills and then got a lot of points and then got some more kills after that and got more points. That's essentially my analysis. It was literally just a one-sided affair. They completely dominated their opponent in the slaying category. And when you do it on that favorite side, obviously you rack up the score. I think that's actually our second time casting a 15-4 uplink today.
That's weird. That's really, really weird. Well, there you go, guys. Elevate versus Envious is now in the books. We would believe. I think we're right in assuming now that Envious have basically secured first place in the group. Even if they get, well, I doubt they're going to lose to Project Evil at this point, just because of the record that. Well, there you go. Just because of the record that Elevate have against them as well. But who knows, guys? You'll have to find out when we come back. We've got a lot more Call of Duty action coming for you later on today. We're going to have E United up against Lethal after this, which is going to be an absolute treat. I believe Bryce will be joining me for that one. But either way, guys, we thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you after the break.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty World Championship here in 2017, presented by PS4. We are live with another group game and the final group game from Bravo. My name is Bryce, and joining me, of course, the greatest beard in esports, it's Miles Ross.
Oh, I'll take that. I will take that, Brycey. Thank you very, very much. Mate, we've got a goodie. It's a United.
Yes.
I've been waiting to see them all day. I didn't get to see them earlier on today. You know, they're going up against Lethal Gaming, which may be a bit of a one-sided affair. I think
you summed it up in the very first thing you said. We've got a goodie, the other team not so goodie.
We'll see how it goes.
Well, I'm fairly confident this should be one-sided.
Yeah.
Now, the reason I'm being like that, first of all, United, clearly the better squad, but Lethal have already played today, and they lost 3-1 to Infused. And Infused, I mean, their roster, Infused roster's okay. They've got people like Zerg and then Niall Nolson. You know, it's not a bad team from Europe, but it's not one of the best teams from Europe. And if you can't beat an okay team from Europe, can you beat United?
Can you beat one of the best teams in the world?
Well,
there's only one way, really, to find out, Brycey.
There is.
Starting with Retaliation Hardpoint. I think, you know, it's difficult for me to go too far into this Lethal Gaming squad because, you know, it's hard to get past the fact that, yeah, if they couldn't take down Infused, they're not going to have much of a chance against United. But again, anything could happen. That was in the morning, that was the beginning of the day. Now things are a little different. The players they've been hammering it out all day. There's been a lot of free play going on. Everyone's a little bit warmed up now, but still, on paper, it's hard for these casters not to be biased.
Well, it's not bias if we're right. That's the way I look at it. And we already see it start off. Clace is going to be running the sniper rifle. What the and gets the rip. Human Jesus going to have to resurrect back at the spawn. And we see already, actually, Lethal Gaming are actually going to get first control, but it's only 2 points.
I admire Clay for really getting stuck into this one early on with the snipe. Is he going to make it work with the EMC? Indeed he will. Juju will be dropped there. We'll stay on board with Clay because I think he's certainly feeling himself. He's hitting shots. Not able to get the old quick scope there, and he does manage to land a body shot there, but will not be continuing that run. I wouldn't be surprised if Clay switches off here, but that gives you a sort of taste of where E United's head's at. You know, they're certainly enjoying themselves, having a bit of fun, but maybe they're not taking this as serious as they should be.
I don't know. I think the sniper off the rip's a valid tactic, and I have to say this because I do the same thing on this map. But no, Lethal Gaming right now, 30-1. They have the advantage, and as much as we said, E United should be this a walk in the park for them. We're going to have to see if that rotation changes their fortune.
Here we go. Arcity's yet to get a kill, but let's face it, the man will get tons by the end of this game. Or will he? Will Lethal Gaming be the kryptonite to his Superman? Only time will tell. Still on board with the boys of Lethal Gaming, donning the red trunks. You can see in blue is going to be E United. Now
Trunks?
Still, yeah, you like that, like boxers. Boxers, we say in the blue trunks or in the kind of leopard skin trunks.
But they're not wearing trunks. They're wearing some sort of combat padding trousers. Some of them are not even sure it's human.
Oh no, the robot's gone. Remember Skinny Bot? Rest in peace.
I'll say some of them's a cyborg.
Arcity just took out Clay in the back end with a little bit of a friendly fire. And Arcity's still yet to get a kill. That kill on Clay doesn't count. E United, however, now climbing back into the scoreboard, 46 and rising 23 to E United. Human Jesus, again, dropped. Love the resurrection line. Glad we went there. Still,
I didn't even like ease into it. It's the first thing I said. Can't even pretend that that pun wasn't on the back of my mind. All right, well, looking at the way this is playing out, Lethal Gaming do have the advantage. 40 points up now against E United. However, as we switch into the graveyard, they have control. E United have the advantage now to bring this one back. And you can actually see Lethal Gaming have stalled. They've completely stopped around market because they don't have control and they're waiting for their teammates to come back up. Now they're pushing down road. They're going to look inside curve to try and get out here. One challenging Clay. Hate is trying to get through there and he is going to pick up Clayster as well. But down he goes at the same time. Now Clink has an opportunity if he can make this kill in hill. None of his teammates are with him. I'll be honest with you, he's probably going to die. But no, picks up Prestini as well. Human Jesus now comes flying in. They're going to be looking for this last 20 seconds into the hill. They're flooding through, but Silly is the man they have to beat. Can they get in here? Juju looking for the kills. Snap, down he goes. Clacer takes him. Hate trades away. Silly's still in here, and Silly finally cleans out Graveyard.
Look at that. What a turn of events. E United now back in it with a shot, about to take the lead. Human Jesus there, finally taking an Arceus. And again, it all fell down to that 1v1. You thought, was it Clink was all on his own in a very, very tough spot, but he managed to win the 1v1 against Prestini, and then after that, it snowballed out of control. And before you know it, beautiful nade placement there by Clayster before we get to that final point.
Oh, lovely play by him there, but Clink ends up taking him down as well. And now here comes the flood. It's going to be Lethal Gaming looking for the back of this hill to push out Street here. Whereas the guys from E United will be looking to maybe make a kill or two and get in and then push them out towards Scaffold. Now, Hate's going to see one play come up against him. It's Arsenal. He's no good. Hate rocking that MV4. He's Silly and Clayster high. And down they go. Silly's going to be on a 7 streak.
7. Count it with us, boys and girls. 7.
Well, one more kill, and he's going to be looking at that. But Silly goes down. No bombardment for him. And that was actually a one-shot player he was aiming at as well. Just couldn't get the angle right. But another big hold from E United. They were behind by 40 points. They're now leading by 33.
Still, kill department, you know, our city's having a very uncharacteristic game of 4 and 11. Everyone else's team doing sort of relatively well. Clay 12 and 8, Pristini 12 and 8 as well. Still on the other side of the board, Lethal Gaming not exactly slaying their hearts out, but as you can see on the flip through Hotel Hallway, Silly got early control on the turn, doesn't actually make too much happen there. Eventually will be brought down.
Oh,
lovely
that's
work
nice.
from Hay. 2 in a row, and we're going to continue the run here. He is going to be dropped there in the corridor by Pristini. Juju up close and personal, right through the wall. There's a couple of shots out there, unable to stay alive, but he is going to be brought to a clean end. Clink, however, 2 of his own, Clay and Pristini now. Can he hold on to this for much longer? Very difficult spot to contain. He doesn't have much help. His teammates are there, but buying time, allowing them to get the reinforcements in there is just on the, is the only goal they've got at the moment.
Well, right now, a cascade of fire and explosives raining into that hotel hallway from both teams. However, Clay looks to push out inside curve. It will be E United now, who do get the advantage as they push through. And we are going to end up rotating all the way back around to Bridge. E United this time leading. Bridge first time round did not go well for them, but Clayster will be on that MV4. Let's see what he can do. Already better than the sniper.
Still, same position though, loves his cuts. Now he's going to get the play on the wall run. Lovely shots, Clink eliminated there. So Clay in full control on the wall run. We're going to see Juju and the other players from Lethal over the top. And look at this, Juju, 2 in a row, over and above.
That must be what the players are saying when they say bad Juju's going to get you at events. I'm fairly certain.
What a play there. Silly now, actually streaking. He's got really rocket. I didn't notice that in the back end, so that's going to be very, very handy for them a bit later on. Still, very clean retake here from the boys in blue. E United now back into the swing of things. 143 and climbing to 89 of Lethal Gaming. Camo ready for Pristini as well, so you can see all of E United very well equipped. They've got enough ordnance to break on through any sort of setup the Lethal Game can
Oh my goodness, Pristini. Unbelievable. Like, you just allowed him to push out curve and just snap 2 like that. You can't even get close to the hill.
There we are. 10 seconds remaining here on Bridge. We're going to flop over. Pristini's ready for it. We'll see, Bryce. Can they keep him in the 100-point club? Lethal Gaming had a great start, but I feel like E United have finally put their big boy pants on. They're here to play.
I think they've stolen several other people's as well. Look at the turnaround in this game. Like, it was a 120-point turnaround, I want to say. That crazy difference.
It's a big jump. RC is still going negative, though. I think once we get RCs in the positive, this is when the game really opens up. Pristini and RC, Silly kills aplenty for everyone on E United, and now Lethal Gaming back on a respawn. You see them spawning up by Broken. That's not where you want to be, especially with 35 seconds left on Lower Street. You're going to have to try and deal with these players all over it. Silly just running that one home. Hate's going to be in position as well. Clay finally gets traded out, and this is still looking very, very good for the boys in blue.
You don't want to see that.
You hate to see it. RC's with 2. He's still getting the hill time as well. 209 now to 91. E United. First game's looking, we called it this way, but we didn't quite expect it to be such a roller coaster, did we, Bryce?
No, I wasn't expecting Lethal Gaming to have such a great start, but it was a great start, not a great finish. 6 seconds left to go, and E United will now be stacking around Market. But no, they're going to use their Trinity. They're going to be able to push in fast. Clayster's already going to pick up 1 kill because of it. They had to move out of the position. And now, as we look at that killing graveyard, Clayster already knows there's one inside that will have been called out by the player running the streaks. That'll be Silly. He gets Juju, and now they know. Here they come mid-streak. There's a player coming actually Marketplace. It's Juju, who's going to be on the pitch. They don't know he's there. Clay's going to be in trouble. He should go down, but no, fortunately, Silly turns and burns. Takes it down, but Clay's alone. Gets one with there. Pristini comes in as well. They're holding this one down, and that is a complete clear out. Lethal Gaming get nothing off of E United. They get shut down and sent out of spawn.
Absolutely stolen from them there, Bryce. It was looking brilliant, and now E United are going to be taking map number 1. Lethal Gaming, they're going to have to get back to the lab and think about that one long and hard. What a result. Surprising.
I'm sure someone at home can tell us what that turnaround was, because I'm fairly certain Lethal were on 60 to 69.
Yeah, it was
something along those lines.
3.
And I said they were, what, 20 points up at one point? It's like 69 to 40, I want to say. And then it ended like 90 to 250. I'm sure someone at home is watching. If you could just actually get us those numbers.
Well, Clay put Snipe away. and they kind of, as I said, they put the big
The
boy
sniper
pants
is a
on.
valid tactic. And if
For you,
for any of the people I play game battles with, it's valid still. Clayster used it, justified.
justified. You've seen it here at COD Champs. Where else in the world can you can claim that's a very solid primary source, let's face it. Yeah, what a start though, Bryce. What a solid start for Lethal Gaming. Again, United, it's very tough to get past the fact they are one of the best teams in the world right now. It's undisputable, and they really did put on a show for us. Up next though, S&D. Big slip. This is where something can go wrong, and there we go. Throwback S&D up next.
I'm not going to lie to you. I don't want to lie to anybody this weekend. If this isn't a 3-0, I'd be very surprised.
Bryce,
Like-
I love that honesty. I do.
You have to be honest, right? Lethal Gaming, they're an okay team. United are probably an elite level team. A lot of people wondering whether they can win with champs.
Well, they're certainly in my top 4, definitely.
Where are Lethal in your rankings?
I'm not going to lie to you, Bryce. I'm not going to lie to the viewer at home. They're not in there. They're
not in your top.
No,
That's
they're in like the
surprise.
top 32.
They're in the top 32.
Yeah, that's about as good as it gets. But look, I mean, I'm happy to be proven wrong. I really would love that. In fact, I've been proven wrong all morning so far, and it gives me the horns. Here we go. Into the throwback, search and destroy. I'm just hoping for Lethal to come into this one and try and steal a game away from United. But we'll see how that goes.
We most certainly will, and I think realistically, you know, S&D is one of those ones where we do sometimes see the lower level teams or the teams not quite on that elite level tier sometimes at least get some rounds, sometimes come back into it. And I know Mr. X was saying to me before the map, he actually really rates Lethal Gaming. He thinks they have a really good chance against the United.
Huge fan.
I think huge fan.
Well, I mean, if anyone, I'd listen them out on that. That's the sort of advice you take.
He put them top 4.
Top 4.
Yeah.
I mean, they were top 32 for us, but I mean, frankly, if that's coming from Mr. X, you take that word. It's from a very credible source, right?
Yeah.
Very.
I'm not sure he was
source.
thinking about this game, but who knows? We'll find out.
Here we go. So, Bryce, throwback search and destroy, as you said. A lot of these teams, you know, you say lower tier teams, or different tier teams, when it comes to the elites, this is where they catch them off guard. This is where the magic happens. We saw earlier today, Supremacy.
Yeah.
They were throwing some wild things at Luminosity's way, and it almost worked out for them. Almost.
It's because of these things, like you can win a round off a big play or a well-used payload or the correct tactic or a good counter, right? Like, you can win rounds off these ways that allow you to just take rounds out of it. So, yes, Lethal Gaming do have a chance here. That's the way I feel. I feel like Uplink should realistically go E United's way. There is a chance for Lethal here on Search and Destroy, but it is only a chance. The smart money, of course, is on E United.
Well, smart money isn't always the fun money. And here we go. Bryce, I'm looking to see a little bit more fun in games from Clayster. I want to see him pull out Snipe again. I want to see some goodies either side. Human Jesus, though, he will be rocking, let's say, a KBS, the old longbow, and does manage to take Clay clean out of that one. So that's a wonderful opener here for Lethal Gaming on defense, actually. So that's an interesting start to this one. RCT is going to be bomb carrier for E United. He's already going to be getting that bomb down at B. Oh,
my
human
goodness.
Jesus! And a shout out to our driver for getting on that one just as the headshot landed. 2 for him already. Human
2
Jesus.
seconds. RCD's on the flank. He's in a 1 versus 4. They don't know he's here.
This is potentially easy peasy. There you go. That was the final kill.
Yep.
Clink takes down RC. So there we go. The defuse. Lovely defensive round from Lethal Gaming. Open it up with 2 beautiful snipes there from Human Jesus. Clay went down early on. And again, having numbers really, really helps. Even though the bomb went down fairly early, it was going to be all for naught.
All right, well, that was a good opener, and that is the power of a sniper rifle in S&D. You don't have to win a gunfight if you only have to hit 1 bullet.
Is it really a gunfight? It's just murder.
I like snipers. I think that snipers have been critically underused in IW for good reason. Don't get me wrong. I don't think we should see more sniper usage, but compared to games of the past, it's just not as viable, even though they still have a lot of the same positives. Some of these maps don't really just lend themselves well to it. Like if you, on this map especially, like if you're not blue side, then you're probably peeking over towards lemon, but you got to put yourself out there to try and do something. It's just not as good as it was on other maps.
2 dead already for United. The numbers are certainly not in their favours right now. Clayster now sitting out back. He and Silly have a bit of a mountain to climb. We're going to get that bomb defused, and they've got to kill 4 members of Lethal Gaming. Now, if Lethal play this smart, which they have done so far, it could be great for them. Clayster unable to get away with his life there. He is going to be dropped 2-0 now to Lethal Gaming. This was the chance. Bryce.
That's what we said. You know, sometimes it comes down. It's round by round, right? It's 4 versus 4. The reason S&D can be so much closer, especially considering, you know, how much do you think E United would have actually ended up playing Lethal Gaming or scrimming against them? Answer, probably not an awful lot. They'll have strategies they're not sure of. They won't know their their routine or their habits. So Lethal Gaming can surprise them each round, and especially if they win those 1v1 gunfights or catch them on the hop.
Well, if they got 6 rounds worth of tricks up their sleeves, they may just be able to take this map. Still though, Silly takes care of Clayster, Clayster takes care of Hate, so we're tied up 1-1. Not the best trade in the world. 2 dead for either side now. Clink and Human Jesus up against Arsetes and Silly. And there we go. Boys in blue on offense. Lovely turn there on Arsetes, catching Clink in a very difficult situation. And now it's all on Human Jesus. Will he die for his team's sins? Or will he be something else? I don't know, I'm running out of religious references. Oh, he almost gets it. Arsetes, though, in a lovely position there. E-United get the first win on the board.
Well, E-United, they needed that one as well. Lethal Gaming looking very tasty in the Search and Destroy, actually. Considering they could have won that one, he had to come out of the plant. Half a second more, Human Jesus wins it, 3-0.
That would have been spectacular. Still, here we go, into the next round. So far, so good. Let me see if Human Jesus gets sniped again, actually, that'd be kind of cool. On the offensive, maybe not. Clay maybe sniping on defense, we'll see if that pays off. Oh, Human JC. Here he goes.
Looks to green and food, looks to lemon, doesn't spot any. This is the worst part of being a sniper on this map, is if you don't see anybody, you suddenly feel really useless and you worry about things like anybody hitting bottom mid or anything like that. But he sees a player now, and now he has to back off. And this is, like I said, once you have to back off of that top bus, you're in a horrible position. Anyone coming high or anything, you only have your pistol to do it. And he's, never mind. Oh. Just turn and burn on Clay. Just give it to him. He's running around. He run out of ammo. Oh. That burst pistol, not able to do anything with it. But now Juju versus Arsetes and Silly in a 1 versus 2.
I know who my money's on, but we'll soon find out. Tags up heavily. Tags up Arsetes. That doesn't make
it might be okay now because they have to stick with the defuse.
Well, Juju's got to make a move. Is he going to catch this player off? Catches Silly. Tags him up on the dive. Second one. I can't make it happen.
I don't think he's got time, is he? Has he got time? No, he doesn't.
Oh, just. I thought he may have been able to catch him in there before, but what a beautiful run there. Still, Joe, you called it, mate. 3-1. Lethal Gaming looking a lot tastier in the Search and Destroy than we had previously anticipated.
All that he had to do was stay alive. Like, Juju, once that bomb is down, like, he almost killed one of those players in 1v2 anyway. Silly basically had to pick a direction. Like, but he was basically guessing. He had a 1 in 3 chance of roughly figuring out where he was coming from. And he just didn't get it, so obviously massive advantage to Juju. So he had to pick the right direction and then win the gunfight. Not easy to do.
Hate gets an early kill then. Pristini with a nade. Wonderful way to open up this round. E-United on the offensive now, a man down. Pristini yet to get a kill in this Search and Destroy. Otherwise, relatively smooth for the likes of Lethal Gaming. Here we go. So this is Hate just watching over the top. Arsetes now trying to make a play happen. He's got bomb for his team. So far, unable to make a really big impact. Jesus tags up Clay. There may be somebody in position to get that one. You can see the likes of Lethal Gaming now swarming all over B. They've basically abandoned the A-bomb site and you can see the bombs going down.
Now, with the advantage in terms of having the bomb down, but being a player down, this becomes a little bit more equal. It very much depends on how Lethal Gaming hit this. They should overwhelm them with numbers. They win the first gunfight. They win this round, in my opinion. However, Silly gets one. Arsetes and Human Jesus are going to trade out. Now, Silly has to back off. It's a 2 versus 3. Big kill from Clay, making it 2 versus 2. Suddenly, massively swinging into E-United's favor. And down they go. Lethal Gaming go up 3-2.
No, that was a round win for E-United.
That's what I thought. Score's wrong.
This is a wonderful kill here from Clay.
I was about to say, yeah, E-United 3-2.
The butt of the gun, right there.
The score was wrong on the screen. I got overly excited.
Either way, E-United now only down by 1. Lethal Gaming still with our lead.
Very confused right now.
No, it'll be okay. We'll get through it.
Okay, I'll deal with this.
We just gotta commit. It's just gotta commit. Human Jesus actually ran a snipe in that last one and got a single kill out of it. So big respect for Human JC for committing to that snipe, regardless of the round and regardless of positioning. Speaking of JC, lovely shots there in Pristini will be brought down by Clay and a godlike E-Rad, like across map. That was fantastic. Last player alive for United is now Clayster. He's all on his lonesome. Hate and Juju now in a 2v1 situation.
If he catches him here, he only has to check this and get that bomb to run. Oh, that's so close. And now Clay, honestly, is in the worst possible position he could be in. E-Rad, long range towards blue, never going to win it.
I like how he peaked that shot. He's still challenged because he knew he tagged that player up so heavily. He was like, I just need to hit one of these shots.
Stop and go.
Yeah,
I can feel him sighing from here, just like, oh no.
He didn't have enough time to make anything happen there. Still, got to admire the gusto, the vigor. 4-2. Oh, here we go, Clay. Put on a show for the rest at home.
I like this. Please say Human Jesus, you're wearing 1-2.
Fingers crossed. Here we go, dude.
Sniper goes up. Looks bottom. Looks green. Sees one, not quite able to get it. RCD gets the first kill going down though. Klink is also challenging Clay. Clay may actually have to back up here if they start to push him. He's looking for that player, not able to get it. Juju snaps Clay straight out of the sky. And now both teams dancing around that hard point. Sorry, around the bomb site.
RC's 2-on-3 now. Silly has his payload ready to go. RC's tagged heavily from behind. He pokes that one. Where did he challenge that one? And now it's all gone down. Lethal Gaming are on map point. United Clay just not able to make anything happen with Snipe in that round. If he'd landed at least one of those shots, it would have changed everything. But again, just enough pressure. Great positioning from those guys on bridge. Changes the face of the map entirely.
It certainly does, and we said before, you know, you've always got a chance for a lower ranked team on Search and Destroy. Turns out that's where Lethal Gaming kind of holding their strength. So now, Human Jesus.
Ooh, enough information with that. Here we go. Still, JC keeping that forward pressure with Snipe. Clay takes care of Klink in the background. Keeping Lethal Gaming's chances alive. Yes, they are. Silly gets a second. Hate and Human Jesus now. 2v4. This is a great round for United so far. FTL for Human Jesus if he needs it. A burst pistol in hand now. The Hailstorm, excuse me. Hate goes down all on Human Jesus. Now, if he can get himself into a solid position, he could potentially get a couple of kills with Snipe out of this, but it's a big ask.
It's a giant ask. So he gets it. Oh, he missed it.
He missed a sitter.
He missed it.
Now,
run! Run, Human Jesus! Save yourself!
Here come the Romans.
Off the map! Off the map, Jesus! Run! Hide!
Oh, I thought they may have just been able to get that one. Here we go, 5-3. E-United now getting back into this one with a chance. Lethal Gaming still on map point. E-United, everything to play for here. Again, I'm glad Human Jesus threw himself off there. That would not have been great. So he's got his payload at the ready. Clay's not too far away as well. Clayster, what's he using? Clayster's, yeah, he's got that reactive armor.
Clayster.
Yep, tagged up heavily there. That was a very strong shot to the chest.
So much pressure on United now. Like, you can't make a wrong move. You don't want to get first blooded. The problem is that because you don't want to make mistakes, you could end up making a mistake.
A tremendous mistake. Speaking of mistakes, Klink mistakes were made. Human Jesus answers back, takes no trade. Oh, he's still alive. This is huge. 2-on-3 at the moment. Lethal Gaming 2v2. They finally tied it up. God, this is tense, Bryce.
It certainly is. And you can see the squad there. Lethal Gaming are rolling as a twosome. Here they come.
So he might be able to catch them both.
Twosome as well.
Oh, the perfect drop. Juju's now on his own in Granny's.
Sees one, and he doesn't get the kill either. Back shield, I think, actually saved him. And now Juju in a 1 versus 2. Can he take down E-United? Clutching up to win the map.
30 seconds remaining on the clock.
The player go over.
Oh, he got a glimpse of that. He's going to be able to catch the player on the arm. Gets one. Can he get behind cover? He's got to get the disarm as well.
This bomb's down. That's such a big advantage. The fact the bomb just went down. And now, Juju, Patience of a Saint versus Prestini. Doesn't see. Oh, he shot the bomb. And Juju, no! Juju doesn't get it! Juju gets away! Oh my goodness! Prestini, with the hips like Jagger, keeps on moving and stays alive! He gets away! How has this happened? How do you do that, Juju? Prestini made the mistakes, and he's running! Juju! Oh,
what more can you say?
My goodness.
That's a Maven's mishap right there. That's the top of the mountain.
I don't know what's going on anymore.
How many chances can he get? How many chances can he be given?
Oh my god.
Alpha Stream is beside itself right now watching this.
Oh wow.
They are beside themselves.
Well, let's see whether or not Lethal Gaming, when Juju can redeem himself. He had this map in the bag. However, bomb down.
So here we go. With the
Here
bomb
we go.
down.
Prestini. Hi. Assuming Jesus gets the first kill on Teddy. This could all be over now. Prestini again. Almost gets him. 2 versus 2.
Clay's got armor as well. Massive, massive game changer there.
Just no time left, though. They've just run out of time.
Clay's
They've
popped
already
his
popped
armor.
kinetic. Like, they just don't have the time. This is going to be over. Clayster gets one. They're going to be looking for Juju again.
Unless he's going to get the disarm. They're not going for it. They're both making a run for it. And then neither are going to make it work.
Oh, he gets it!
Time is on this side. They're going to go to round 11.
Oh, my goodness.
If E United win this after that round, Juju threw this away. He threw it away. You say hips like Jagger? He just keeps on moving? Did you say that?
Yeah,
Or did I dream
yeah,
that?
Pristini.
Oh, that's great.
Pristini's got the moves.
Dude, he just snaked his way out of that. And I don't mean like the old snake that we patched. I mean like full slithered.
I would be tilted beyond belief.
Round 11. Here we
Well,
go.
Can Lethal Gaming have thrown this away? 5-2 the score was. And then Juju just had to nail Pristini.
Look at the payloads for E United. The payloads are ready to go. Okay. Will Juju ever live this down? That's another question.
I don't think so. I think I've screamed Juju so loud I've broken my microphone. Silly Nasties, they're looking for this one. It's so tense now between both teams. If you're Lethal Gaming, you're trying to regain from the tilt. You're trying to get your head straight. If you're E United, hype levels are off the charts. Now, advantage will go in favor of E United with this plant.
No blood spilt just yet. Juju takes
Takes
down
Clay.
Clay. That's massive. There's
Double
2 in
push.
food.
It doesn't get him. I mean,
Wait, Click took Jesus as well, so it's 2 on 2.
Unbelievable. Arcides. Prestini gets 2 and they do! E United turn it around, take it down, and if you are the guys now on Lethal, you couldn't be more upset.
It's very hard to just get around it. It's very hard to get around it, man. Juju, that was a bad choke. He had 2 golden opportunities that were gifted to him on a plate. Pristini shot a body. He shot a body and gave his position away, and then all he had to do was
I don't
jump on
understand
him.
how he got away. I honestly don't.
Twice.
Like, I think he was one
Twice.
bullet, slid in a picket, one bullet still just slides back out, and Juju clearly just lost it at that point. Unbelievable. He just managed to run away, and you know what? You got to give credit to him in that scenario, to just run, to just get out of there, to not hide, to not worry about challenging, to just keep moving. And he did. He even got into it, and you know, Juju, it's bad luck, but I don't know how you recover from that one. We'll see you right after this break for nap number 3. Don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty World Championship 2017 presented by PS4. What a game we just saw. If you are just joining us, you missed possibly one of the greatest 1v1s I've ever seen. Just simply because Pristine moves like a snake and is basically smoke. He somehow got away from Juju and it ends up EU United coming all the way back to take 6-5 map number 2. Of course, my name is Bryce and joining me here, this incredibly handsome bearded fellow, Miles Ross.
Thank you very much, Brycey. That was great for a lot of reasons. Yes, that last play. And the very fact that United managed to come back and take 2 rounds straight after that one and win the entire map just makes it all the sweeter. It really was bloody ridiculous. Can Juju and Lethal Gaming wipe the slate clean now? Can they remove that from their memory, untilt the tilt, and go into this uplink with a clear mind?
Short answer? No. Long answer?
No, not a bloody chance.
I'll be perfectly honest with you, I'm tilted and I'm not playing. It's... He must be feeling bad. And don't get me wrong, like, it was difficult to hit him, like, he had the opportunity, but it's one of those things that as a player you'll remember for a long, long time. And I know we will remember it for a long, long time, but let's start on board with him. Redemption is only potentially 3 maps away. You reverse sweep EU United now, nobody's going to care.
No one will ever care. Reddit will live. It will live on Reddit for the rest of our mortal lives. And here we go. Juju started this one off quite well with a kill on Silly. Pristini's now tagged up as well. Hate is going to be cleaning that one up as in the back end. Beautiful shots there on RCE. So already Juju is looking a lot better than he was before. That bathroom break really helped. Silly though answers back off respawn, but we do have Lethal Gaming control of the drone.
Well, we certainly do. Human Jesus will have control. Now, they need to make another wave of kills to get this one through. And it looks like they're actually managing to make him here. Human Jesus, fairly uncontested run going in. He's going to go for the 2. Clink picks up 2 as well. And we will have a 2-0 to Lethal Gaming.
It's a solid start. As you can see, still maintaining that mid control. This is Juju still. Hate has got the drone once again. They're moving forward. That was Clink. He was the point man. He has been dropped. So now, with the likes of E United back onto the offensive, we've got a multitude of kills there on point. Silly getting 2 in a row and already moving that drone forward. This is a United's chance at tying things up. Here comes the play. Big shots out there. No one actually gets dropped just yet. Clay's going to be the first to fall, and he was far forward, so you can see the line for Lethal Gaming are going to be heading towards the United now, and it's already Pristini doing his best to hold on. He will do so. What a turn! How did that one work out? Juju still alive. The drone is coming in from behind. They've got to grab it. They're going to maintain this position, but Pristini still not... He's not going to be able to hold that one forever, but here comes a push. Nice bit of a play. Pristini is going to dunk that one. So they managed to hold on for as long as they could. And Lethal Gaming couldn't even get back control of mid. So all of that, and they're still going to be scored on now. There's another good chance that they're going to be continuing this run. 1 point throw.
Oh, unlucky.
You can't win them all.
It's certainly, I mean, Pristini actually managed to get Trinity rockets off that one as well. So not only did they tie it up, but they have those Trinities just in case. Not the greatest of maps to use them on, to be perfectly honest with you, but it still could be something to come out for them as well. But again, you can see them starting to put the pressure back on the Lethal Gaming, who eventually clean out their own base and will now take control of the drone as they head through Connector into Subbay.
So feeling we're going to have an extremely high-scoring game on our hands here, Bryce. Both teams looking very proficient in their attacks already. Lethal not able to make too much out of that one, but they are going to be dropped. Here comes E United off of the rebound. They've got fire in their bellies. And the whips of their masters on their back. And here they go. RCE's running on forward. He's going to be able to make a 2-point play here. Beautiful work. His base will be cleaned out. But in the end, Juju pushing on forward. Now 4-2, E United in the lead.
Looking for it. Silly's waiting for those high wall runs. He knows they're coming in. Sees one as well. Picks one up and looks for it. Drops, spins, not gets anybody. And trying, still be able to get it. Pristini goes outside as well. Lethal Gaming trying to make a move out here towards Wall Runner, Ice and Blue. We're desperately trying to find him. Pristini shoots everything in an effort to get him. And now they have it. They can push this forward because the other 2 players are sitting Connector and mid.
Oh, it's open. It's completely open, Bryce. You're absolutely right. Here they go. This is going to be another 2-point play. RC's gets 2. It's still an open field.
Should go for 1.
I think 2's on the cards.
If they get the kills,
off
it is.
The wall run, there it is. Wonderful work there from United. 6-2. I thought Lethal Gaming had a chance here, but United, one little heads-up play. They're making the right decisions. They've got the support of each other. They're well covering each other's plays. Can Human Jesus and Juju get back into this one? I love saying their names. I can't get around that.
Brilliant names.
Brilliant
names. Absolutely
names.
Brilliant. Juju, Clink, Hate, and Human Jesus. If there was an MVP for naming yourself, this would be this team.
And there's another 2 points for the boys in red. Lethal Gaming still in with the shot with a minute 30 left on the clock here in the first half. Of course, United are up 2-0 in the series so far. This will seal the deal for them and they can move forward. But again, I think the boys in red would love to get a win, especially up against the likes of United.
They certainly will. And right now, still only a one-possession game. United had the better of them for about 3 minutes in the middle. First minute was Lethal Gaming. Is it going to be last minute Lethal Gaming as they look to push once again? But Juju does go down. Prestini will clean that one out.
They were there from Prestini, 2 in a row. Juju and Clink going down. Zarsi's on that high wall run. He's going to be coming up over the top. He's going to be hitting the snow. Human Jesus, though, also getting kills in the back end. Mid-control looking very red at the moment, but RC's got a thing to say about that. And he's going to be coming in from behind now. There's Clay as well. What positioning from everyone on E United. All these kills have been hit, all from flank kills. Not a single person has been hitting the shot. So Hate, though, all on his lonesome, managed to make it forward.
Oh, nice interception.
And the kill. Timing on that was just spectacular.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than having the drone thrust upon you in the mid-gunfight. Fortunately, managed to get the kill before that happened. City, though, bouncing off of the walls. Waiting for a blocker to fly out of sub-bay with him before he can try and take this one-point shot. Slides, spins, throws, gets intercepted. Juju gets 3, cleans it out. We are going into the second half, 6-4.
Oh, what an exciting first half it's already been. E United going forward, looking extremely strong. Lethal Gaming not quite as adept as they had been in the very start of the match. Possession was looking far more E United's side, especially towards the second half of the first round. And still, going in at 6-4, you can't be disappointed as Lethal Gaming. They just need to find their form here. E United, though, very solid. Very, very strong fundamentals at the moment. And you've got Clay and RC's hitting those flanks so hard. The gunfights, they don't even need to be hitting all the shots because they're not even being contested in those battles, so it's huge for them. Still, half-time, Bryce.
One possession game, you know, you can't claim anything out here. Lethal Gaming already showed they have at least the chops to hang with E United on Search and Destroy. Can they do this in the uplink? Good start, good finish from them in the last half. Can they move it to anything else? Arcees gets Human Jesus, picks him out of the ceiling. And now looking to move forward. Arcees going for mid-control. They get another wave of kills, they can move it. Not at the moment, though. If he wins this, unfortunately do not. Trades going all around. Clay's up, just going to try and hold mid-control with this E-Rad.
Clay's E-Rad has been spectacular since the S&D on throwback. Silly with 2. Prestini gets 1 as well.
Another wave of kills.
This is the space they need. Prestini and Arcity's point men. Clay's gone for the wall run. He's going to be able to get 2.
Oh my goodness, that's confidence in your teammates.
They all died as well, even though they all got dropped. Wonderful timing there. E United have now turned this into a 2-possession game.
Oh my goodness, Prestini's reflexes there. As soon as they come around the corner, took him down as well. Now, E United again looking for control. Silly's going to be in that sub-bay. He does go down. Prestini's looking to hold down around Tractor as well. But they go down as well. No advantage here for E United as they push through. And it will actually be Lethal Gaming who scooped that drone away.
Can they make something of it though, Bryce? It's gone forward a little bit. You know, Juju's hasn't really been able to make a massive impact on this push so far. But again, they've got the space. They've got the kills they need. Now they can deal with one more set of spawners.
It's gone wrong.
Oh, wait
it's gone so wrong for them.
It's in. Oh, no. That's terrible to see. Lethal Gaming, they had it all going. Prestini just cut the legs straight out from underneath them and managed to get 1 point out of that. Amazing heads-up play there from E United.
It is, and now you can see, you know, E United, this is a 3-possession game minimum, and they're looking for another one. We're also going to see Camo on Prestini. He could use it very well here. Does, slides out, hits down. They're all going to try and stop him. No good either. He hasn't even popped the camo yet. Look, he's going to get the kill at the same time. Eventually gets shut down, but E United make it a 5-possession game.
Arcees and Silly also have their payloads ready to go. Clink now in control of the drone. It's going to make this one go forward. But again, it's just a hard ask at this moment. 11-4. Still 3 minutes on the clock. It's a lifetime. It's an absolute lifetime. They've got all the time in the world to work with. Overdrive play from Hay. Oh, it was very ambitious. The long cross over the map. And he burnt it. It's essentially, it's gone now. Hate's wasted that payload.
I think what happened there is he hit it and didn't pick up the drone, so he had to go back. So ruined him. And now Arsenal is going to go for it. He has a blocker as well. Overdrive coming in, and he might even be able to go for a 2 with this. And he is. He is going for a 2 with this one.
He didn't seem to be at all phased by running through that enemy player. And now you can see RCE's giving it to Human Jesus. He died for your sins, man. For God's sake, have some respect. Either way. Well, Human Jesus. That's to say that there are other forms of Jesus, like Alien Jesus or Cat Jesus. Or even like Bit of Wood Jesus. I'm sure there's now an entire...
I love the way that you just went to Bit of Wood.
That's a good throw. There you go. Lethal came back on the scoreboard. Yeah, I had to go somewhere. You know, you always go up, don't you? It's always about heightening. What's funnier than a cat? A bit of wood.
That is an interesting sense of humour there.
Inanimate object messiah. There you go. We're breaking this one down. Big old 1 points. 2 in a row.
That's pretty impressive just to get that relay like that. But is this going to be enough?
Oh.
You've got 1:47 left to go. Are E United going to allow that to keep happening? Are they going to allow them to keep raining in? I'm not sure. As they take the drone once again, it's going to be Arcades this time. No payload for him to do anything. He sees Juju. Juju's one shot is going to get away, though.
Still, it's very, very hard to make any ground when Arcades is going 25 and 16. You've got Pristini going 24 and 18 as well. I mean, absolutely huge hate, though. 2 in a row. It's going to be buying some space for his team. Moving forward. They've got drone in hand. It's all on Juju now. Juju's got to catch those players on the cut-off. He's going to be able to get one. Human Jesus now making his way forward. He got cut off from behind, though. No, that's going to be the run. Almost. Hate's got a bit of space to work with. Nah, going to be dropped as well. Incredible work there from E United. Wonderful defensive play. That was looking like it was a scrappy play, regardless from Lethal, but E United managing to keep together such fortitude.
They certainly are. Prestini now moving. Looking for it. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me them to keep going, because I don't think they can possibly...
Right.
A bit of pass the parcel there. When the music stops, everybody has a little unwrap.
It looked like Clink certainly. He unwrapped the gift. Bryce, and he just found sort of a piece of dog poo in there.
Is pass the parcel an American game?
I don't think so, no. It's something that we played as children. That's an English thing, I'm pretty sure.
Musical chairs, definitely.
Definitely.
It's a little bit like pass the parcel if you don't know what we're talking about.
Yeah, kind of, but there's a gift involved. Here we go, Human Jesus got drone. He's moving forward. He's got help. Again, Lethal Gaming just a little inept going forward. You know, when it comes to the defensive plays of United, they're so solid. That's all 4 dead for Lethal Gaming there. Now they're on the back foot. Can they weather the storm here? I don't think they can. Again, E United going forward. So proficient. So lethal.
So gaming. Is that what we're saying? I just wonder where you were going with it.
No, you're right. There should have been a third in there. But there we are, guys and girls. It is going to be a 3-0 sweep. Lethal Gaming. They came, they saw, and they were defeated there by E United. We did expect it, let's be honest.
We did, and the pretty much as we expected it to go. I mean, the S&D was the one, right?
It was the one.
We heard Alpha go berserk. I'm sure Twitter's gone berserk with it as well. Juju's going to be so unhappy. If you see Juju in the venue, go give him a hug. You can send him some love on Twitter. I'm sure, you know, he's got enough tweets going on, but send him some lovely ones.
I'm sure his phone is literally on fire right now, like ablaze. It was a spectacular play, but regardless, a wonderful series. E United, of course, 3-0. There's no other way to put it. I mean, it was open and shut case, really. Well,
let's have a little look at the scores then, shall we? Should we recap, take a walk down memory lane? Of course, we opened up 250 to 97. As you can see here, Lethal Gaming, Grave and Broken, 2 of the biggest hills actually on this map. 5 points apiece.
We saw some amazing holes there. It was almost Clay on his own with a couple of crucial kills and amazing timing, allowing his teammates to come back off spawn and get into the fight again. And that was the Graves. That was, you called it, Bryce. I mean, it was I think you're on like a 4.5 to 5 sentence cast at that point. You really couldn't stop because the play continued. It was amazing. It was wonderful to see.
It certainly was, and there we go. All right, well that was how the hardpoint ended, and it did set the tone for a lot of this one as well. You got to kind of remember that at the same time. Now, the S&D, we talked about it beforehand, and we didn't want to hype up Lethal's chances too much. Turns out we probably should have done. This is how it went down: 5-2 to Lethal Gaming. Ended 6-5.
Ended 6-5. And it really fell apart. I mean, round 11 was a sight to behold regardless, but I think it was actually round 10. It was the 10th round. That's where the shit hit the fan, man, really. There's no other way to put it. It just went downhill from then on out. Sadly for Lethal Gaming, again, there was just no coming back from them, Bryce. They did look strong. They had some great rounds. Human Jesus, the snipes were on point. Their execution was solid. You couldn't fault them too much. E United, they struggled to have any responses to the plays at times. But then once again with those final 4, I mean, really, that was it.
Yeah. If you're Lethal Gaming, you don't want to ever see this. Ever see this graphic. No, just to know exactly what you lost. But yeah, I mean, we said it would be close. S&D has always got a chance for a lower ranked team. You know, it's round by round. It's individual plays. It's payloads and your tactics. All of those can go either way sometimes. And sometimes it's difficult to be consistent on S&D if you don't know what you're coming up against. But Lethal Gaming weren't able to win that one either. So let's move on now to the uplink we just saw. Of course, this was fairly one-sided. First half, E United took 6. Second half, they took 7. Lethal just took 6 overall.
Still, Lethal, they opened up strong in the first half.
Yeah.
We saw a couple of nice plays out of them. Again, the dunks, they got in a very, very early dunk, which was answered quickly upon by United. But again, they were very aggressive going forward. They were very concise in their plays. They were very economical. They didn't waste a lot of chances they had. But after that, they ran out of chances. And they had no choices whatsoever except to take E United's attacks head on time and time and time again. And E United were just so strong going forward. There was very, very little the guys on Lethal Gaming could do except for, embrace for impact, basically.
It certainly was as well, and you know what? Expected 3-0, but I think the story's still the S&D. It was just ridiculous, but that's actually the end now for us on Bravo, isn't it, Miles?
It is indeed. We're going to be powdering our noses for the next, 5 or 6 hours. We're going to have a quick nap, and then we're going to come back tomorrow and do all of it all over again, just for you.
Yes, we will be live in the morning at 10 a.m. local time. We will see you then. Don't go anywhere, and remember, Alpha's still on. You can switch over now. See you soon. Bye.